Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are glad that you are out there watching. Thank you again for choosing Tembe TV as your favorite station where you come for political news on how everything is playing out there and who is leading the way come 2022 August 9th on the presidential election. Well, today there has been another wild claim or continued declaration by the DP, William Ruto. He says he's set for a first round 70% win against Raila Odinga. How true is that? Is it a piped dream or there is some truth in the same? I want you to join me as we look into this open forum political discussion on Mtembei TV, wherever you are around the world. And let's get down to business. Ensure that we are in the studio doing what we do best, ensuring that we separate between the lies and the truth, the claims and the reality, the perceptions, created perceptions, and really political reality. We invite your views. Well, the link to use to get into the studio is right there in the comment section. You click on it, allow StreamYard to have full control over your camera and your audio, and you will be in studio to join me in the discussion tonight. Also, as a reminder, today we are still looking out for your contribution towards Operation Jaza Lori, Mtembe TV and Mtembe Foundation initiative to respond to the drought victims in Mabet. So we are still open to you sending in your contribution using the details that are scrolling on your screen right now. We expect by the close of the show to have crossed some sizable figure that is enough to fill the lorry for us to get across and help out to our brothers and sisters in Marsabit. Thank you, those of you that are joining fast and furious. We're glad that you are following us faithfully. Ronald Ronnie, thank you so much. Ngira Wood, Hosea, Lord Vikas. Wow. Thank you. Karom Dogo, Karibu kwa show. Vincent Kirui. Welcome to the show. Renson Waswa, Karibu kwa show. Buluma J, Karibu kwa show. Rashid Bora, Karibu kwa show. Diam Oxidi. Wow. You're welcome. Elijah, thank you for joining us. William, Karibu kwa show. Enoch Rotich, you're welcome. You say yes, 70%. Daniel Okere, welcome to the show. Wycliffe Morris, you're welcome to the show. This lady Daniels, you're welcome. Job Makori, karibu kwa show. Kuna Josephat Managwe, karibu kwa show. William Osheng, you're welcome. Akengo Omwangu on board from Nairobi. Thank you so much. You're a faithful follower of this particular program. We are glad that you are doing so. Eric Ngui, karibu kwa show. Johnny John Tuala, karibu sana kwa show. Solomon Makero, you're welcome. Governor Felix, you are welcome. You say wewe peana pesa, but remember what I told you, that in Mount Kenya we will only have 20%, 75% vote for Raila Odinga. Okay, thank you, Governor Felix, and the rest that are joining. Thank you so much. You're most welcome to this open forum, even as we start out our discussion. I wish that everybody will find time to dive into this hot subject. Is William Ruto able to command 70% first round win against Raila Odinga? Is it a reality or a pipe dream? This is what we need to get down to and come to conclusion after we have gone through all the discussion. Well, my colleague is already here. We need to get down to talking. Temba, how are you?
I'm good, sir. How are you today?
I'm glad to see you early today.
Yeah, today I come in early
Yes,
to give you. You know, it
yes,
is today that you're also giving the feedback, the update on our Jazza lorry. Yeah?
yes, yes.
So we need to give the final push so
So
that
start
guys
us
can.
out. How are we looking at this?
I don't know how far we have gotten so far. You can you can check it out. But on the 70%.
Let's begin by the 70%. I'll be giving you the exact figure before we roll out the other aspect.
Yeah, hey, Alex, how are you? And Baba Jackie, how are you?
I'm good, my brother. How are you?
I'm good. Latifa Kerubo, sijakula kitu, nimekunywa maji. When you come to discuss 70%. Now, Bernard, 70% for Ruta, that's a good claim. You know, one thing I like about that sense of confidence and giving figures. Ruto is a man who is known to give figures.
Yes.
And so far he's given too many figures that
Yeah.
sometimes we really don't understand where he goes. There's a constant 700 miles of roads that have been made in every constituency. Everywhere he goes, he has made 700 miles of roads. He went to Kisii. He has in Busia. I think it was in Busia where he had made a road that actually people were even embarrassed. The MP for that area was so embarrassed that he went to parliament and said that we were there and the deputy president was saying that they have made this road 200 kilometers of that road. And people were looking at him wondering which road is this that the deputy president is talking about. So I think we have someone who is who thinks that when you mention figures, you are likely to convince people to a certain direction, and that is what we are looking at. Someone said that there are lies, damned, three types of lies. There are lies, damned lies, and then there are statistics. So people use certain figures, and they think when they come and they bundle figures around, they are likely to convince the masses. Number one, he has consistently in every case he has said that we are going to put. He has moved from millions to billions. So to a normal Mwananchi thinking that now billions being put in a particular area for me is like it's going to come directly to me and it's going to change so much. I think maybe the person who is trying to push their game plan is, if you push figures when people don't understand and they have that kind of mystery, they are likely to follow that kind of trajectory. So for him to say 70%, now, it's trying to build up on the propaganda they have been having. That number one, there is no deep state. So how do you enhance that there is no deep state that is going to steal my vote? Because I'm going to win 75% on first round. So what is it supposed to do when you push it to other people? It's supposed to make people see like there's so many votes that are lying out there somewhere that are going to revamp and go to his basket. So for me, I think it is more of the normal propaganda machine that they are now trying to push. They have already gotten 70%. You can't get 70%. Well, the youth that you have been trying to push for, in the latest statistics from update from IBC, they are not taking their votes. And according to him, that was what he was targeting. What were border na mama mboga. So initially, for me, I can, so that I don't take much time because we have many people coming up. I can confidently say that that's another lie of the UDA side, but they can continue pushing it because I think it works for their for their process. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Demba, for starting us out. Can we now hear from Baba Jackie?
Thank you, Bernard. I think this is my second time to be here. I think I was lucky enough to get a prompt or notification to be here before anybody comes, because always I try and it seems that the studio is full. Like Brother Demba said, when I look at this, we still have time. I don't know where they get the numbers to say you are 75%. If it's a poll, let them put the poll out there. We know who did it and how credible is it. Other than that, I think, as you all know, politics is perception. So for you to be able to energize your people, especially now that my brother has pointed out something that I've seen, where we don't have as many excited youths as you'd think at this point, especially from the hustler side. So how do you give everybody that assurance that you're doing well? Is give them maybe these arbitrary numbers so that they come out there and go register for votes. And then another thing in Kenya, I would say, especially Mount Kenya, if you're claiming 75%, I would agree when he was the sole candidate, when other people had not come out to say that they're running for presidency. And UDA and team have been doing this thing for the last 4 years, if not more. And by then they were tanga, they didn't have UDA, but the deputy president has been a runaway kind of deputy president. He ran away from his roles and responsibilities in the government, although he didn't resign. Had he resigned, I think he would have had a good case. He's been talking about government machinery and the deep state trying to frustrate him. Now he's having this narrative of not having a deep state that is out to frustrate him because he knows the government better than anybody else. And just to be on point, I think this election is going to be very hotly contested. Unlike from the past, where Mount Kenya has always looked into only one candidate, seems this time they are warming up for even more than DP and Azimio, because Oka was out there today and Kalonzo was encouraging the journalists to be on the dais to take a picture or take the image of the massive crowd that they had. I don't know how true that is because I didn't see the picture, but I think we are running towards the finish line. This is not the first time you'll see this; it's coming, and I hope this 70% will come to pass. Because right now, if you ask me, as somebody from other regions, not Mount Kenya, I would say it's hogwash because you've seen the reception. I saw Rigathi Gachagua say the other day that people who are in Moranga were ferried from Kibera, but when UDA does it, you see the same guys just employ the same tactics. They have to have guys coming from other regions to come and attend this rally. So just like my colleague who just came earlier than me, I don't want to take a lot of time. Let's keep it brief for the introduction, and then we'll give more as we go. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Baba Jackie. Let's keep the conversation going. Watu wa back the curtain, watu wa nyuma ya curtain. Operation Fagia yote can start anytime. Alex, karibu.
Shukrani Bernard. Bwana Yesu asifiwe.
Amen. Oh, amen.
No, even me, I'll be very brief. I think I don't even know where those numbers are coming from. But even when Uhuru was running against himself in the second election of 2017, he did not even get the 70%. Remember, Raila withdrew with 100% of Central, 100% of their hardcore supporters in Rift Valley. They didn't even get to 60%. So I'm not sure where those figures are coming from, but I'm 100% that if he still has the servers, which haven't been opened, which is the biggest problem we have. You see, there is a word going out that the servers were not even in IBC headquarters. If the guy is still having those servers, because you remember we had Vifaranga, and we had 70% of Vifarangas. So I think he's trying to tell us that he still has the password and the servers in his house. And if that is true, then I can concur with him. How did Waititu win? How did Sonko win? How did all these people win? And you're seeing these people are following him all around. They have never left him. So I think now he's bringing a new conversation that honestly the servers needs to be opened, because if he has the key again, then he's being honest that that is what is going to happen. That's my take.
I have asked you. Pemba doesn't seem to agree.
But you know, that's the most vain analysis I've ever had Alex give here. But I think he's just being a debater. He wants to open up the debate.
Themba, you know the guy gives 70%. Just think about that. It's you don't even know how to start to debate 70%. Even when Reagan, who made history when he won 50 states against Carter, he did not get 70% of popular votes. So I don't know where that is coming from.
You know, the only vote in East Africa that has reached above 70 is Rwanda's election, where Kagame was running against himself. He put some opposition, and he won. Was it 98%? I think 98.9%. Even if you are the best election that ever happened where people turned in masses was 2002. And even that one, it never got to 70%. So what is this magic that he wants to put? And let me tell you, okay, assuming like you're saying he has the server, do you think, do you think if he pulled a 70%, Kenya will remain the same? And even if Baba would win 70%, Kenya will not remain the same, because honestly speaking, Kenya is a country where the biggest, the highest someone, even a majority has ever gotten, I think, was 60 something during Kibaki time. So I don't think that's an interesting line of debate. Like Bernard said, we can give it a consideration. You never say never in politics, but it's interesting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, can I chime in for a minute? I know others are coming in, but let me talk about this server thing. I think Alex, you're politically cunning, but let's look at this having a password. Remember, you know, with this IT thing, a password is not permanent; it's changeable. So if you're not part of the government or deep state you was talking about, someone is going to change, and this is not going to be a senior guy, just a clerk in the office of the president can change the password, and you're rendered passwordless. So you can have the server, but not the password. And also, I mean, I saw the other day. I know it's a different topic here, that the DP changed is what you call them, press guys from Ithumpi to Hussein Mohammed. That itself can tell you that this password you're talking about is something of the past, because I would think Ithumbi would be the one with the password. Let me just give time for others to go on, but I think, Alex, today you made my day. I'm going to laugh all day about this password thing.
Bernard, just for information purpose, in 2002, Kibaki won 62.2%. So that is, and he had 3.6 million, and Kanu had 1.8 million. So you can start thinking, you can start thinking how that one is far-fetched idea. Even if you're going to steal, you don't steal up to 70%.
So I think the highest win was for the referendum 2010, where we won by 68%. That's the highest we have ever gotten, and we won against William Ruto for that matter. So probably he's conceding defeat by saying that Baba will win 70% against him. All the same. Let's dive into this. Mama Selina, how are you today?
I'm fine.
You're welcome.
Naona mko na mjadala kali sana.
Yes.
Anyway, mumeanza 70%. Mwisi akiwa tayari kuiba, anataka kusubaisha watu ili wakati mambo inafanyika, then Kenya watu wengi wamekuwa watu ya propaganda. Unasikia mtu anasema tutakuwa na 200 members of parliament. Mkuje come baby. Mpaka Uhuru na watu wengi walikuwa naokopa sana ya kwamba Tanga wako na members of parliament wengi sana yenye hata wangetoa rais. So wamejua kustua kwamba anataka ili mambo ikifanyika atasema niliipiwa. But 70%, yes, Baba this time round anaweza pata kwa sababu alikuwa na kura zake 4.5, na kama Central wataamua wameingia Azimio. Kulingana, nilikuwa naongea na mtu mmoja leo kutoka Kenya, na vile alisema kama itaenda hivyo, nasikia najirudia. Okay, kama vile ikienda hivyo Central kwanza Jubilee itakuwa mtu yote mwenye hata simama na chama ama wale wanakaa na Uhuru. So kama Uhuru atamake kulete 40% ama 30% kwa Baba, kuongeza na ile kura yake alikuwa nayo, yeye angesema anaona kama Baba anaenda na hiyo 70%. Lakini tuelewe ya kwamba numbers ilipotea kwa parliament na numbers ilipotea kwa Senate, na hata sasa wale wachumba wanatembea na yeye wengi ni biashara, watu wamejiwekea pesa kwa sababu wanajua wawezi rudi. Ile kitu tunataka kufanya kama Kenyans ni kwamba hatutaki propaganda, kwa sababu hiyo ndio inaletanga shida. Tunataka ukweli ya kwamba Kenya tunahitaji amani, na amani yenye Wakenya wanataka. Usituambie uko na 70 alafu baadaye utakuwa na 23 ama ukuwe na 30 unaambia watu kura zangu zimepotea. So sisi kama naamua nyinyi ni viongozi, kwa sababu kuna watu wengi wanatusikiza, lazima tupeane direction ya kwamba Kenya wajue ukweli. Na nimefurahia watu wamesema hata 202 wakati ilikuwa moto sana, wakati ya Kibaki Raila alisema tosha, ilikuwa ni everywhere. Kenya mzima walikuwa wamepigia mheshimiwa Mwai Kibaki, lakini hako manage kufika 70. So ingine naona, niliona Kirinyaka, niliona Martha Karua, nikaona Baba, nikaona Azimio, nikaona Kalonzo na Gideon Moi wakiwa na Martha. Yes, wacha Kenya niswaendelee, wacha wakuwe na mkutano ya amani, lakini nashukuru wa Kenya kwa sababu wanaenda kusikiza. Wengi wanakuwa na Kenyans wako kileva. Na hiyo 500 nasikia wanalipwa, na niliona leo vijana ya bodaboda ya West Pokot wamelalamika, wanataka pesa yao. Waliahidiwa na walifanya kazi kwa mkutano, walitembea, lakini wanasema hawakuona hiyo pesa, na wamelaumu MCAs ya West Pokot ama members of parliament. Wanauliza kama deputy akupeana pesa yao, wanataka wajue. Otherwise, wenye wako na pesa yao wenye waliahidiwa wanaenda kotini. So please, wanaenda kupeana promises, alafu wenye wanapaki huko wanaumia. So tungetaka pia Wakenya waelewe ya kwamba kama mtu anakuja kwenyu ama wewe unawacha kasi yako, kabla hujaenda hiyo kasi, kama wanapeana 500 ujiwekee, usiwache mtu akupepee pesa yako. Kama wanataka watu 200 ama 2000 na wanapeana 500, mkule hiyo pesa, lakini ujipepee pesa yako. Nafikiri hayo tu nitasema kwa sasa, niendelee kusikia viongozi wengine ama panelists watasema.
Okay, thank you, Mama Selina. We appreciate your input. Let's keep the conversation going. Gaddafi.
Yes, kaka. Salama kabisa.
Sema maneno. Tuambie haya mambo unayaona vipi?
Haya, hii maneno nimeona hapo umeandika 70%. Kama isapata 70%, kwanza waje nasalimia wale ambao wako hapa wote. Na hope kila mtu ako sawa. Kwa majina ni Gaddafi, kwa ile jina najulikana ni Dunia Iko na Mimba TV. So, hii 70% ya Ruto hatuwezi kataa. Wacha tukubali kwa sababu ni namba yake amejitengenezea. Tunakubali nayo. Kila mtu iko na hesabu yake. So 70% inatoka wapi? Kwa sababu hata wakati wa Kibaki ilikuwa ile rainbow, haikuwa na 70%. Hii 70% ni saa nyingine amepiga ya Rift Valley, wacha tukubali nayo. Inaweza kuwa 70%, lakini Kenya mzima atapita na 70%. Na ako tu na yeye na Watangula na ma-DVD. So hapa ni hesabu tu ya kuchanganya wao wengine ndio sasa wa constitute kwa hii 70 yake %. Kwa sababu hapa hata kitu tunaongea 70% iwezi make sense. Kwa sababu gani? Kila mtu atasimama. Kama Kalonzo atasimama atapata zake. Kama Raila anapata zake, yeye pia akisimama anapata zake.
Bwana Gaddafi, is it your net?
Hello?
Hello Bwana Gaddafi. Vipi, net yako inachelewa nini? Pole. All right, wacha tumsikilize Bantu Warriors.
Habari zenu ndugu Bernard, Temba, Alex.
Salama kabisa. Karibu.
Kabisa. Asanteni sana. Nimefurahi sana kuona panel wenzangu. Siku hizi tumetoa sheria mpya, yani tunaingia alafu tunatoka tunaachilia wengine, kila mmoja wako na maoni. Kwa hivyo msitie wasiwasi. Wengine walianza marathon.
Alex na pia kama mnataka kukaa kwa curtain, mtoke, watu wengine waingie, mkuje baadaye. You can always go and then come back later. You don't have to stay kwa curtain, kwa wall.
Wazee wangojee 8 o'clock, wazee watoke hapa.
I dropped my phone. Simangi ningie kwa maji, so I don't have a camera.
Walianza hiyo marathon 4 years ago. Na sasa imebakia miezi 7. Pumzi zinaanza kuisha. Malalamishi mengi. Kukosoa watu na kutukana watu imezidi sasa. Wengine sasa wameanza kujitangazia kuwa watakuwa na 70%. Hata hiyo kura haijafanywa. Wameshajitangazia ushindi. Naona. Sasa hapo ndio itakuwa kuna shida. Na rais wetu bado hajaanza kuingia kwa mlima. Sisi tuko na advantage. Sisi hatuna haraka. hatuna haraka kabisa, na mimi napendelea hiyo tactic. Hiyo kicheza boli tunapendelea hiyo tactic, slowly, sababu unaangalia yule mwenzio vipi anafanya makosa, alafu wewe ndio unaataki yale makosa. Kwa hivyo sisi hatuna wasiwasi kabisa. Baba is well experienced kudili na haya mambo. Sasa wengine wanaona yule jamaa anapiga kelele, wanaona labda ndio ameshashinda, ama wakiona crowd kubwa ndio yani umekuwa una 70% kwa sababu una crowd kubwa. Hiyo crowd inafuatia tu pesa. Wengine wanakuja kutembea kumsikiza tu. Mambo yatakuwa ni siku hiyo ya debe ya kupiga kura. Hao unaoona ni crowd kubwa, hao pengine nusu yao wote wanakuja wanampigia baba. Kwa hivyo si hatuna wasiwasi. Baba hii kitu iko na experience. Mimi experience yangu inaniambia baba ataingia. Kwa Mungu, kwa nguvu za Mwenyezi Mungu, baba ataingia. Tusiwe na wasiwasi. Fred, unaweza kuendelea kunisaidia. Asante sana Bernard.
Okay, thank you. Tunashukuru kila mmoja, na naomba tu kuwakumbusha operation Jaza Lori bado ipo. Leo ndio siku ambayo tulikuwa tumepropose kutamatisha, unless otherwise there will be changes. Naomba tuendelee kutuma mchango wetu tukitumia hizo details na scroll hapo kwa screen, na ni muhimu tuhakikishe kwamba tunajaza lori, sio kujaribu kuweka box kadhaa kwa lori. Lori ijae vizuri kabisa ili ili tukifika Marsabit tuwe tumesaidia watu kiasi fulani ambao wanafaa kusaidiwa. So far I'll be giving the general figure from then I need to consult with Wekesa what he got on his line, but from my desk I have this from yesterday night. Since I left, we have gotten from there was Selina Chepkemoi, 2,765, Prodata 3,000, Alex 3,000, Betty Oende 100, Zablon Obondi 10,000, John Kevin 50 shillings, and then Mishak Mwaka 150. We have Robert Kinyanjui 5,000, and then George Odongo 500, then Austin Laya Basaya 200. So let's keep let's keep up with the contributions and continue with the conversation. Fred, karibu.
Asante sana. Nawasalimia nyote ambao mko kwenye ukumbi. Hamjambo?
Hatujambo.
Mimi bila kupoteza wakati nitazungumza tu kuhusu hii 70%. Na niwaulize swali, mwenye ako na jibu atanijibu. In between President Uhuru Kenyatta and his deputy Dr. Samuel Arap Ruto, tukiwaweka pamoja hivi on a political contest since 2017, unaweza nionyesha, who can show me the political contest yenye Ruto amebeat Uhuru Kenyatta? Don't tell me BBI, because BBI, it was in between judiciary and Uhuru Kenyatta. Is a conflict. And then judiciary got a point to punish President Uhuru Kenyatta. That's why they stopped BBI. But in a real sense, in political arena, once it was a handshake, he refused to accept the handshake. They went on a counter assembly. President pinned him down on the ground. He went National Assembly, the place where he claimed that he has majority, he was defeated. It went to Senate, he was defeated. Then when it comes to another political contest, when President Uhuru Kenyatta wanted to take over control over the Jubilee Party, most of the people thought that here we don't see if President Uhuru will succeed to, or whether will manage to take full control of the party. And eventually, kabla bin vu, President Uhuru Kenyatta managed to take over the Jubilee, control of Jubilee Party by kicking almost everybody outside the Jubilee Party. Now, as we are talking, Jubilee Party, it's under President Uhuru Kenyatta control. Now, this 70%, I don't see where it's coming from, because there is a political mistake that of late Deputy President has committed, whereby you can, if you follow his rally so much, way back before, he avoided so much to get in confrontation direct with President Uhuru Kenyatta. But of late, in fact, not of late, I think it was yesterday, for the first time, he tried to collide with President Uhuru Kenyatta live on direct, like this, to take him head on. Do you think that one, only that one mistake, will give him a chance to stand? No. All along, his troops have been attacking President Uhuru Kenyatta. He's silent. They have doing sort of all things, he's silent. And I remember one time, there was people who tried to insult him in Mount Kenya, and the crowd refused. Now, what President Uhuru Kenyatta has done has provoked his deputy. And kulingana na vile Ruto anajulikana, ni mtu ako na hasira, ni mtu ako mwepesi sana kwa kujibu maswali zenye asiwezi zikajibika. Aliland into the trap that was laid. So only that one. President hakuwa na kitu cha kudecampaign Ruto. That's why he was very, and I always opined here that if there is a smart politician in our country, is President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. He don't react faster. No, he take his time. And when he makes a move, believe me, that move is sure deal. Hapigangi hesabu ati anapiga hesabu yenye atarudia tena, hapana. So when the time will arrive, due time, when he will arise with his 2 feet to go and decampaign, I'm not saying it only Mount Kenya, because he's a president of the country. And I'm very sure, very soon you will start hearing President Uhuru Kenyatta, everywhere he'll be going, he'll be making a technical move to dismantle, to discontract his deputy, and I don't see if they will remain even one stone unturned. Every stone is going to be overturned. And there, I don't see. Hizo hata kama ndio wako na server, I don't see where hiyo 70% inakujia. So hii ni decoy tu, na ni perceptionally, he want to drive something perceptionally, lakini sasa the king of propaganda walimfuta kazi. Who will make people to understand that this is reality? Kama walifuta the king of propaganda, ule alikuwa anapeana propaganda inasungumuzwa mpaka inaonekana kama ni ya ukweli. Si walimfuta kazi juzi, wakaeka mzalendo, wanasema wanaita mzalendo. So I don't see. perceptionally people they can see it. Na vile nani amesema hapa, uchaguzi wa 2002 ule wa Kibaki, hiyo ndio ili at least, na sidhani kama ilifika hiyo 70%. So hii propaganda yake hii, it's something, let us wait and see how things are going to unfold. Let us wait and see, because we have talked so much about him. You know, when you talk about something so much, unakifanya kinakuja kuwa ati kikoni cha dhamana sana, ama mtu anajiona kwa dhamana sana. So let us restrain ourselves to talk too much about yellow fever. And then let us wait and see how things are going to unfold. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Fred, for your perspective. Naomba sasa huyu Ben Dev. Ben, upo ama umeenda? Watu wa behind the curtain
Nipo.
How are you?
Kwa sana.
Haya.
I'm fine, thank you.
Naomba
How are you?
mchango wako mbio.
Yes, mchango wangu nasema hivi. Yes, my take is on these 70% you are talking about. And according to me, the 70% talk was just a statement, a political statement on these elections. Because if you try to backdate the history, remember 2017, before the elections, Babu Owino always said that Raila will win by 70%. Then he was responded by the same Ruto with 80%, saying that they would win with 80%. So this statement was just political from my point, and it is next to impossible. You can't win by 7%, even if you steal the votes. So it's just politics. It was just politics. And these statements have been used by so many politicians. So it's null and void at the moment. Now to reply to this guy called Friend was talking about Uhuru Kenyatta and Ruto at the moment. And according to me, Uhuru is not a politician first. Uhuru is never a politician. If you look at whatever he has been doing, Uhuru is not a politician. He's just a manager. And trying to compare Uhuru and Ruto at the moment, I think it's wrong, because Uhuru hakuna kitu anataka saizi. Ana kitu anaitisha, ana kitu anataka. So if you compare the political issues at the moment, I think you are getting it wrong. So Ruto saying 70%, it's wrong. Null and void. Haiwezekani Kenya. You can't get 70%. Hiyo ni kuongea tu alikuwa anaongea. Na kumalizia nikisema Kenyans have a very nice choice at the moment, which they should consider. We have this combination of Kalonzo and Karua. I think that's the best combination Kenyans can ever have. We have also Raila, which is also good, but from the previous elections and so many issues to consider, we have a better option there. Na nikimalizia, my last statement is that Raila will never be the president of Kenya. Put that in note. Thank you.
Okay, ngoja, unaenda wapi? What do you mean Uhuru is not a politician?
Uhuru is not a politician. Look at whatever he has been doing. In fact, since
come back to the camera and
2013,
tell us what makes a politician that Uhuru is not.
If you try to look at the statements,
and please stay on camera. You stay on camera so that tukuuliza maswali.
Nilikuwa nimeenda sababu nilikuwa nimemaliza. Si ati naenda, niko hapa. If you look at the statements zenye Uhuru amekuwa akimake since 2013. If it was not for Ruto, hatungekuwa na hii serikali. In fact, the political side was more on
Bwana Ben, you
it
know you
was
are
not
my
on
namesake. You are my namesake. I want us to understand each other. You are the
in
one
fact,
who
I'm quoting Bernard.
said Uhuru Kenyatta is not a politician. Then you said he's a manager. So I want you to
Yes.
explain to me what makes a politician that Uhuru is not.
If you look at the politics he has been doing.
And Ben, when you are teaching, Ben, you have said if you look at the statements that Uhuru has been making, can you kindly just highlight on 3 statements and then expound on them? Thank you.
Okay, I will not mention statements because they can be used against me. I can't mention that. There are statements which you can't make on a sitting president. you can just talk in general, but you can't make the statement. Sorry for that. As a sitting president, respect that. So if you look at the way he has been reacting to some issues.
No, Ben, you cannot run away. Wait, you cannot run away by using the sitting president. Highlight on one statement that you think was, like Kibaki used to say, Mavi ya kuku, mjinga wewe. That did not make him less a politician.
No, those were jokes. If you look at the very serious statements Uhuru has been making and how he has been reacting to some statements or to some actions by the politicians, you'll see that Uhuru is not a politician. So there are statements, the negative statements.
So Ben, what makes a politician a politician? Can you tell us what makes a politician a politician?
No, I will not divine. I will not divine who is a politician. I think you know that. It's very clear. You know that.
Then Uhuru is a politician. You're saying he's not a politician. Tell us who
he is meant. He is meant to be a politician, but he is not.
And then you claimed that if it were not for Ruto,
people have been making Uhuru a politician. He is not a politician.
Hold
He's
on,
like
Ben.
Kibaki was not a politician.
Bernard, let me ask Bernard. Ben, you will help us. Okay, you will make us understand you if you help us by information. You know, when you come and then we're asking you questions, I cannot define you as a politician. I cannot say the statement. Now you're just coming to give statements and then you go. Honestly, you're not helping the debate. Okay, help us understand you. The only way we can understand you is you explaining to us.
Let me assist Bernard.
When you come, Bernard, for example, you say, Uhuru is not a politician because of the following statements. I think those statements are not political statements. It does not make him a president. Now, so-and-so is a politician because of ABC. That's how you help us understand you. But now when you come, you say Uhuru is not a politician. The statements he's making, I cannot say them. I cannot define the politician. Now, how do we get to understand you, Ben? You're not being useful.
I want to assist Ben.
No, let Ben defend himself first.
Let me assist Ben because
relax Kwanza. If we need your help, we will ask for it. Ngoja Kwanza. Let him respond and then we talk.
Okay, what I was talking about was this issue of being a politician and not being a politician. If you look at someone like Kibaki and the campaigns he did, and also you look at Uhuru and the campaigns he did, I know you can tell that Kibaki was not a politician from the word go. Kibaki was not a politician. Watu walimwekelea tu achukue kiti because they saw some potential in him.
Who is a politician here? Give us an example of a politician, because Kibaki was not a politician. Uhuru is not a politician. Give us your kind of a politician who fits your definition of a politician that you cannot tell us.
Raila is a politician. Ruto is a politician. Kalonzo is a politician. Wetangula is a politician. Mudavadi is not a politician.
Okay, thank you. Where is Tobias? Tobias, you come to the rescue of Ben, please.
Ben, okay, Ben, just before you bring Tobias, Ben,
yes,
you know what you're doing.
It's like I'm
Ben,
losing.
Ben, you know what you're doing. You're creating a problem. You're not offering a solution. Okay, so when you come and you tell, hold on, when you come in, Ben, kindly mute Tobias just for a minute. Ben, when you come in for the purposes of debate and for us to engage, it's supposed to be also informing someone who is listening down the line. I'm imagining you want to make a case and people are also listening to you. The purpose of us asking you question is not so that we grade you, it's so that you tell us, we get more from you, which is also going to help us. We are also here to get informed. So when Bernard is asking you,
I like the grading.
Hold on.
I like that.
When Bernard is asking you who is a politician, now why do you say, for example, he has asked you who is a politician according to you? Now, what you would have done is isolate qualities that you are thinking is different from the people you are mentioning and Uhuru that you're saying, so that we can understand you that this is the quality you think this what others have that Uhuru doesn't have. All right. But when you just come and say so-and-so is a politician, so-and-so is not a politician, it doesn't help the debate. So kindly help us, all right? Understand you and understand your thought. We are not angels.
Okay, hello. Tobias, you wanted to help out Ben. Ben, you
mimi nilikuwa nataka kusaidia Ben kueleza kelele. Nilikuwa nataka kusaidia Ben kueleza unajua Ben, nyinyi mnaingilia Ben yako right, ni venye ana ile hakuna venye acha wafafanulia. President Uhuru huyo sio politician. Mimi hapo nakubaliana na Ben 100%. Kitu ya kwanza ukiangalia Uhuru Kenyatta from 2013 to 2017 before handshake, vile wameshikana handshake, unaona watu wengi wamefutwa kasi na watu wengi walikuwa wa Ruto, unaona. So hata Uhuru mwenyewe ni president pale, Ruto ni deputy president.
What are kubeana examples? Tell us who a politician is, my brother. Stop giving examples. Who is a politician? That's what we are waiting.
I'm trying to explain for you. I'm trying to explain for you.
Thank you. Please explain.
Mi sitaki muniulize politician ni nani ni politician. I'm not a politician. Mimi ni mpiga kura.
So why are you in this platform? Why are you in this platform if you are not a politician and you don't understand politics?
So you mean nyinyi wote ni ma politician?
Okay,
aya politician nyinyi venye mko hapa, hakuna mpya, hakuna mzia, hakuna mtu yote hapa.
Tobias, ngoja.
Yes.
Relax. One of my senior bishops said and some of the confusion we have in the church today is caused by us preachers. And he said one preacher will rise up and say, what people call revival is not revival. But when you ask him what is revival, he will tell you, I'll tell you next time. So it seems you people are telling us who is not a politician. We are telling you understand what is a politician, so that we can agree with you that Uhuru is not that thing. You still cannot tell us that thing that you're telling that this is politician, this is not politician. So how do we follow you?
Unajua shida hii ni channel yenu ni moja. 90% ni watu wa Azimio. Unaona? So mtu mwingine akijaribu kuongea,
Tobias, you are telling us nothing. If you don't have anything to tell us, wacha hiyo story zenyu. Wewe kama una cha kutuambia.
Watu wengi hapa kwa hii group. I have a question kwanza kwa Penat. Penat, niko na swali na wewe.
Uliza. Tobias, uliza swali.
Hii channel ya Mtembei TV tumekuwa hapa kutoka kitambo. Hata before ukuja waanze kuhost. Wewe ndio umehost nini leo kutoka sijui lini, lakini wewe ndio host. Unajua mtu ana host haifai akae kama wewe. Mtu ana host haifai akuwe ati ana support huko ama huko. Wewe inafaa uliza watu, mtu atoe maoni yake, alafu watu wenyewe kwa wenyewe kwa wenyewe ulisane maswali wapate majibu. Sasa wewe ndio una support Raila, wewe ndio unaongea sana. Sasa nani ndio
Bernard,
nani
you can't
hapa?
entertain that, Bernard, please. It
Wewe ni
doesn't make
mgeni
sense.
tena unataka kutupanga kwa hii nyumba. Sasa
Mimi sio mgeni kwa hii channel bana. Mtembei mwenyewe ananijua vizuri sana.
Sikiliza, ukishaanza kupanga watu sokoni vile wataongea, basi kuja hapa kwa hii platform uanze kutupanga. Hapa tunakutana papa hapa. Kuna mtu ako prearranged kufika hapa. Wewe umetoka uko kwako, niko kwangu, kila mtu hapa ako kwao. We are just meeting on the market. So how do I become a neutral person on an open whatever platform like this? Now let's do this. This is not a UDA thing or an ODM thing, Azimio thing or not. We are discussing Kenyan politics so that we separate between the lies and the truth, the perception and the reality. And you're free to give your perception, your perspective the way you want, but you must be able to substantiate. Don't deny things that you cannot substantiate. Don't accept things that you cannot understand. Attempting to explain what you don't know will never work. One of my seniors says, you cannot teach what you don't know, just like you can never come back from where you never went. So it is just that way. So
Acha niseme maoni yangu ya leo sasa.
Ngoja kwanza Tobias, relax. Sasa tutafanya hivi. Nakupatia nafasi ya kutoa maoni yako, lakini hiyo masuala ya na nini politician not politician, we will revisit. Okay? Naomba to reduce maswali kwanza sahi. Wacha Tobias atoe maoni yake, alafu we pick from there. Hii mikono mingi najua hapa kutawaka moto. Ngoja kwanza. Okay. Hold on. Tobias,
hiyo ya Ben imeisha.
Moja tu Bernard.
Hiyo ya Ben imeisha. Hiyo ya Ben imeisha, wacha kama mimi niongee leo yangu ya leo.
Relax.
Dakika moja. Tobias and Ben, we like you guys, yeah? And we need you here. All right? So musiende, tafadhali kaeni hapa. And for the record, kwa nyinyi na wengine kama nyinyi ambao wako kwa comment, hosts in this forum wako na opinion. All right? So we don't need to keep repeating that this channel, the hosts are biased. Yes, we are biased. Okay? So unapokuja, just know that we are biased. We ask questions, whatever it is that you have to defend it. But tafadhali Ben and Tobias, unapoongea, tafadhali just be ready to defend it. That's all we are asking. In a few minutes kama saizi, Ben ameuliza tu swali moja. Who is a politician, who is not? Hamjatusaidia kuwaelewa hata. Unaona? So please, to help us and to help Roger Ben, sisi peke yetu hapa, hata kuna watu kwa comment wanangoja kuelewa. Okay? So kindly tafadhali mnapotoa hizo comments, msiende mkae tu hapa. Nyinyi watu wazuri sana. Naona Tobias ni jamaa ambaye anakaa ako na a lot of information about the other side. So usiende. Kaeni hapa mtusaidie kuwaelewa. That's all we are asking. Thank you.
Okay, Fred.
President Uhuru Kenyatta, yes. If there is a question, if President Uhuru is not a politician as you are claiming, is he a priest? Is he holding a priesthood office? Or is he holding a political office? Don't run away. Don't run away. Just be there on the screen and explain to me. If he's not a politician, is he a priest? Or is he sitting in the office of a priesthood?
Okay, thank you, Fred. Patriot, your question?
Bernard, Themba and the rest, it's a pleasure to join you guys. Sometimes we want to be disciplined, but the situation tends to push us too far. Sorry for that. Let me ask, can it be a question really or just a point of order? Let me say it's a point of order. Tobias Juma and Ben Dove. You guys, you just like the way Thembas described you guys, you have a potential of becoming something in future. And I think everybody who has turned out to be a teacher must have been a student at some point. So I just want to agree with what Themba said and probably put a bit of magnification on that by saying, it is good when you come up with something here. You take us through what you know. You might be so surprised that most of us don't know. So don't be shy from answering and giving the in-depth of what you know. However, my point of order that I wanted to bring is this. The highest calling in leadership is leadership. The highest calling in leadership is leadership. It's not political leadership. Leaders are born, leaders, politicians are made. If it is the hardest thing one can look for in life is to become a leader. So to me, we have many, sorry, let me use that, Bernard. I hope I'm not going beyond the red tape. We have many people you can call useless politicians, but you can't call, we don't have useless leaders. You know, once you fail the test of leadership, then you just remain an occupant of an office. In my case, from where I sit, it is very easy to become a politician. You just need to be elected. If you go through an election, and that process chooses you as an occupant of a political space, then you're a politician. But one thing I know that is very difficult is to become a leader. It's possible that you become a politician very easily, the way I've described it, and you end up not becoming a leader. So I don't know whether you guys meant he's not a leader or you meant to say he's not a politician. But from where I sit, I think you are confusing the two. That's my point of order, Bennett. I wanted to say thank you so much.
Okay, so let's have the response from Tobias as you make your submission.
Okay, so maoni yangu ya leo, mi nataka kuongelea hii mambo ya 70% yenye Ruto alisema. Kuongea, unajua ni politics. Kila mtu anaongea chenye anafikiria ama chenye anataka. Kusema 70% hakumaanisha ni sure 100%, yani hakuwa 100% atapata 70%. Hiyo tu ni maoni yake yenye anaona yeye mwenyewe kulingana na venye amejipima uzito wake na venye anaona ground yeye mwenyewe, yani yeye anaona atapata hiyo 70%. Lakini kwa kusema ukweli 70% hapa Kenya no. 70% hapa Kenya hata 60 ni ngumu. Ruto na Raila kama ni kushindana kura watashindania mbali, kwa sababu ukiangalia uzito wao wote hawaachani mbali. So 70% mimi yangu tu ni hapo kwa 70%. 70% haezi pata, 70% si Kenya unless country ingine. Ni hayo tu.
Tobias,
Yes.
unamaanisha nini ukisema uzito wa Raila na uzito wa Ruto hujaachiana mbali?
Unajua Raila ni mtu amekuwa kwa siasa. Raila sio mgeni kwa siasa. Ama Raila si mtu mwenye utalinganisha maybe na kina Mutavati, ama Kalonzo, hapana. Raila pia ni mtu kwa siasa, ni mtu mzito kutoka zamani, unaona? History hata ya Afrika nzima, hata dunia nzima Raila anajulikana. Na Ruto unajua ni mtoto mdogo. Ruto ni mtoto mdogo mpaka kwa siasa. Hawa kina Raila hawa ndio wameingiza huyu Ruto kwa politics. So Ruto saa yako na watu kweli, mimi ni mmoja wao. Kura yangu ni ya Ruto. Mimi siwezi pia mtu mwingine, kura yangu ni ya Ruto. Lakini Ruto na Raila hawataachania mbali. Na saa hizi unajua Raila ako na Uhuru na watu wengine hao sijui ndio deep state ndio nini hizo za ukora. Sahi Raila akijaribu kuachiliwa na Uhuru aachilie Raila tena. My friend, Raila ataona kifumbi hajaiona. So mimi namuombea apembeleze Uhuru vizuri, wakae naye vizuri, at least asishindwe sana. Obviously atashindwa, lakini asishindwe sana, at least waachanie kwa 1-2 hapo. Lakini Uhuru akimwachania atatupwa na 500,000.
Tobias, ngoja kwanza Tobias, twende polepole tuelewane, sawa sawa. Umesema vizuri. Raila ni mbabe wa siasa, amekuwa hapo miaka mingi, amevai kama president mara 4. Ruto ndio anajaribu mara ya kwanza.
Yes.
Tena amekuwa introduced kwa politics na kina Raila. So how do you measure them to be equal or to be close range? Based on what?
Unaona, after election ya 2017, after venye kulienda sijui waliipa ama walifanya nini, Raila alikuwa na chance nzuri sana ya kushinda Ruto 2022 mwaka. Alikuwa na chance kubwa ya kushinda Ruto hata bila kubishana na yeye. Kitu Raila alikosa, Raila kitu imemharibia ni handshake. Hapo tusitanganyane. Kitu imeharibia Raila ni handshake. Kwa sababu handshake ndio imefanya Raila saya yuko na Kalonzo, hayuko na Wetangula, hayuko na Mutavati. Handshake ndio ilifanya.
Mimi nakuuliza Tobias, umekuwa hii Kenya miaka yote?
Yes, ni mimi ni Mkenya.
Subiri. Nataka niambie nani kwa Wakenya wote, wazee kwa vijana, akisema handshake ni mbaya?
Handshake sio mbaya.
So mimi kama sio mbaya kwa sababu wewe unaweza fanya kitu kizuri alafu kikuharibie.
Okay, handshake sio mbaya kwa wale wachache. Hata mimi mwenyewe sisemi handshake ni mbaya, lakini kulingana na watu, kwani nini imefanya wakakosana na kina Mutavati ama wakaachana? Si ni hiyo handshake? Kwa sababu Raila, unajua Raila alikuwa na kina Mutavati, hata kama hawakuenda kumwapisha. Ninyi mkiwa mumeakiri na mtu mnafanya kitu, ukienda kitu ita huyo mtu muulize, hii kitu naenda kufanya ni nzuri ama ni mbaya? Tutaenda wote, mtanipeleka ama niende peke yangu? Usikie maoni ya hao watu, kwa sababu hao watu ndio umekuwa nao. Lakini sasa unaona Raila handshake alienda peke yake, hakuna mtu aliambia, alienda peke yake. Sasa unaona venye alienda peke yake, obviously hao watu wamekuwa na yeye, wakaona huyu ametusaliti, wakamtoka wakaachana na yeye. Hapo ndio sasa ubaya wa Raila na timu yake ulianzia. Lakini kama angekaa nao
Juma hobe abandu wewe hobukoros
angekaa nao aingie nao handshake.
Tobias, sai Mutavati ako wapi?
Mutavati ako UDA
na Wetangula ako wapi?
Ako UDA pia.
Si wanajienjoy huko?
Wanajienjoy na watajienjoy mpaka mwisho.
Sasa fanya hivi. Tutaenda kujua wameleta nini kwa UDA tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8. Okay? Kwa sasa hivi,
can you give us chance to speak please? Can you give us?
Alafu tukawaachia. Sawa sawa? So tunataka kuona wamepunguza Raila ama wamemuongeza. Na
so nikuulize
mwezi wa 8, si kweli?
Penat nikuulize. Yeah. So uko sure 100% Raila kura senyewa anapata Western ndiye atapata this time round?
Kwanza kulingana na mimi atapata nyingi kuliko last time.
Atapata more.
Are you sure?
100%, I can swear that. But hii jacket.
Okay, we are still here. Sawa.
Nina bet na 10,000.
Okay, let's do this. Let's take it easy. Thank you, Tobias. We appreciate your perspective. Na tuendelee.
Na mjaje kujifozi Mlima Kenya.
Sikiliza. Hiyo maneno ya
hawajajibu swali yangu.
Tobias,
wacha huyu
sio Bungoma.
swali yangu.
Thank you. Kasuti, relax. Thank you. Let's bring in Rupia. Rupia, toa maoni yako ndio utoa nini hii black screen haitajiki hapa. Na Tobias, kama unakaa nyuma ya curtain bus, tutakutoa kwa screen. Si eti hatukutaki, ni vile screen lazima ikuwe na uhai. Sawa sawa. Rupia, quickly.
Bernard, it's really raining where I am, and I have struggled with my network. I don't know whether you can hear me.
We can hear you. That's why we are giving
Can you hear me?
the submission as fast as possible. You said that.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I would first take this chance to greet our viewers. I know that we have a lot of viewers who are viewing the Mutembei TV. And I also take this chance to greet my fellow panelists. So straight to the topic about the 70%. Is it 70% for Ruto? I think that is, as it is indicated, it's a pipe dream. And that is what we call a wet dream. You can remember that when we were starting, and I would call Ruto a toddler in politics. Somebody has also asked whether Uhuru is a politician. And I would like to inform him that Uhuru is a very, very smart politician. He has played politics since he was young, and he is now politics, but he is going to stop being president of the Republic of Kenya because his term in office has ended. The reason why I'm saying Ruto is a toddler in politics, you remember when we started, he was on record calling people Cerelac babies. He was on record calling other parties village parties. And he thought he would go it alone. Ruto is a man under siege again because he doesn't know who is fighting. He doesn't know whether he's fighting Raila or he's fighting Uhuru or he's fighting Kenyans. He's a man who is sandwiched and is very confused politically. Because recently we've seen him going back to Mudavadi for coalition and Wetangula. And what's have gone round of the buy one, get one free, which actually has sunk in the minds of Kenyans. At first, Ruto thought he would get the Mount Kenya votes and put them in one basket without going through the Mount Kenya kingpin, who is Uhuru Kenyatta. Right now, people are wondering why the president is so quiet. But I think this is deliberate, and it's a very wise move that is being made by the president. While we have seen actually on the ground, there are a lot of things that, a lot of direction that he has given, and we believe they are from him. And let me tell you one thing about Ruto. Ruto has realized that he has lost the Mount Kenya votes. He thought he would get even 60%, but right now I don't think he's even at 20%. He has realized that, and the moment Uhuru Kenyatta will speak, I think he is going to lose almost all of them. He is banking on his fellow looters. That is, I think now he has Ndidi Nyoro, who is very junior and is going to be beaten in the Kiharu parliamentary seat in 2022 by a very young man. He's also banking on Gachagua, who doesn't understand politics the way it is. I think these people, the only thing they know is impunity. We do this wrong thing and we get away with it. We steal this one and we get away with this. And they have actually gathered some at a corner that we are facing the same fate of stealing from public coffers and then the DCI is after us, and then the only thing we can do is we can gather at a corner and call shots on the DCI and call people names. Kenyans are also very wise. We have seen this. Deputy President Ruto has been in government since 2013, and none of this, the things that he's talking about, was a priority. Most of this, the things he's talking about, he talked about them in 2013, and we saw him as a very powerful deputy president up to the time handshake came. He didn't prioritize. He prioritized stealing from Kenya Power and planting his tribesmen in the government sectors, and actually going to steal from those. And then after stealing, he comes back with the money and group himself with politicians who have questionable character and integrity. So this is something we have seen. 70% for him in this country is a wet dream, is a pipe dream for him. I had somebody mention here that Kibaki did not achieve it, and Kibaki had actually been voted by almost every Kenyan. He didn't get that. And the elections that we are going to had already happened. It happened in 2010. I don't know why you people are just discussing something that is a case that is rested. Because in 2010, and it will be like 2022, the only votes that Ruto has are the Kalenjin votes. Because in terms of character, in terms of tact, he is not tactful. His character is bad. He cannot actually partner with another politician with a good character unless he buys them. Like he has bought Musalia. And there is a gentleman here who is very strong supporter of Musalia. But he's also like a toddler in politics. Because if you look at William Ruto right now, you can compare him to a bull that is climbing a cow from the front and claiming the fruits and claiming pregnancy. Yeah, the pregnancy is there and is not even clear, and he's already claiming that I'm the one who impregnated this cow, while in real sense he climbed the cow from the front. I don't think that they can carry the day, because after all, what does Musalia Mudavadi add? In fact, Musalia Mudavadi has actually made complicated the equation for Ruto, because now the Mount Kenya, led by Gachagua, thought that they would get the second position slot, and you can see how now they are behaving. Like the Kikuyu MP, I think he's just on the fence. He's almost leaving. His heart is not in order. And several politicians from Mount Kenya, their hearts are now not in order, because they think that David is going to get the running mate position. And if you compare Mudavadi and Ruto, Mudavadi, in terms of maturity in politics, Mudavadi is mature, but Ruto has got the financial muscles. So again, there we fault Mudavadi for following his stomach instead of following his personality and his character. So he went with his stomach to support Ruto, and he's on record mentioning a lot of corruption cases that the deputy president was involved in the past. So I don't think it's a coalition that can deliver anything. After all, I don't think Mudavadi is going to even deliver 500,000 votes for him in Western Kenya. And then the Central Kenya, he has been overtaken. I don't think he's going to get 20%, because we are expecting again the president to come out and tell us whatever he promised, which I think will also deduct a lot of votes. You cannot go to somebody's home and then start just stamping that hiyo haiwezekani bwana, hiyo haiwezekani. Haiwezekani namna gani? Aende Kalenjin land a chest stamp, of which Gideon has also not hit the ground in Kalenjin land. If he hits the ground, I'm very sure he's going to deduct a lot of votes from Ruto. So Ruto is a man under siege. 70% is a wet dream for him. I think the only person who can get 70% Odinga, because if you look at his character and his track record and what he has done for this country, he is somebody that can even get sympathy votes. Apart from the votes that are his, he can get other sympathy votes for the struggles that he has made for this country from all parts of the country. But for this coalition that is called Matakoju, I don't think they are going anywhere, and very soon you are going to see a lot of people moving from Udaku to Azimio and to Oka. I want just to talk briefly about Oka because Oka contains of men of good character.
Yeah,
Yes?
your time is up. Your time is up. Begin to conclude, please.
But let me tell you, there is nobody who can be president if they are not politicians. We have never seen that in this very good and a smart politician taking his father, Jomo Kenyatta. So don't say Uhuru is not a politician. Oka might even overtake Ruto if Ruto is not careful, because they also have ground. If they get some votes from Ukambani and get small votes from all the parts of the country, they are going to overtake Ruto and they are going to be the official opposition. Hii ingine yenye ina chest thump, hii ni pesa tu wanalipa watu na kuja kwa stadium na kuwapigia kelele. You saw Waiguru was coaching some of them a day before the rally in Kirinyaga, and he had paid them. So we are seeing these things. Kenyans are seeing these things. Kenyans are not fools, and we are waiting for 9th. Ruto will be a distant third, not even third, with less than 2 million votes. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you Rupia kwa kutoa maoni yako. Naomba tusonge mbele kabla tuende kwa KCD, your next. I just want to shout out Anastasia Guantai sent 2,000 towards Operation Jaza Lori, and then Kenneth Agoy 100 shillings towards Operation Jaza Lori initiative Mtembei TV with Mtembei Foundation on helping out the drought victims of Marsabit. Want everybody to continue participating in this worthwhile program. I believe it's going to help a great deal. So let's be Kenyans by helping other Kenyans. Karibu KCD.
Okay, thank you very much, members. Okay, let me just start from where some other people have said Ruto and Uhuru were not politicians. If you check properly, in 2013, we never elect the leaders. We'll elect our brothers so that we hide them from ICC. That is why the economy where Kibaki left dropped down to the bottom. So if you check right now, Ruto is coming with the bottom up. I don't know whether they are coming to finish us completely from the bottom or what. Secondly, if you see Ruto, he has been just thumping saying he was the founder of Jubilee. So that means Ruto is Jubilee. Jubilee is Ruto. Is it all this what has been happening over the last 9 years? He was aware, corruption, and now we are going for Ruto to elect for the second time. I believe you check on in his campaigns, he has never touched anything about corruption. He doesn't, because most of the people, they're like birds of the same feathers flock together. Is it if you check their team, they are already flocked together, and you cannot mention anything about corruption. Kitu ya tatu, Uhuru was so clever. It is like Jesus. It's like God when he was giving the Satan a freedom to express himself. So what Uhuru did, because he saw that aliona Ruto, he was hungry for power. Alipewa chance. Hiyo chance alitumia ndio alionyesha the true color of William Ruto. By just moving all around, chasing the constructors, I don't know something like that. And that is why I don't know if God ever returned the Satan to the Eve and again. So we believe Ruto, he will never come back the bar again. I think about 70%. I have been also always talking on the Facebook saying Ruto is in his own world, based on imaginary thoughts, based on money, disciples. Like even Jesus was saying, all these people you are seeing campaigning, all these people are seeing following me, they are just there for the stomach's sake. And maybe that is why Ruto have been saying 70%. That 70% will come up from these money disciples, of which most of them will not going to vote for Ruto. I come from Rift Valley, and Rift Valley is no longer the same as it was in 2002 and 2013. He was just covering as our brother, shielding, but not seeing the something behind that of leadership. You know, as a politician, people expect you to serve them. But if you check in the South Rift or North Rift, Ruto never empower youths. I don't know whether we have youths from South Rift or we have youths from the North Rift. He has never empowered those youths. If you check, he has been going central. Let me not touch any province. You saw it, and everyone knows. Recently, he went to the South Rift after 7 years, asking for votes. Where was he all that time? Up to now, he has been going down there requesting for support for another chance. So I've been requesting Kenyans, let us vote wisely and see who is who. Thank you. Any questions?
Yeah, thank you, CD. We appreciate you towards this. We are glad that you're giving us first-hand information from the ground in Rift Valley, and let's see how things work out. Now, there are these two people on the comment section. There is Alex and Yam and Michael Mocham. Now, watch your language or we get rid of you. You are threatening to hack this channel. Please, please try something else, okay? This platform is public platform and everybody's free to come in, but you can't behave the way you want here. Calling people names is not your right and you don't have a monopoly of the same. Therefore, if you're uncomfortable with the conversation, just leave. We will not force ourselves in your space. You are the one in our space. So if what is going on here is not likable to you, take a walk. If you continue hurling insults, we'll get rid of you. We'll escort you to the fireplace. Thank you very much. So behave yourself. Debates with civility, not this whatever mindset of calling people names. You can start your own channel and invite your people that you want to allocate time to. How do you come here and begin to allocate to us how long one should speak? Why has Mio people speaking longer than UDA people? Which UDA people? Come in here and tell us what is it that you stand for as UDA. Thank you very much. Let's now hear from, I think it's time for Patriot, then WG, then David.
Patriot, can you lend me 2 minutes so that I lend you mine, because kind of getting back, if you don't mind.
I don't mind, David, but you must get that permission from Bernard. I don't mind donating that, David. Always.
Thank you, sir.
It's well, David, you can take your 2 minutes from Patriot.
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to take just 2 minutes. Thank you, Patriot, for donating me this time, because I'm getting back to work. And I feel I've been here like 1 hour. I need to just give 1 or 2 comments before I leave. One, very fast, 70% as claimed by Deputy President, in my own opinion, from where I sit, is far-fetched, because we have been on the ground, and even in a polling station, very few polling stations, except in Central, register 70% voter turnout. So when we say 70% of Kenya, that means it's more than a landslide. So I think the DP might have been excited and went overboard. Secondly, in my opinion too, I want to say that the selection of of admission of Musalia Mudavadi into UDA complicated DP's matrix or math, given that there are people who are eyeing that second position, which Mudavadi is likely to be given, unless what Ayaga said here one time that Ruto surrenders and gives Musalia to be the flag bearer. We every indication on the table shows that Musalia is going to be the deputy, is deputizing the deputy president Ruto in the presidential race. Thirdly, this one, don't misquote me, but it is my conviction that the central people will not vote for Ruto at the end of the day. I don't want to take to the bank because that one will be rude, but in my own opinion, central people will not vote William Ruto. Why? For a simple reason. Voting William Ruto to be president, it will lock them out of power for 10 years plus, because you never know what will happen. Ruto has capability of even African leaders have that tendency of even manipulating the constitution. So Ruto being young, I think the central people will not be very comfortable with him. They look for any sort of manner to ensure that he is no longer near that seat. That's my opinion. And lastly, I want to say that don't throw me stones. This is going to be the first government project to succeed. Projects are known to fail, but I'm seeing from the political happenings and the discourse people are having, more and more votes are being garnered into Azimio in favor of Raila Odinga, who is favored by the sitting government. Lastly, on a comment that someone mentioned there, I could wish to comment that a politician is anybody who wishes to get power and hold it. But Uhuru was given power. Yeah, he was fetched from wherever, was given the job for tourism board, was nominated, given a ministerial position. Uhuru has been babysitted until he became president. Even now, he doesn't understand he's a president. He has actually surrendered presidency to the opposition, to the opponent. It has never happened in any part of the world. You fight until the last man, but Uhuru has literally surrendered. Therefore, I can qualify that statement that Uhuru is not a politician. He's just a Serarak leader who was handed this thing on a silver platter. Meanwhile, vote for Baba because that's the best choice we have as at now. Ruto can wait for a longer. Thank you, guys. Thank you, panelists. Thank you, Bernard.
Thank you, David. Wacha tutuachie hapo. Patriots.
We choose not to respond to David. Thank you so much, David. I think you have done what you wanted, and that's okay. But actually, it's all right. Well, we agree with you. We agree to disagree. That's politics. Thank you so much. So let me go straight to the matter of today, Bernard. Allow me to start by saying this. From where I sit, it is very difficult for you to aspire to be a leader than it is for one to aspire to be a politician. So I don't know why they are putting so much weight, you know, and clamor and merit on political positions, because political positions do not necessarily mean leadership. Where I sit, I think unless I don't understand it, you being a politician does not necessarily mean that you're a leader. The highest position one will ever aspire to become is a leader. And leadership is so much of a high calling than just politics. So everybody's a politician. Politicians steal votes, they kill others, they come with so many things, and they are elected. Those are politicians. But to become a leader, I think is the most difficult thing. I mean, if you called me a politician, I will not take that serious. But if you call me a leader, I will appreciate, because leadership is not easy to get. It's not easy one to become a leader. So I want to talk about this 70% notion that has been flouted by the DP. I beseech, before I get to that, I beseech those who support the DP to come to the realization that things are changing so fast. If you have to ask Aluya or Abukusu for that matter, he will tell you, Vindu vichenjanga. Vindu vichenjanga. In fact, me and PK, God gave us an opportunity to travel to the mountain yesterday. And we were surprised to hear our brothers from the mountain were asking us to help them translate Vindu vichenjanga so that they can start using it in Central. You know, that's what they are looking for. They are looking for that to paraphrase what the Luyas were using. I remember mwingine anatuuliza ile Waluya wanasema ati mnahitaji ile Waluya walikuwa wanasema vitu kubadilika hiyo. It's like they are looking for a term that will reflect exactly what is happening in the mountain for the people to know. I want to authoritatively declare here on this platform with a lot of respect and a lot of you know, considerations that the mountain has changed, and we will say that categorically. The mountain is shifting very, very, very fast. Not only very fast, but very, very strategically, on a very strategic trajectory. Meaning, those who are shifting the mountain, they don't want the enemy to know. You know, that's the cunning thing that we found. We were able to find out that after Azimio la Umoja, our brothers and sisters of the mountain are even asking for our t-shirts in the market. They want t-shirts to wear. I was like, is this true? Some of them were donning. Like, there's a place we went to have our late lunch. We found there very interesting, you know, senior men in caps of Baba, and they seem to be very comfortable. They are taking these t-shirts to be fashioned. This is something that is quite telling. So if you want to tell me today that we discuss the 70% of Ruto victory, I think it is not only a dream, the way my brothers have put it, but it's also unacceptable because there is no victory for the DP in the first place. I mean, we shouldn't even discuss the percentage because, Bernard, there is nothing like a win close to the DP. Let facts be told here. You see, the mountain people have realized, ukitaka kuacha mtu usimwambie, let him continue. I remember where I come from on the Rift Valley. When we do harvesting, we use tractors to carry our maize from the plantation to the store where we go keeping. So while you're driving the tractor uphill, like those of us who come from around Mount Elgon, if you are not careful, by the time unafika kwa store, utapata tinga ina mahindi nusu because the maize is dropping and you're not even seeing. So the Mount Kenya have decided they are not boarding without Ruto knowing. They are getting off board. Wanaendelea kujitoa kama hiyo mahindi kwa tinga. By the time wanaenda kuweka mahindi ile kwa store, I think he'll be having quarter of a trailer. This is what is happening, quite unfortunately for UDA. And quite frankly speaking, I was left the happiest man yesterday when we went to the Azimio la Umoja Murang'a, and that is really what we are looking for. I also want to use this opportunity to let the people know, especially those who support the Azimio, those who support Ruto, that the Ruto brigade has actually run out of ideas. As you can see, they have run out of ideas. Now they're using the drone to magnify the crowd. When you look at how they are using the drone, it is quite interesting. Then the other thing I want us to be very honest to each other. The excitement of the crowd should tell you what these people are aspiring for. You look at the crowd when they say, UDA, bottom up, you find 15 people in the crowd raising their hands. That should tell you something. And then the rest were Meka, they are seated like this. When I look, I think to me, the gesture talks a lot. The people are just wasting the DP's time and money. He looks a frustrated man. But I want to remind him, he was warned at some point how far the mountain can be engaged with you. And I want to believe that when you talk about 70%, he was only trying to buy into a slogan that Baba is about to use. Actually, I think maybe his intelligence ilimwambia Baba ataanza kutumia 70%. So he has run, because even ile tamu walisema hatupangwingwi, he stole from us when we were in the other side. The first song that was given, that was sung, praising Baba's Azimio, that is where we had the first song, the first expression of the song, hatupangwingwi. But luckily enough, Bernard, I am happy to report here that we have a new slogan. We have a new slogan. It is catching up. Inashika moto kabisa. Na hiyo slogan ni ngumu kuisema, lakini mkirudia rudia mnaipata. Inaitwa hatutetemeshwa ngwingwi. Hatutetemeshwa ngwingwi kwa sababu ulisikia mtetemeko wapi? There wasn't. So sisi mambo ya kutetemeshwa hatuna. Sisi hatutetemeki. Hakuna mtetemeko wa ardhi. Mambo ya kupangwangwa hiyo tulitoka, because we were able to do that. Lakini kama wanataka kuona the real earthquake, the real earthquake, it is coming. Lastly, because I now I'll get time to speak again, I don't want to bore you much. Lastly, allow me to say this. The biggest challenge that we have today, Bwana Speaker, is this. I am a worried man on how the UDA are going to react when they realize that the mountain shifted a long time ago. I don't know whether the DP will wait to be defeated or he'll wait to the end and react in a manner that will not be accepted for Kenyans' peace. So I'm actually beseeching, I'm actually appealing to them that it is time they start entertaining. Well, this is my take. Don't reprimand me on that, Bernard. It is time they start entertaining Raila Odinga and Peter Kenneth ticket. They should start looking at Peter Kenneth as a deputy president. They should start looking at as Raila Odinga as our president. And I'm saying that is mine. That is mine. So let nobody reprimand me on that. So such that as we move on, they start seeing what might come in as a surprise to them. For sure, Bernard, tell our people that we will soon start to be finding out the right place kuapisha Baba. That is really our issue. Tunataka kuona Baba ataapishiwa wapi, kwa sababu hiyo mambo ukiniuliza, it is over. Lastly, the last statement I want to say is this. When you talk about, you may talk to 4 of the Mount Kenya members, 3 will tell you they are voting for Baba. So if we were to do proper poll opinion that is based on science, I think Baba is at 65 currently. And that is very sad for UDA, which I think they know. Thank you so much. Back to you, Baba.
Thank you, Patriot. I would like to notify the people who are asking for the link. We seem to have a problem posting the link on Facebook, either the page or the profile. So bear with us. You can follow the broadcast from YouTube. That's where the link is easily shared. There is some admin issues that needs to be done to rectify, and we are not able to get the admin for the Facebook page to rectify that. So bear with us. If you can't get the link on Facebook, please look for Mtembei TV Live on YouTube, then get the link from there and you can join. Or you go to Mtembei Debate Group on WhatsApp, you will get the link there, and then you are free to join. Let's keep the conversation going, but as the conversation continues, don't forget we are on Operation Jazalori, our humanitarian initiative by Mtembei TV in conjunction with Mtembei Foundation to help support our brothers and sisters who are affected by the drought in Marsabit. Kwa hivyo tunaomba kila mmoja atoe mchango wake kutumia hizo details ambazo zina scroll kwa screen. Paybill number 920581 Mtembei TV, or you're in the diaspora, you can use +254 718 Bernard Ingozi, my name, and then we'll be able to tabulate everything and be able to fill our lorry and drive to Marsabit and be able to participate in affected by the drought. So as we converse politics, let us practice our faith as well by ensuring that we extend our hand of help to those that are in need. Yes, Patriot?
Sorry for interruption. A point of order, Bernard. There is somebody who has posted a statement on the private chat. I beseech you that let that person withdraw that statement and apologize. You can look at it. It's not palatable. Somebody has just posted and is sitting with us here. Look at it and see. You cannot use those kind of terms to a leader, whether it is the DP or Raila Odinga. To me, I don't think that's correct. Find out the person and let him withdraw that. It's unfair. Whoever has done that, please.
Ben Dove, we've been here before, and we give you an opportunity to make your submission. We interrogated your submission. We give you an opportunity to defend yourself. I don't see why you should begin to reason the way you are reasoning. I have said UDA is a political party like ODM or any other party, as it is stated. Supporting it is nothing illegal. It's everything constitutionally right. But what you are saying right now, it's disgusting. It shouldn't be entertained. And so for that matter, you are hereby asked to withdraw that, your statement, or just go and find a space where you can express that, not here. I don't think you can even refer that to your grandpa or any of your relatives. So this political naivety that you people think you can call anybody any name because it is politics, I don't entertain it, please. There are some things you can even feel in your heart that your mouth and your fingers should refuse to type, simply because you have been well raised to respect elders. There is no future for any young man who has no regard for the elders, not from the biblical point of view, not from the historical point of view, not from the African traditional setting. So if you think you are that young and you can insult Raila Odinga and you think you are building your political career, ask Moses Kuria, ask all the people that were young and took on themselves to fight Raila Odinga in public, calling him names. Where are they? How is their political star rising? Even one of the problems the DP is suffering from is that one, disregarding the elders. And it's going to make him pay big time. So let's not do that. So, Ben, I give you an opportunity to withdraw your statement, or if you stand by the same, we reprimand you for the same. Okay, he seems not to be there, or he just chosen to be quiet. All the same, let's please observe civility as we debate. Respect people. You don't lose anything by respecting people. And anybody who is intelligent enough knows that respecting people makes you more receivable, more understandable, and more relatable. But when you want to climb on everybody's head and call them names, it paints you as a bad person in the first place, and nobody wants to come near you. And so if you want people to be attracted to UDA, change your language. People are not comfortable with your language. That's why they are keeping off. And nobody's going to join a gang of insulters so that he can learn to insult. Yeah, in fact, one of the things that is making some politicians become very difficult, you know, to be at home in UDA is their language. You can't use insult as your brand and expect to take leadership from any country. You can't, not even in Kenya. So let's behave ourselves. Tobias, are you still there? Okay, Operation Fagia yote. We want to keep the screen alive, so if you must stay behind the curtain, you must obtain express permission from us. If you can't do that, then too bad. Let's now hear from WG.
Thank you, Bernard. How have you been, Patriot? How are you, my brother? Asante sana.
I'm fine,
Remember, I've seen
WG.
you there.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Asante sana, and the rest of the panelists. I want to say that the 70% is a wishful thinking from the deputy president's side, because when you mean something, you state it and then you give the means. It's like someone saying, I want to arrive in Nairobi in the next 3 hours, but he's taking a lorry. Is in a lorry. How is that practical? So when you are stating that you will beat someone by 70%, and you don't show the means of you reaching there, and the ground is also speaking otherwise, then it beats all the logics. So let us see how practical it is. Can William Ruto even manage to garner like 50% of the votes? I'm not seeing it, because let's take, for example, Ukambani. Someone may argue that Kalonzo has come up, and judging from the crowds is attracting, is going to have a sizable number. The next group is that of the governors. The governors are on Raila's side. So who will vote for William Ruto in Ukambani if they are not going to vote for Oka? Then the other guys who will benefit apart from the Oka guys, then it is through the help of the governors, the votes will come to Azimio. Western would have been the biggest battlefield, but after Mudavadi went there with an empty shell, in fact, as far as late as today, I saw on social media the MP for is it who someone Ijedi or someone who's been under ANC today decamped to DAP. So around Vihiga and Kakamega, I'm seeing that the Azimio is going to carry the day, karibu almost everyone, because if they are not going to remain in ODM, then the other outfit of DAP is going. Actually, it's going to be the highest or the most winner for the fallout. So everyone is leaving Modavadi, and this is an indicator that people there, the Western people, are not they are not comfortable with UDA, and yeah, I'm not seeing any chance of William Ruto garnering.
It was Butere, member of parliament.
It was Butere, yes. Yes, it was Butere. He declared today that the ground is so hostile to UDA, nobody wants to hear about that. So Western is going to come out of that empty-handed. Coast, when you look at the activities, even in the absence of Raila Odinga in that area, political, temperature there is so hot, and the crowd is so high, but the crowd are gathered by the grassroots leaders. like the ODM leader, the aspirants, and if when you see the crowd, the way they are donning the orange colors, they are deeply in ODM, from Kwale to Malindi to Kilifi. So I'm not seeing UDA making inroads there. So when I look at Central, the enthusiasm and the excitement that used to greet the DP when DP was around has died down terribly. I was looking at Kiambu today, where he was. The crowds were just staring. Very few small pockets of supporters were excited. Very small pocket of people. The rest were just on the periphery. What does that tell you? Is that, like we had opined here sometimes back, is that William Ruto was like a dancer who gets to the stage too early, so that by the time the other dancers now arrive, his dancing style has become monotonous and nobody is able to enjoy anymore. That is what is happening to William Ruto. As we go forward, we are going to see now what we are talking about taking effect practically. People will begin moving. And that's the reason why, like yesterday's topic, I stated that perception, William Ruto wants to make a perception that he is still very relevant, he is growing. That's the reason why even the slightest defection is magnified. When people like Jaguar, confirms that they've entered UDA, it will be all over social media. But today, like the guy in Butere, did you even hear Azimio stating that they've gotten a new guy, defecting to Azimio? There wasn't something like that. So much is happening at the grassroots level that is turning it is turning grounds against the UDA. So moving forward, we will be seeing after people have confirmed, there are those who will now are waiting to confirm that actually UDA is heading nowhere, and then they would begin bolting out in mercy. But however, I would urge the deputy president to keep it up, because if he tries to move out or is dispirited, then this game is not going to be as sweet as we are experiencing it now. We want a good competition, and that can only come from him when he keeps the spirit. We want a good competition from by April. So that is my take for today. But I want someone said here. I'm urging the UDA guys to desist from throwing some words that are not, they cannot substantiate. If someone states that Raila Odinga will never be president, that's who gives people authority for them to become president? You cannot state like that. So I'm one person who believes that Raila Odinga, first of all, has known that he can become president. That's the reason why he's thrown his weight, on the ring. And any other person, even Kalonzo Musyoka, he has his right. We cannot say that he can never become a president. Many things can happen. It's still early. Asante sana.
Okay, thank you, WG. I want us to make progress. Is the turn for Stone PK.
Thank you very much, Bernard, Temba. I see fellow panelists there. I can see Patriot is so early today. Bundi, Jose WG. Naona Jared amekaa pale na namsubiri sana nisikie mapya leo kutoka kwake. Duke, amjambo wote, and yes, let me do my maiden submission today. I'll begin by saying one, conmen ambao they are always being referred to as matapeli, they are born. Thieves are born. Okay, murderers are born, and you can see those traits from even when they are toddlers, when they are growing up. And there is no shrewdness in murdering, in conning, and in all that. Hizo tu ni ushetani. Okay, so basically, conman grow up, and as you grow, the more conning you become. Statements like you can score 70% in Kenyan politics today, and especially when you are associated with people like DP Ruto, I think these are dreams. But again, as I said, conmen are born. That's why today we talk of billions of shillings being stolen left, right, and center. It's stolen by human beings. Watoto wa kina mama hao wamezaliwa ndio wanaiba. So no wonder we have those kind of things. But on the other flip of the chart, you find statesmen, you find leaders, very refined, people who can fight for a common path for mwananchi wa kawaida. Very rare. Those are very rare characters. Somebody who enters a hotel and before he orders his mandazi, he looks around to see who else could be in that hotel, and anybody without something to bite, anasema jameni, as you bring my cup of tea, can you also share that sister of mine seated there, or brother or daddy seated there, he doesn't seem to be having something, muulize kama angetaka kupata kitu. Those are very rare people. And among those rare people, that's where you find the categories of Akina Baba, Raila Odinga. That's why you see he has that charisma. People get attracted to him. He doesn't have to go home kila nyumba akipiga hodi watu waende mikutano yake, for example. He doesn't have to keep on announcing and putting heavy adverts that tomorrow Raila will be in Ihura Stadium, so all of you should be there. No, it's because people are pulled by his talks. Anytime he opens up his mouth, he's talking and spewing what people would want to hear. Okay, and that's why hiyo utakuta inatembea, ukweli unatembea, but uongo uwezi ukatamba, because uongo, lies have no legs. Lies cannot go anywhere. They just sprout and then they melt, because the lies have no life. I would want to, I'm driving towards this 70% joke. To me, I would say it's a real joke or a dream, as most of my panelists have said. You will also find there are issues that, and I don't know how they will be solved. For example, the 20708 issues, the PEVs, those are critical. And that's why personally I believe in life, other than standing to say sorry, I'd rather avoid to do something that will make me sorry. I followed that principle in life. If I know if I do something, I'll be asked to go and apologize, I will struggle not to do it. One, to disrespect old people. That I would endeavor never to do, because it is painful to go saying sorry. But again, there are those who are careless. They just go throwing things left, right, and center. And for anybody to even stand up and have guts to insult people, old people like Raila, who can even, to some of us, can be a granny, seriously, you don't expect blessings. And that's why I personally believe that William Ruto will never make it as a president, not because of me, PK Stone, but because of the laana zile amepata, matusi. Every time you wake up, matusi. Look at people like Gachagua, Rigathi, who is spouting there, trying to say that he can become a deputy. Rigathi is cast by his Nyeri people. For those of you who don't know, Kikuyus hate him. Let me use that term, because he has impoverished people in Nyeri. He has impoverished children who should be doing universities and secondaries and all that. He stole money through his brother, who was the governor. These are truths that Kikuyus are not going to vote for Ruto. This is bitter truth. Okay, for those of us who go around there, and if you want to confirm, you can talk to people from Nyeri. Yeah.
PK,
Okay.
if the allegations, call them allegations. If they are realities, they will need substantiation and defense in the court of law. So please.
Okay. For the sake of this TV, let me say allegations. Okay, but allegations that anybody can go on the ground and try to find out. You will not talk to more than 5 people before 3 of you tell you the same. But okay, let them remain allegations. The allegations of 17 billion, it's not an allegation, it's a matter in court which has not been settled yet. Okay, and this came from the county of Nyeri. So these guys, they know, it pains them when their health level is going down. Their hospitals have not this. Anyway, why I'm bringing you this is to show you the people that now Ruto thinks are going to help him get the votes from Central, you know. And he has realized that as he's traveling along, and that's where you see the voices growing in volume in Arudi Chini, because the reality is dawning on him. Then there are issues like Bahati 2007 that has never been erased from the minds of those who are affected. So, and the fact that people are quiet about it, it doesn't tell you that they are forgotten. So when you now come back to tell them now you want to be their leader, my friend, let's call a spade a spade. Huyo mtu hawezi kukupigia kura, upende usipende. So basically, somebody said here in the panel, I think it's Patriot who said, there are people who don't tell you atutakuja. They pretend, unatuita tutakam. So sisi party ya DP akiitana lunch, watu wote wanasema tutakuja, and they come and eat. But wanajua na waliongea juzi na Kikikuyu kwamba tortoise meeting is always at the shamba la kunde. Hapo ndio tortoise ukutana, ndio unaona kichwa ya nani ya anaitwaje huyu tortoise kwa Kiingereza anaitwa nani? Princess yuko hapa atanisaidia. Okay? That is when you see the head of a tortoise. Mzee Kobe. Ukitaka kuona kichwa cha Mzee Kobe.
He was asking what's the name of tortoise in English, not Swahili.
The opposite.
Tortoise is English, Swahili is Mzee Kobe.
Yeah, sorry.
Bernard umeenjoy PK.
Yeah, so ukitaka kuona kichwa cha Mzee Kobe, hebu jaribu kuning'inia matawi ya kunde. Utaona akitoa, atadhani amefika kwenye shamba. That aside, there are also things that when you talk of 70% is actually a dream. We were there yesterday, and one of our mission was not to sit on the high tables to dine with the mission yetu aswa people who really are concerned about Baba was to interact uko ndani. We left Murang'a almost around I think 8 to 9 there. We spent time with real people. During the meeting, you interact, because they couldn't know who we are, although we were downing, the Azmio diaspora t-shirts or brand, and they could get attracted, and they could open conversations themselves, saying why they think this mzee should get it. And this we are telling you without kupakapaka ati marangi ndio tufurahishe watu. No, it is true. And we would even try to avoid, because we wanted to interact with as many people as possible. In the entire town of Murang'a, you find people wearing the brand, and those who are with caps, these blue caps, na Raila brand, they are so happy. Never would that have ever happened in Central. Okay, so truly speaking, one speaker, I think is David, who said, Central will not vote for Ruto. That can be taken to any bank. Sincerely speaking, the most Ruto will get in Central might be 10% of the crazy young generation, sorry to use that term, the young generation of the types of Tobias who who does not seem to know what a politician is, what a leader is, sincerely. I mean, if those are the kind of people just screaming, Ruto, 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 they don't know why they want to vote for Ruto. They don't know why they don't want to vote for Raila. They are just saying, oh, you know, Ruto is smart, Ruto is shrewd. You ask them to define the term shrewdness. No one gives you that. To determine the term DP, they even don't know what the DP is supposed to be doing. So basically, if he gets 10% in Central, he will have done an excellent job. Lastly, I think in this TV, we need sometimes to really, maybe we should start TV1 and TV2. Ndio tuwe na wale, you know, because we cannot come here to start defining who a politician is and who a leader is. If you are coming to this debate and you really don't know what a politician is, you are coming to make statement, Peter Stone PK is not a politician. Bernard is not a politician. And when you are asked who is a politician, you even don't know the basic definition of a politician. Who a leader is, you don't know. So I think some of those people will be wasting time. For those of us who want to engage in very educative debates, you know, naivety can be put in another category. Tutaweza kuwekea level ingine hapo chini ya TV2, wao wanajifunza siasa huko, alafu waache maguru pande hii ingine, because we want people who can add a lot of value here. You know, we want to somebody akituambia Azimio is not doing well in Bungoma, anakuwa akona some basics, at least 40%. Hatutaki mtu awe very due. Tell us, I was in Bungoma. Like now there's somebody who posted, he said, hey, I was in Mwea. And surprising, the people I talked to in Mwea were telling me about Raila. That is somebody who is really giving us some insight of what he has learned yesterday or today. So basically, that should be the aim of our TV, other than just pastime, you know, passing time with arguments that are not neither here or not there. So basically, let me leave it there, and I'll come back later. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Stone PK. We appreciate your perspective. Let's keep the conversation going. And remember, Operation Jaza Lori bado inaendelea. We will be confirming whether we are closing today or we proceed. So far, I have received Lucky Oremo 250 Kenya shillings, Farid Osman 1,514, Kiplangat Sitienai 100 shillings, and Javan Stephen 200 shillings. Let's keep contributing to Jaza Lori yetu, tupelekee watu wa Marsabit ambao wako affected na drought. This is an initiative of Mtembei TV and Mtembei Foundation. We are inviting our entire global family to participate in the same. Thank you very much. Use the details on your screen right now to make your contribution. Yes, Patriot?
Last time I checked with my account office, I had left some message for you and you have not picked that parcel. So I don't want to reprimand you in public. You need to, don't embarrass me, Bernard. You need to do the right thing. Thank you. You understand, Bernard.
Asante Papa. Nimesikia. Naomba tumsikilize anaitwa nani, Jared.
Yani Bernard unanipita tu saa zote.
No. Jo, mimi nimekuzoea. Asante sana kwa kufika. Karibu katika zizi la wenye hekima ya kisiasa, lakini kaa kwa line tafadhali. Karibu Jared.
Thank you, Bernard. Thank you, the panel. First of all, I also concur with my panelists. Bernard and Mtembei TV, you are doing the good job for taking care of our less fortunate on the side of donations. At the end of the day, we are human beings, so we don't forget that. And I'd send my donations, Bernard. I hope you received it. So that is a side of us being human beings. Now, coming back to what we have today, with my brothers of Azimio, I would like to put some records straight. First, we don't have to take so serious on political statements. 70% is a political statement. Maybe I can try to refresh your minds, Patriot, WG, Stone PK, that in 2017, there was a 10 million strong. If you remember, a 10 million strong.
I knew you go to that 10 million strong.
Okay,
I
good.
knew.
So I don't know how closer we came with that, but so I just wanted to make sure that we know the reality when we are very realistic. I don't know in today's politics in Kenya, anybody will get even to 60. They will be barely on 50s. That is the reality of Kenya. No matter how you look at it, we will still be almost divided, almost equally. So it's a little bit of here which we have mastered, where we're gonna close ourselves to our 54, 55, and then win this thing. You know, in first round, basically what we are trying to say, this thing we have seen it from far. You know, they say in Swahili, tumeionea mbali 18, vile tunafuka huko, because you know we have this experience. I want to remind you a few things which has been done. If you go back,
we have this experience. Substantiate. We have this experience.
Yeah,
just qualify it.
Yeah, I can qualify. That's what I want to qualify, this experience of seeing this thing from very far. You know, when we got those who have followed the politics in 2010, when the new constitution came in, one of the things which was agreed is that the attorney general was going to leave after the new constitution, so that we get another new new attorney general, and we reconstituted the Supreme Court. If you look at what happened, more especially in the Supreme Court, there were people who were influenced, which we at that time, the political class considered that this would help the opposition, and that is the William Tunga, who was considered that he has come from the trenches, he's gonna help. But once he got in there, the story was different. That's one case. Another case was the IEPC. When we changed the IEPC, we brought Isaac Hassan, who was considered, actually was proposed by the Raila team. Things changed when time came. And now we are seeing that same trend, that we are feeling confident. Oh, we have Uchepkati, we have the same team going back. We have seen the former CEO going to communications. We have seen Kassaid in charge of data. All these things we are seeing, but we're trying to remind you, we see this thing from very far. Those who you think are your friends today, that day they might betray you. Keep that in mind. We are very confident that we might not have the 90 we thought we would have from Central or Mount Kenya. That is where Ligati was talking about the 70%. That's why we have gone to other side of the Western to bring in now another force from there. Our goal is to win the first round, not even going to the second round, winning the first round. All we are asking is those of you who still are not believing, who are saying that the only reason you want to vote for Raila, that Raila cannot go 10 years. Come on, who told you that? People thought that the Kibaki will rule only 5 years. He ruled 10 years, and they still, as my recollection, he's still alive. So don't let us not say we are voting Raila because, oh, if Ruto wins, it will take 10 years. Even Raila, if he wins, it will take 10 years. That should not be the reason to say we are electing this person or the other. And I want to also bring this other thing, which I've had many
point
people...
of order, Bernard. Jared, the point of order, please. Point of order.
Go ahead, sir.
Yes, Patrick.
Yeah, Jared, I think you are on track giving your submission. I only interjected to put you back to order. You see, when you make debates outside there and people make comments with you, don't bring those comments to be our comments, because from my listening, you seem to be mixing with what you have been discussing with people outside this forum. Nobody has said, if my recollection is right, nobody has mentioned today that we are voting for Raila because we think he's going for 5 years. If there is anybody who has mentioned, I stand to be corrected. But if my memory serves me right, that is something that you have picked from a different forum, not this one. Please, I stand to be corrected, Jared, on that.
Thank you. And I also recollect that it might have not been put directly that he will go 5 years, but it was put that if you fought for Ruto, he might even change and go for more. That was put in that perspective. What it means is that, oh, we're voting this other person because he will not go for longer. That's where I was putting. It might have not been straight, but that's what it meant. So, Stone PK, you want to also interject? You can. You know, I'm a brave man.
Okay, thank you, Gerard. Here is not about bravado, but just the reasoning. Yeah, I wanted to add also the insinuation that when people are appointed into offices, let's say IBC and all that, you're insinuating that, it's like they are supported by, for example, Baba, Raila, so that they go and play favorism for them. I don't think Raila cares whoever becomes there, so long as he's not a crook. And that's why somebody like Isaac, he was just supported there as a fresh blood, and because he qualified for the office. It was not that you go there and you utatusaidia. In fact, Baba does not need any help. He has proved. The only thing that people do there is stealing. Who is crying foul today? Ati tukiwashinda mkubali. Who has started crying that? It's UDA side. Baba does not go into those cheap speculations, that, now, because now IBC is not with people from my tribe or people from wherever. Okay, so please don't bring that that to us. Anybody can be in IBC so long as they are people of integrity. Thank you.
Thank you, my brother. I think I will have to refresh your mind a little bit, because I've also been following this politics for some time. One of the contention in 2007 is because Kibaki replaced the IPC on his own without involving others. That whoever he appointed was people who were going to be on his favor, if you recall yourself. So these people, they don't go there without interests. You put somebody there who you think it will take your interest. That's a fact. Okay? Otherwise, we will not be talking here why we're pointing at this and this. So no, they are interests. So these people, they don't just go there for nothing. They have to cater for some interest. That's the reality. Unfortunately, we have not got to that
interest to rig election. No, that can't go. That can't go. Interest to rig election? No.
I didn't say that. Don't put on the rigging. I never mentioned the rigging, but I said to take care of interest.
Jared,
yes,
from your submission so far, I can see that there is a line of thought you are pursuing, that you are very choosy with what you are sharing, so that you favor your line of thought and you are not interested in facts. Okay. The change of guard at IBC in 2007 was necessitated by the transition IIBC. Okay. IIBC, that was after ECK from Kivuitu. Okay. Isaac Hassan led successfully the IIBC that brought about the 2010 constitution. Then thereafter is when IBC was born. Now, the appointment of Isaac was not as a result of Raila looking for somebody favorable to make him win an election. From history, Raila has never looked for a shortcut to win election. In fact, he doesn't want to be president if he, by default, he wants to be president by clearly winning an election and is declared a winner. If he wanted shortcut, he would have used any shortcut and become president. But for his commitment to the rule of law and commitment to the right governance of this country, he has stuck by what is required. You talked about William Tunga. William Tunga's ruling for 2013 has been expunged from all legal reference books because it holds no water. Every person who has sense of law cannot refer to that. Why? He turned against, he dismissed a case based on technicalities without looking into the merits and the demerits of the case. Now, that in itself, if the whole world has expunged it from legal books, why should it be an issue of discussion here? So, and it wasn't that William Tunga was going to swear in Raila because he was in the trenches with Raila. Let us keep everything in its proper perspective. If we're going to have, William Ruto is capable of winning an election against Raila Odinga, 9th of August is going to prove it. But from where I sit, William Ruto doesn't have a stamina to win any election against Raila Odinga. And that is why he could not stand to see the BBI go to the referendum, because it would have swept him clean. His numbers would have thrown him in the wherever, in the dustbin. And as at now, he will be doing very badly. So if there is general elections that William Ruto can win against Raila Odinga, maybe when Raila Odinga withdraws from an election. In fact, when Raila Odinga withdrew from the 2017 repeat elections, he still won by withdrawing, whereby there was a struggle of William Ruto and Uhuru Kenyatta to raise the 25% required in 24 counties. It is that bad when it comes to general election from a plain ground. But since you have brought in the issue of the kind of ICT people you have in the IBC and the kind of leadership you have in the IBC, we welcome your approach. But this time, things are not the same.
Thank you. Thank you. I know that you forgot.
Bernard, I'd like to add one thing on the same thing that you people are talking about. I totally agree with Jared, what he's saying in his line of thought. We cannot just dismiss it like that, because politics is about perception. And when Hassan was appointed, I think it was ECK by then, and also William Mutunga, somehow the perception was that the Raila team had some confidence in them. It's a perception. He has not said that it is actually a fact that Raila thought this way, but the perception of members of the public, not leave alone about Raila, members of the public and members, maybe supporters of Raila, had the perception that these people would be at least more neutral, but they turned actually not neutral as people thought. So I totally agree with what Jared is saying. The perception was there, and all of us, we know that the perception was there. It might be wrong, it might be right, but the perception was there, and politics is about perception. That's what I want to say. But I also want to say that
the perception in the sense that they will get a fair hearing, not that
Thank
they will
you.
be held
Thank you, Bernard.
to get a fair hearing. Because remember, 2007,
Thank you,
they refused
Bernard.
to go
Thank
to
you,
court
Bernard.
because the court would not give them a ruling based on the previous presidential contestation that were happened, where judges used to receive a phone call.
I think that is what Jared is saying. Maybe Jared has used some words, but I think that is what is the back of his mind. The perception was there.
No, that is not what he's saying. He's saying
no.
That is not what he's saying.
So that they
No,
can
Joe,
get favors.
that's not what he's
That's
saying.
what he is
That's
saying.
not
Stop,
what he's
Joe. Where there is something, but
Okay,
we'll deal with
Bernard.
you later. So,
Okay,
Gerard,
Bernard.
conclude, please. We want
Okay,
to
Bernard,
move to
maybe I want to bring you some examples so that you can relate it to them. That one you might relate to them. It is in public knowledge that today if Raila says Anne Waiguru is clean, Kenya knows Anne Waiguru is clean.
Wrong, wrong also.
Yeah.
So,
Somebody was trying to say something.
just carry on. Yes, if Raila says Anna Waiguru is clein, Waiguru becomes clean. Okay.
And if Raila says that is a lopa or is corrupt, then people know he's corrupt. Okay. So that is the kind of perception, my friend, you collected well. The assumption and the perception. In fact, those of us who were in opposition, that's the truth be told, we were disappointed with what we got from William Mutunga. We thought that there could be fairness when we have somebody who has known the struggle, but he chose the government of the day. The same thing, the Jubilee government was very disappointed of Maraga. They chose Maraga because they thought that Maraga will be more conservative, but he turned out to be somebody different. And this happens all over. You pick somebody, you're thinking that it will
Bernard.
Please, I want us to move from that. We are dwelling too much with Jared. Please, let's give him ample time to conclude.
But he's misleading us, Bernard. He's throwing us into the ditch.
No,
he's the one who is doing
it. Am I misreading?
Order.
Okay.
Order. Thank you.
I'm taking you to see how the 70% will also get the voters to know
Jared,
this is the winning team.
Jared, okay? I just want to ask you. You say if Raila says Anna Waiguru is clean, every Kenyan will accept it. Can that also go for DP, William Ruto?
No, I don't want to say that because the only person who can...
No. They are both politicians and they are in the race. And according to you, even DP is ahead. So is the DP believable as Raila is believable in the ears of Kenyans?
Being one thing we have to do is also to do justice. There is nobody like Raila in Kenya.
That's what I'm asking. That justice.
Yes. But I'm coming back. I'm telling you, there is nobody like Raila. Raila is in his different in a different class. Today, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta is the president. Those of us or those of you, whoever believes that he won the majority, okay? Even today, even Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta might say something and people might not take it. But Raila, if he says something, he had that in him. And that's a special thing which he has, okay? And that's where now Ruto is still junior, is coming up. We have to face it. What Raila has always failed to is the strategy to close, to get the keys to the State House. And we don't know if he has got it. I think you said, Bernard, which was also...
Again, that's wrong. That's wrong. We will not listen to that also.
Tony PK, relax. Please stay in order.
Please. Give a man his due, you know? So, Bernard said that Raila does not need any favor. To us, where we sit from, Raila has changed. He has realized that I need to go slow. It's not the Raila of yesterday. Raila could not be begging to be a project. He has accepted to be a project because he has tried other ways which has failed. Now he's hoping his only peg is to be a project.
Jared, relax. You cannot say Raila is begging. You people in strategy, okay? Why can't you also see that Raila going for handshake and collaborating with Uhuru Kenyatta is a strategy to win an election? Why should that be a begging? And on the other side, you're crying that you abandoned your promise 10, they didn't give you 10. So if you want justice, you be just. You come with clean hands. You say he has pulled another rabbit from the sack that by collaboration he can win, other than constant resistance and constant activism.
Bernard, and that's a very good strategy which Raila has taken and which has now took him to Mount Kenya. I equally was very happy that in this age of a day, we would see Raila being welcomed in Central. That brings up democracy is moving. But this is where you're not giving credit to Dr. William Samoei Ruto having a foresighted to see that these guys are just playing with me with the handshake that it has nothing to do with 2022, and they started marathon earlier. If he could have waited, it would be sunk by now. So give credit equally where it is. Raila has seen that my strategy, I have to go through the handshake, allow myself to become a project so that I can get, if I can get to where I need to be. But also, we had seen this from 18. So we started our own strategy walking away. So you have to give us. That's why we are saying everything you are doing, we are seeing it far and we are encountering it. You will be surprised.
Thank you. Please conclude to Songambele.
Okay, so what I'm saying is that when we say the 75%, the 70%, it's real. We give that, so if we get 54, we still be a close. Our target is a clear goal, is that please, we cannot deal with a project. A project, Raila, is not good for Kenya. We wanted Raila himself.
Bernard,
Not a project.
Hold on,
Bernard.
please. I want that settled. Gerard, if you make 34%, you'll have tried. You can bank that and keep it as a record to check it on the 9th of August 2022. If you make 34%, you will have tried. Thank you very much.
Bernard, I want to talk about the project he's talking about.
Ngoja tutazungumzia kuhusu project baadaye. Okay? Naomba tusoke mbele. Kuna watu tumeka kwa queue for a very long time. I want
All right, thank you.
Thank you. There was a special request from Aden, so I know Duke came before. Joe, ngoja kwanza. Hii line mimi nimeionea 18. Umeambiwa. Ukiingia mimi nakutimia. Kwanza nimekutaka. So relax hapo. Tusikilize Aden ame request because he's I think leaving. Let him make submission, then we go to Duke and then Joe. Asante. Na Joe
Bernard, hello.
Wacha mbio. Wewe kwanza kipindi cha watoto kwenda kulala kijafika, wazee ndio muongee wakati watoto wameenda kulala. We relax. Aden Abdi, karibu.
Thank you, Bernard. And I will just be brief on this matter. And 70 plus 1 is just a joke. And not Raila, not Uhuru will both get 70 plus 1. Forget about even 70. The number, the constitution required number for a president to win election, both of these guys will not get. So, and I will not waste much time on this 70 plus 1. But it is just a talk, political talk. But completely for me as an ODM supporter, actually my issue is not that. My issue is the party itself, the ODM. And is the party really progressing from 2013, 2017 and now? So the party had, because I believe Raila Odinga, the only thing that is leaving behind his supporters, it is the party. So we actually missed few things here and there. One of them was actually the NASA fallout. It was, according to me, it was a mistake. Actually, it's not even NASA. It started from 2007, where William Ruto, because William Ruto was the man who, in campaigning for the party, it was the kingpin from the Rift Valley. He gathered more votes than any other Pentagon person. And we just left him alone just like that. That to me was a mistake we did in 2007. And because of when the position of the Grand Coalition government, and we gave Musalia Mudavadi and position of the deputy prime minister, and Ruto, we just left him like that, because you see, you give person a position depending on what he gathered for you. So that was a big mistake from 2007. And forget about even position, issue of IEBC.
Abdi, before
Sorry, I
you
take
talk,
you back. Sorry, I take you
ngoja
back.
kwanza
Yes.
Abdi, nakuuliza
Yes.
swali. You wanted us to choose
Yes.
William Ruto over Mau Forest.
Say again?
You wanted us to retain William Ruto and let go Mau Forest because the contents, the released issue was Raila wanted to save Mau Forest, and he was told, if you tried, we are going to take Rift Valley from you.
I think he has not got there. I think he has not got there.
If I'm not wrong, yeah.
He has not got to Mao.
No.
If I'm right, let me answer for Bennett.
He's saying we let go William Ruto and it was a mistake. And I'm asking, how would it be a mistake if William Ruto demanded that it should be what? If he will stay in ODM, we should keep off saving Mau Forest.
Let me answer for you that, my good friend Bernard.
Yes.
The issue of Mao, I think it was the issue of the post-election violence, the issue of the sharing position. The issue of Mao came up as a campaign tool for William Ruto after the fallout of Ruto and the Prime Minister Raila Odinga, if I'm not wrong. So
No.
Mao was
get your facts right. It is not accurate. The fallout was
No. Bernard. Just one Bernard, Abdi so far is right. You're talking of Mao. Mao was when there was a fallout. Abdi is talking when Ruto was in ODM. But where
Mao was when Ruto was in ODM.
No. Bernard, when 2007, when they went to a coalition government, instead of giving him the deputy prime minister, he gave to Musalia.
Jared, you're misleading. No, Jared, you're introducing something different.
Order. Here, as if we were not in this country. The issue of deputy prime minister was given to Musalia Mudavadi because Musalia Mudavadi was the deputy running mate of Baba in the presidential election.
Bernard,
it had nothing to do with how many votes somebody brought.
Bernard,
there was a contention.
Give it to me.
There was a contention where.
Let me go by this.
Bernard, just
let me go by this.
Adam, go ahead.
Wait. You guys are misleading. You want to mislead Bernard. Bernard is right. Bernard is very right in what he's saying. The order of ODM was listen first. Let me just conclude this. There was a presidential candidate, Raila Odinga. The running mate was Musalia Mudavadi. The prime minister was to be the honorable Ruto. That was the order. That is if they had won the election. Baba, if the election was taken, Baba was to be the president. But in this case, they had to downscale. That is why Baba took the prime minister. The next person in command went for the assistant prime minister, and the third person got the Ministry of Agriculture. That is very true. So you expected the prime minister to give his position as a leader of ODM to Ruto because he gave him more votes. That wasn't going to be. So please, let's have facts, my brother. Yeah.
The decision was made at Kasarani on how many people somebody got from the delegates voting. Baba became number 1, David number 2, Ruto number 3. That's where the decision was made. So you cannot say that after the elections, you now overturn the number 2, you make number 2, number 3, and then number 3, number 2.
No, Bernard, you are right. Bernard, you are right. If I can say one thing, please.
Please,
Bernard, you are right. You're right. That is the way it should be.
Order, everybody, let's listen to Mama Selina.
Wacha niseme hivi. Kasarani, Koskei was vice chair. And then wakati tulikuwa Kasarani, ilikuwa inategemea Western wako na delegates wengi. So sisi wenye tulikuwa Rift Valley, hakuna vile Koskei angekuwa vice chair na Ruto apate kiti. So ilikuwa inaenda Ruto tu alipatiwa hiyo ya nini, kwa sababu Koskei alikuwa vice chair, Raila alikuwa chair, Musalia alikuwa vice chair. So ilikuwa inaenda na provinces. Na wakati walipanga hivyo, watu ya Coast, watu ya Western walikuwa wengi kutusiti Rift Valley. So ikawa Rift Valley, kwanza Ruto na Koskei, raia waliatangulia kwenda kwa Raila. So viongozi walifuata wananchi, ndio Wakalenjin wakaita Raila Arab Mibei. So Raila, all these Kalenjin hawakukuwa na raia. So Ruto wakati alikuja with that aggressive, akashindana na kina Koskei. Sasa wakati alikuwa huko ndio akapatiwa Ministry of Agriculture, wakasema Kalenjin tunataka positions. So Ruto akapatiwa a powerful position kwamba afuate, lakini pale kulikuwa Koskei na alikuwa na cheo. So hivyo ndio ilienda. So mkisema alinyimwa, akunyimwa. Wakati aliingia Ministry of Agriculture na ile ministries yote Raila alipatia Wakalenjin, ikakuwa yeye aliweka watu. Unajua sasa, kwa hiyo alikuwa amejipanga, akatupa watu kama kina Sally Koskei, wale watu wote kama kina Henry Koskei, na yeye akaweka watu yake kama deputy kwa hiyo serikali. So hapo ndio ikakuja mambo ya Mau. Wakati wa Kalenjin walikaa chini, ndio Raila akasema msitoe watu wadogo, muwache watu wakubwa. Ikakuja kitu ilisemekana Raila ameita Wakalenjin samaki kubwa na kuna samaki ndogo. So hapo msichanganye. Raila hata today raia ya Wakalenjin, Raila wakati alisave Mao, Ruto akiwa serikali na Uhuru, yeye ndiye ameenda tena kunyanyasa hiyo Wakalenjin ya Mao, si Raila tena, ni Ruto kwa serikali.
Hello, Bernard.
Okay,
Bernard,
thank you.
let me go ahead.
Ngoja kwanza. I think that's an accurate historical account. So Aden, peana maoni yako kulingana na vile mambo inafuata. I mean with the historical facts. Go ahead.
Bernard, thank you guys for your contribution. And I am an ODM supporter. I have voted for Baba from 2013 and 2017. And the repeat of election, when Baba said we should boycott, I boycott. And actually, maybe some of you who are right now ODM supporter, and for me, I gone to an extra mile. Nilitoa line yangu ya Safaricom and sikununua maziwa ya KCC for 2 months. So you see everything that pengine we Bernard ulikuwa unakunywa hiyo maziwa na hiyo Safaricom line ulikuwa nayo. So you see the issue where because I say this, the only thing that we are inheriting from Baba, it is the party. Currently, as we speak, there are still people who are messing up with the party. Let me give you an example. Forget about the 2007 election and the Ruto and the Nene, because the issue of NASA fallout. Personally, I don't agree that. Baba angefanya kila inaweza takikana to make sure that these guys still we are still together. But you see, the NASA fallout came, the issue of when the issue of these guys complained that the sharing of the party money, and the buck stops with Baba. Call these guys, talk to them, because you need them 2022, unless Baba was not interested in 2022. And I remember The guy we were facing 2022 is William Ruto. The guy who locked the central. You know, we need to be honest. We need to, not just because of I support this or I support that, and then you just say it the way you believe or the way you want things to be. The fact is that this guy, we are competing with him, have a majority votes in central. A very good indicator to measure that if William Ruto still controls the central, it is just recently by elections. That was just a good indicator. And right now, as we speak, I'm telling you, and God willing, in 2022, I'll vote for Baba. But when it comes to central votes, personally, I don't still believe that we will get more votes in central than William Ruto. That one is fact. But that actually is not our target. Our target is just to reduce the number of the votes William Ruto is getting from the central. Just to reduce, not to gain more than him, because that one is impossible. Because the entire these people central, and by the way, who votes in central? The local down people, the borders, the mbogas, the watu wa Mekukutuni, watu wa Kikomba. These are the local people who vote in central. SK Masharia and these tycoons people, they may not even vote. And they vote in block and they have the numbers.
That's
Now,
wrong
that
also.
issue, let me finish, please. Let me finish, please. Stone PK. So the other issue right now, and the other mistake, according to me, the party did was partnering with Jubilee Party. Imagine, Bernard, we are partnering. It is like you are telling me you are selling new brand Mercedes-Benz to go and buy for old used Mercedes-Benz. Jubilee Party is an all Mercedes-Benz. It's a dead party. How will a dead party help you to gather votes to win presidential election? It doesn't make sense. The party, Jubilee Party, there are those who, you know, hiyo ilikuwa ni nyumba ya watu, wakatengeneza, wakaunda mzuri, waliweka TV kubwa, waliweka fridge kubwa, kila kitu. Hiyo harusi iliisha. Vyombo ya kila mtu alichukua. So you see, and then you cannot tell me nyumba ambaye kila mtu vitu yake alichukua, you want to use that house to marry. You know, it doesn't make sense. How will Jubilee Party help you? That is all Mercedes dead Benz.
So Aden, on your
Yes,
own
please.
analogy,
Yes.
if you left your house under a care of somebody, you went, let's say, abroad to live there, then came back 20 years later, and you found the house is abandoned, not well taken care of, does that house cease to be yours?
Hello? Come again, please. Bernard.
Kama ulikuwa na nyumba, alafu ukaenda safari, ukaachia mtu kulinda hiyo nyumba, alafu ukirudi baada ya miaka mingi ukakuta nyumba imeachwa haijatunzwa vizuri, hiyo nyumba inakoma kuwa yako, inaenda ya kuwa ya jirani, ama inasalia kuwa yako?
You see, Bernard, and you can actually come up with a lot of examples to
no, just answer my question. When does the house change ownership?
The house, that was just a sharing house.
Yes, it may be empty, but it's yours.
Yes.
And if you put that house in order, you can still use it.
But you see, if the owner of the house has no control in that house, how will the owner of the house help you?
That's why he kicked out that's why he kicked out all the people who are not pro the house, and brought in the people that can make the house function. And now the house has regrouped, is functioning. Secondly, you talked about marriage. I want to ask you a question. I don't know whether you're married or not. Which one is the wife? The one who wants to live with you, or the one who is always threatening he will leave if you don't do this and if you don't do this? Which marriage is more stable?
That one that's not threatening.
Good.
Of course.
So now the NASA people walking away, it was a blessing in disguise, because it is very hard to maintain people who are always on their way out while you are paying them to remain, begging them to remain. In fact, the emergence of Azimio la Umoja and this incoming of new fresh blood, and the Raila having a new slide to launch his 2022 bid, which became easier. Right now, Raila will be scratching his head. How does he replace Kalonzo as running mate when he needs a running mate from the mountain? Because these people have worked with him for long and they are still working with him. But right now, on a new premise, even you see Wanjigi, your friend, he wants to take ODM ticket, okay? He did not apply on time, and then now Baba is on Azimio ticket, and you know, things are looking better for Baba right now because he has new people, new place to do his campaign. Why should he go limit himself to one old relationship that is unbearable?
Bernard,
You see,
msiende
Bernard,
mbali.
I
Bernard,
have
usiende mbali. Huyu hao watu baba alikuwa Uhuru Park, mali walitiforce NASA. Hata msitafute maneno mingi, mtuambie wakati walikubaliana na baba na wakasema saa 4 watakuwa Uhuru Park na watu wote wamechaa Uhuru Park. Kalonzo, Mudavadi, Wetangula walikuwa wameongeleshwa na President Uhuru, so hawakuattend, na wakati wa kutoka baba akakuwa kiwanja peke yake, akasema ataenda kunyongwa, wakafikiria atafungwa. So uwezi ambia mtu ati mwenye amekusaliti kama walitaka kukua Kalonzo alikuwa running mate, so alikuwa deputy president ya baba, angekuwa Uhuru Park. Musalia angekuwa Uhuru Park. Watu yao, jamii yao yote walikuwa Uhuru Park. Hawakutokea. Hapo ndio wakati NASA iliisha, si wakati ya pesa. Kama umeenda kusimama, kama unanyongwa, unaenda pinguni ama unanyongwa. Na ukiangalia nyuma, ile watu mlikuwa mnaambiana, kwa sababu nakumbuka walikuwa na last rally, sijui ilikuwa huko Luoland, na Raila akaimba nyimbo ilikuwa ngumu sana ya Kijaluo ya kusema nimeenda aita nirudi ama niende kabisa. Musalia akasimama akasema baba tutakuwa pamoja. Kalonzo baba tunakuwa pamoja. What happened? Hapo ndio ilikuwa fallout ya NASA. Thank you.
Mkisema ukweli, sema ukweli yote Bernard, hapana acha ukweli ingine nje, ndio tunaelewana kabisa.
Ukweli gani nimeacha nje Jared? Hebu acha hapo Jared, tuachie tu hapo tuende kwa Abdi akamilishe tafadhali.
Yeah, and you see, I totally agree with Mama Selena, but remember from 2013, when the Supreme Court declared that Uhuru Kenyatta won the election, from 2013 we knew 2022, sorry for that, 2022, our biggest enemy will be William Ruto. From 2013 and again from 2017. Now, the issue of NASA betraying us, these principles betraying Baba. But before we go even that, these guys betrayed us. The big question is, do we need this guy to defeat William Ruto? Do we need them? Of course, we need them. You cannot tell me.
No, we don't need them.
Let's do this.
We are not telling Aden the truth. Can I tell him, please?
Jared, hold on. Let's do this. The narrative that Raila Odinga is not capable of winning an election because Kalonzo has walked away and Mudavadi is no longer with him. It is a UDA agenda to belittle the capacity of Raila in the eyes of Kenyans. But from the word go, Raila Odinga is a man of himself. He has been able to challenge governments, okay? as an individual, and he has been able to cause changes even with the strongest governments that were sitting. We can't take such a man and say that because somebody walked away from him. Now, for example, where's the Pentagon? All of them walked away, but Raila is still here. If he was to go because the 7 of his friends have walked away, then he would be history by now. So anybody thinking that Mudavadi walking away and Kalonzo walking away, they are reducing Raila. In fact, they are blessing him more if you look at it from the usual, I mean, the right perspective. But because we want propaganda and we love propaganda, we want to twist something to look like if somebody walks away from Raila, Raila is finished. When Balala walked away, Raila picked Joho. And look at Joho now. Okay? Now, there is nobody who walks away from Raila and Raila does not get his replacement. So it is being misguided to think that if Kalonzo refuses, if Kalonzo pulls to go to the campaign full length, okay, and then whatever Madividi has already joined UDA, this thing will still be carried by Raila, either in the first or second round, whichever. But as a man, what happened in 2013? Madividi ran on his own, but still Raila won the election, won elections not just on the national scale. He also won in Western, and Vihiga included, Mululu, where Madividi come from. So it is wrong judgment for you to think that Raila requires these people to be who he is. These people need Raila, not Raila needing them in winning these elections.
Can I tell Aden what you want to know the truth, not the ones you are telling? Quiet, Aden.
Which other truth are we talking about here? Okay, let's tumaliza tafadhali tuende kusikiliza Duke.
Okay, give me a minute, I will answer him. And please, I will tell the facts as it is, because I think we are not.
What are you answering?
The question Aden is asking, you guys are not answering him. You trying to dodge around.
Which one?
Which question are you answering?
I'm answering him why Raila left NASA. What happened?
To go where?
I think we are past that.
No, give a chance.
Raila did not leave NASA. NASA was left with Raila. Raila was the last person to leave NASA. So what are you talking about?
Can you give me
ODM
30
was
seconds?
the last party to leave NASA.
Okay, can I have 30 seconds, please?
Let me continue, please. Let me
Okay,
continue, please.
Continue.
Let me continue, please. And you see, Bernard, I started saying I'm an ODM supporter. I have personal issues, personal belief that the party is not going on the right direction. And Bernard, if I would love to see Raila being president. I would really love to see that. And I will actually pray to see that. We need to be honest. Just stamping, put aside. We need to be very honest. I would love to see this Mzee being president in the Republic of Kenya. So it is the right time for us as ODM supporters to come back together and actually review why is it that this old man is not becoming the president. And the politics, ni game ya shaitani. You have to play like shaitan, and also, by the way, who votes if you see? Is it 2015? Let me conclude.
You're sharing your fears, okay? And I'm happy that you're
Bernard.
sharing your fears.
No, Bernard. No, Bernard. You see, Bernard.
Goja. We have spent too much time on that. Let's do this. We are past ODM right now, okay? We are past ODM. As far as
Bernard,
the Kenyan politics are concerned.
No one is a special ODM supporter. Right now, I told you, mimi nilitupa line yangu ya Safaricom.
Ndio nakwambia wewe ulitupa line yako ya Safaricom, okay? Mimi ndio nilikuwa na Biblia Uhuru Park. Biblia ile baba
I was also there.
Okay?
I was also
Thank
there.
you. So tufanye hivi, sikiliza. I have no problem with what you're sharing. It's good information for the party. But I think I want us to make progress in the debate. And we have our ODM offices are open. If you are an ODM member, you can submit that memorandum of your fears about the party, then it will be looked at. But sharing that kind of information from this platform and looking like ODM is kind of off, I don't think so. And knowing Baba for who he is, he will not be taking the risk that you are trying to paint right now. That because so and so has walked away and he's now naked and he's not caring about it. Sioni hiyo kama Baba anaweza kaa aende hii mikutano yote kwa sababu anaona nani ameenda na aoni kama nini. Baba said very well that if Kenyans don't approve for his bid, he will not run. And if he's not convinced that he has a chance of winning, he will not run. So now that he's in the race and you are an ODM member, you need to be supporting him all the way. But at grouping as ODM to go and review 2022, hiyo hapana. Hiyo ni ya Maina Wanjiki, wacha a regroup ODM aipange, lakini sisi tushaipanga tukamaliza. Naomba tusonge mbele, tuende kwa Duke directly. Thank you.
Let me finish. I did not conclude. I did not conclude.
Bernard.
Thank you.
Bernard, I said so much, we need to react.
Jared achi hapo, tuende kwa Duke directly. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. I want to start by giving some introductory statements. First of all, diversity is strength. So people should have different opinion. So if all Kenyans will support Raila, Kenya will stop being a democracy. The same applies if all Kenyans support Ruto. So that's why humans, we need different goods and services. As you can see, all of you have clothes, but none of you makes clothes. It's because people have different interests. There's somebody who has the passion of making clothes, and you have a passion in something else, so that the differences make us survive. So it's good for some of us not to support Raila. So that's what's needed in Kenya as a democracy. For instance, those of you who know history in Germany, Adolf Hitler was actually adored by almost everybody. Everybody supported him. But he turned out to be a dictator to the extent that he decided to kill Jews, 6 million, and nobody questioned it. So it's not good for a nation to follow one person. Having said that, I want to declare that me personally, I'm a UDA member, and I will vote for William Ruto.
We suspected that. We suspected. That's not news. We knew that.
Patriot say the order, please. Thank you. You go ahead.
So regarding now, let me start by talking about the 70%, which is the topic of today. First of all, it's not attainable. It's not true that William Ruto will get 70%. But it's a good political statement. It's actually a genius political statement. In a workplace, if you want workers to maximize their effort, you give unattainable targets. So if we say 70% is trying to appeal to supporters to vote or to register, and we have seen that applying in ODM or as Mura as well. We have seen people saying that they will win by 10 a.m. So it's not practical for somebody to win at 10 a.m. because voting will not be over. So that's a political statement which is good. And first of all, I've said what this nation needs for it to move forward. We need a president who has all the instruments of power. If you become the president of Kenya and you do not have all the instruments of power, you will do nothing. You will not change a nation. So we need a person who has all the command all the instrument of power consolidated, the person who has been put in place by Kenyans and will be responsible just to address the needs of Kenyans. So the reason why I'm against Raila is because me personally, I'm saying this as my personal view, not as a group of people. As some of you speak as if you are talking one person on behalf of millions of Kenyans. I want to speak me as a person. The reason why I'm against Raila Odinga is because I believe somebody who does not have principles. And one time Nelson Mandela said that a man who changes the stance based on the nation or the person you are dealing with, you are not strong enough to be a president. So that was evident in 2017. In 2017, Raila Odinga stood firm against election of fraud, stood firm against injustice, police brutality, and I expected him to stand with those principles. But after the handshake, he changed everything. The server was never opened. He agreed that Uhuru won despite telling people to fight and men died. He betrayed some friends who were standing for him. For those who are saying that Mudavadi and Ruto and Kalonzo did not go to Uhuru back, they are wrong. There is one person who went there to support Raila Odinga, and that was Miguna, and that person is suffering. But Raila has power to change that even one day. For instance, if Raila calls for a demonstration, even one day, Miguna can be returned. So Kalonzo Musyoka and Mudavadi are safe because they knew Raila is untouchable. He has a strong following and they cannot be imprisoned. So that's why they did not fall into that trap. So Miguna, who went ahead to assist him, he was deported out of the country and under Raila's watch. So that's not a person. And Raila has failed even to become a president because he is unable to keep friends. For instance, if you talk about Ruto, the reason why Ruto moved out of ODM is because he was fired by Raila Odinga, a person who has given you like over 3 million votes from the Rift Valley, and you fire that person on live TV without even talking to him. Maybe you were somebody who's a man enough, you were even to summon that person.
Point of order, Bernard.
No, reason I'm speaking, I should have my opinion. It's
Hold on, Duke. Hold on, Duke.
Yeah.
You have your own opinion, but we have rights to interject. What is
point of order? If you interject, I
hold
cannot.
on, Duke. You are still on the floor. Jared, is it a question or what?
It's a point of correction to what the Duke has said. Duke, I'm a UDA supporter, but we have to be very honest when we say that. In fact, it's good to be very honest. Raila tried all his best, but Miguna was another case. He tried even when Miguna was brought. So let us not. That is a difference which I deviate with UDA. Miguna himself does not want to come to Kenya. If he wanted to come to Kenya, he could come. I don't see why you would announce you abusing a president when you are on your way coming, and you expect to come in. No, that one I disagree a little bit. So don't say that it is Raila. Raila went to the airport himself, tried to tell him sign the papers to get in, and Miguna refused. So that one actually Raila was very embarrassed to go all the way to the airport. Those who saw. I want the record to be straight. I'm a UDA supporter, but let us put the record straight.
Okay, thank you, Jared. Then just for the record,
If I add one, if I add one point of correction, please. If I add one point of correction.
How would you castigate Raila for not helping Miguna and then support the deputy president of the government that deported Miguna?
Now, let me start by responding to what Jared has said. Jared, I did not say that Raila Odinga deported Miguna. What I was saying is this: the reason why Miguna was deported is because he was strongly supporting Raila Odinga. But Raila Odinga did not work hard to make sure that Miguna returns. You know, Raila has a strong following. For instance, if we call a demonstration even for one day.
Oh, Duke, we don't call demonstration just that way. Relax, Tafadhali. Give facts as they are, Mr. Duke. Okay, if you want to debate, debate on facts. Okay, Miguna was hired by Raila Odinga from Canada. He was brought here and made a person to work in the Prime Minister's office. He didn't even apply for it. It's Raila who looked for him, brought him back, and hired him to work. When Miguna ran for the governor of Nairobi, he did not run on ODM ticket. He ran as an independent. It was not until the launch of Resist movement that Miguna jumped on that bandwagon and then became pro-Raila. How do you be a pro-Raila when you ran against him in the governor's seat, and then you dismissed him that he can never win an election? Then after the server has been opened or refused to be opened, then you come in and say you are now more pro-Raila and you are so much with Raila, and so we should stake the entire party to save you. It doesn't work that way. That is even abusing Raila's influence. But go ahead, Mr. Duke.
Okay, you know, when people speak, I don't interrupt them. So I expect for me to give, if you give me like 5 minutes, I finish and then I can have questions. So first of all, what I'm trying to say is this. The reason why Miguna was deported is because he saw Raila in him. That was the reason. But Raila did not actually act enough. He was having the power to return him. If we actually staged a one-day mass demonstration, he will have returned. And he went with forms to the airport.
My friend, if you want us to go to the streets, we will not go there. We are not meant for the streets. My brother, not everything must be done from the streets. Get it very clear.
Leave it there. Thank you.
That's
Mr. Duke, were you on the street demonstrating? While you're in ODM, were you on the street demonstrating?
Yeah, I was at Uhuru Park.
You are at Uhuru Park?
Yes.
Why were you at Uhuru Park? Was it so that you should not be deported or be deported? Or somebody has been deported?
I was at Uhuru Park because I was aware that Raila's victory was stolen. So I was standing against that.
So there was a cause for it. We don't demonstrate because of individuals. A national cause, yes. But an individual.
Pena, Chief Justice was Ojuang. That was the Chief Justice. So the person who was supposed to be deported was Chief Justice, not Miguna. All of us, we see the member of parliament for Kasara, where in Nairobi, was the one who was a Chief Justice in Baba's swearing in.
So can I finish first of all?
Please finish.
What I'm trying to say is that
to watch your side shows, just go straight to your points, please.
What I'm trying to say is that actually the reason why Raila has never been the president of Kenya is because he's unable to keep strong friends. He betrays friends. So that's why he's not going to be the president even in the near future. So having said that, the key principle I was trying to talk about is about when a person becomes the president, you need to have the total control of the instrument of power so that you can govern, so that you can be able to deliver to the Kenyans. But if we have a group of individuals who are so-called maybe the cartels or the system, whatever we call them, these people funds you, these people brings you to power, they have their demands, they have their ill will to protect. They have to take the top contracts. So that means you cannot have the power or the authority to govern. So it means you will keep the status quo. Everything will remain the same. So I expected Raila to be the president by the will of the people, but not by a few individuals who have squandered the resources of this nation, coming to support you and putting you in power to control you. So that's why they are putting another person who's in the right.
Bernard, why can't you, on that point alone, he said Raila cannot be a president because he doesn't keep friends. And at the same time, he says that there are people who make you a president, the cartels. I mean, why is he confusing himself? It's not us, it's him.
What I'm trying to say is this: there should not be a system, individuals who legally control the resources of the nation. Those so-called the state, all the cartels, you are aware of that. They should not fund you to become the president so that you protect the interests. But
those are imaginary things. We are wasting our time.
That is propaganda. You are wasting time, my friend. Listening to you, it doesn't add up. Who tells you that people cannot fund you? It's not against the constitution.
Goja kwanza. Mr.
Even
Duke,
America,
I gave you
even
Goja
America,
Mama.
there are people who put the presidents on the. In America, they are the Jews who put people to be the president. So you cannot tell us about Kenya. Even the country like America, there are people who choose who will be their president. So again, as I finish, you say Raila doesn't keep friends. Can you tell me the friends of William Ruto, since he entered parliament, even a one Kalenjin, I want you to count the friends of William Ruto, and then we see the friends of Raila, then there we will know who keep friends. And again, how many parties since William Ruto joined the government or joined politics? You have to say things that you know, because one person, he doesn't have friends, he cannot keep friends, is William Ruto. Thank you.
Now, Mr. Duke, I told you to make your submission and go straight to point. Avoid these side issues because they are not helping your line of thought, and they are just meant to paint Raila as a bad man. When you come to the platform to paint somebody as a bad man without facts, you end up, losing it. So relax, and I know you are a very good debater. We've been on this platform with you for a long time. Just get your facts and air them for free. You don't have to get worked up on issues, politics, number one. Then number two, digging in for William Ruto, let it be factual. Castigating Raila Odinga, let it be factual. But issues of friendships, nobody chooses friends because he's been advised by somebody to keep somebody as a friend. Friendship is not by force, it's by choice. And if I choose to be a friend, you can even reject it because I can't force myself to be your friend. And so it's not a matter of telling who is who where. Let's debate this thing clearly. Tell us that Raila Odinga cannot be president of Kenya because he doesn't have a huge following. That will be a point. Or he's not supported in a wide range. Majority of Kenyan communities don't support him. That will be a valid reason why he cannot be president. But if you tell us that he has a few people at the hotel who are funding him, who funded Jubilee elections in 2013, who funded Jubilee election 2017, who funded Jubilee re-election in 2017, it was well. If I choose to spend my money for promoting a particular political candidate, that is my personal money and it's my personal choice.
Take it this Bernard. Don't be emotional. I know UDA is coming too tough. Don't be emotional. Calm down, please. We okay.
Who is emotional now, Jared? You people, Bernard is very sober. Bernard is very sober. Who is emotional?
He's taking it to another level.
No, Bernard is very sober. Bernard can never be emotional.
Temba,
if you
Temba, ask your question, please, and let this debate move on.
Yeah, I would like, you have given Duke. Duke has maybe 5 minutes. He takes 4 minutes to bash Raila and 1 minute to talk well about Ruto. I would wish to suggest to you that you fairly said everything bad about Raila. Now, can you now move to the other side of telling us why you think the deputy president deserves a chance? Because let me tell you, Duke, something. And this I want to encourage every other person who is listening. Those who have decided for Raila, most likely they have already decided for Raila. Those who have decided for Ruto, most likely they already decided for Ruto. So no amount of how you paint Ruto or how you paint Raila can bring those people. The person that you are trying to target is that person who is still tilting in the middle. Now, that person who is tilting in the middle, the thing that can convince them is how well you sell your candidate, not how well you bash the other person. All right? So the minutes that you have, if you're going to come and help the debate and the other people are listening and for the good of your candidate, try as much as possible. If you have 5 minutes, take 4 minutes to paint the good things about your candidate and 1 minute to bash the other person. That way, you're probably going to add value to your candidate. So I would wish and I implore upon those who are probably, I find probably Jared being a little balanced. So, people like Duke, as you come in with a lot of evidence to bash Raila, use similar energy to look for so many things that is going to sell Ruto to someone who is out there thinking that, okay, fine, I'm thinking between Raila and Ruto, who is the best? That for me is the play, because I don't think there's an amount of engagement that will change Duke's mind on the negativity that he has towards Raila. But kindly try and tell the person that is out there why you think Ruto deserves that opportunity. Other than saying, okay, fine, we know Raila is not a good friend. He doesn't keep friends, according to you. That's fair enough. Okay, tell us how Ruto is keeping friends and why he should be the better option. I think that will serve you better and serve the listener better. Thank you.
Temba, so quickly to join Temba. Temba, are you telling us that you don't have to west to go to Central because we already taken Central? Are you trying to tell us that we don't have to, that already people have decided? That's not true.
No, listen, Jared,
No,
did you listen to me?
Gerald is just being funny. Leave him alone. Duke, make your response, please. We want to make progress.
First of all, you have to bring contrast for you to score political points. So that's actually political campaign. Even Raila Odinga criticizes Ruto every time. So it should not be a mistake for me to criticize him. So that's about a political campaign.
You're not at the level of Raila Odinga. Why are you putting yourself at the level of Raila Odinga? That's not fair.
Patriots stay in order. Valentine's too early. You finish your submission, please.
So my final submission, now let me come to what Temba said. So I want to talk about Ruto. The reason why I want to support William Ruto is we have two things. First of all of us knows Raila. We know the family lineage of Raila. We know, actually we have the image of the fat of Raila. Also, we have the image of the fat of President Uhuru. So the fact nobody.
I thought you were talking about Ruto. Then you go back to Raila. My
Tell
friend,
us about Ruto, my friend. Tell us about Ruto.
Please give him time. Give him time. We know you don't want to hear the truth.
no, the guy is going back to where he has been given a narrative on how to continue forward.
What is your rally? Give him his time. What is your word?
Needs 2 minutes to direct you on how to do it. We are not going to
order. Duke, make your submission, please conclude. Thank you.
Actually, when I come here, I don't interrupt any person. And some people come here talking about nonsense, like somebody Rupia was talking about.
No, Duke,
so when I'm speaking, give me time to speak.
Look here.
When Rupia said Matakutu,
I advise you
for us to give people of different time to speak.
Duke, I told you if you want to debate properly, just go straight to the point. Stop the side shows because they will provoke a lot of questions and you will get.
You as a moderator, you are the one who knows around.
You cannot say that because you did not interrupt, nobody should interrupt. That's not the law. So conclude your submission, please.
So what I'm trying to say is that we need a person who knows the problem which Kenya have. So for me, Ruto knows the problem we face as Kenyans. Most Kenyans are very poor. They have nothing, completely nothing. People are living below, they have no stable source of income. They don't have even food. They are trying to have basics. So we need somebody who is actually giving people, those people at the bottom, just hope is enough for them to work hard. So Ruto is actually advocating for the middle class and those who are earning below, those who are unable to survive, those at the bottom of the pyramid. He is advocating for them to be pulled out of the poverty. So that's something which is essential. So every nation must, actually all nations which have advanced, for instance, China, it has done so by pulling millions of people out of poverty. For instance, we cannot have foreign investment in Kenya if we don't have purchasing capability. When you have, for example, all Kenyans buy second-hand cars, you can't expect Toyota to have a manufacturing plant in Kenya. So to manufacture vehicles and then to export them, no. We should actually empower individuals to have a stable source of income. Thus, when that's done, we would have actually what we call an increased purchasing power. So when people have enough money, business can flourish. It can attract foreign investors. That's why we can even have manufacturing companies installing their companies here, because citizens within Kenya can afford goods and services. You don't expect a company, for example, a car manufacturing company, to come and start a business in Kenya and then transport cars to sell in South America. So companies invest where people can afford goods and services. The reason why foreign investors are not investing in Kenya is because there is no purchasing capability. We have just one person who can buy everything, and millions can hardly afford food. So we need somebody who can be able to advocate for the needs of those at the bottom. That's why I'm supporting William Samoei Ruto. Also, he has worked his way up. That's why even if people say that they are stolen. For instance, you are an ordinary person. Can you still become the deputy president? You see, those people like Raila, they have the name of their father, so it's like they are actually they're carrying that name. So even if people say you as a person, can you still become the deputy president? So the fact that that person has worked hard, it means that it's an honest person and hardworking in a way, regardless of what people says. So that's why I'm supporting that man.
Okay, there's a question from Frank. The question he says, who made Kenyans poor? Okay, that's number one. Number two, you are supporting William Ruto, who has been deputy president for 9 years. How much has he helped in alleviating poverty while he's in office as deputy president to deserve to be now promoted to president?
The first question regarding who has made Kenya, it's about the cartels. We have individuals who control the government of Kenya. So if we have a budget of 3 million, those individuals can even fake projects and take like a third of that money. That's why we have a person who can actually afford to buy other people. So the individuals who have made many millions of Kenyans to poor are few individuals who are controlling power and the resources. Those who are calling cartels, all the system. Now those who are trying to support Raila. So that's my answer. Regarding the deputy president, what he has done, what I can say is this. For instance, that's what I say. I said, if you don't have instrument of power, you don't have the total control, you can do nothing. So the person who has the total control in Kenya is President Uhuru Kenyatta. So I expect, for instance, some people say William Ruto talked about stadiums. Now, for example, they were in one party and there were manifesto, and William Ruto read that manifesto. But who's supposed to...
Mr. Duke, forget that. We just want to answer what has William Ruto done as deputy president to help the poverty of Kenyans. Okay? just spin out one policy introduced in parliament to assist the poverty of the people? Did he advocate for the reduction of the taxes? Did he advocate for the reducing of the prices of petrol? What has he pushed successfully using his numbers to make the lives of Kenyans better? You don't need to be president to change policies in Kenya.
You know, let me tell you the fact. Number one, in Kenya, independent institutions are not yet independent. Parliament can pass something, but if the president does not fund it, so it becomes a piece of paper. That's where we have a lot of court orders not being respected. So a person can bring change in Kenya by having power and using that power in the right way.
No, Mr. Duke, Mr. Duke, okay, Mr. Duke, you are an exposed learned person. I don't see why you should be giving that kind of argument. Okay, okay, you complained about cartels. What has William Ruto proposed as an avenue to deal with cartels so that he can now take that money and give it to the poor when he becomes president?
So, you know, in simple terms, if you want to eliminate cartels, what do? You force somebody in who's not part of those cartels, and the cartels will disappear. So, for instance, if those cartels are funding Raila and maybe and then William Ruto wins and is not part of the cartels, they will disappear. What would they do? So, in short, is us.
Mr. Duke, now I can confirm you're very naive. Okay.
Why
matters cartels? Sonko was governor of Nairobi.
What?
It is Sonko was governor of Nairobi.
Yes.
What happened to the cartels? Was he part of the cartels? Was he not voted for by the poorest of the poor?
It's not that he was not part of the cartels. He was put there by cartels. And when he started to defeat from the commands of the cartels,
your facts right. Thank you very much. Patriot, what is it?
Thank you, Bernard. With a lot of respect, I want to just have a short response to our brother who has done his bit with a lot of passion. I can see Duke is a very passionate contributor, and we actually appreciate that. Shows the strength and the vigor and the trust he has. I want to rebuttal by saying this, Bernard, with a lot of respect, but I stand to be corrected. The best way to respond to our brothers who support the deputy president, who have the passion Duke Omariba has, our brother, the kind of passion that he has, if we don't devise a strategy of responding, you will find that the show will derail and go that direction until the end. So I am proposing, Bernard, the best way is not to ask questions back, is to rebuttal and we settle the matter. And I want to just say the following from my observation, because if I ask a question, it will be it will stand to be a monologue. Let me just rebuttal and then probably you move to somebody else. So my take is this. From what I've listened to Duke is a cherry picker. He's a man who does cherry picking. He does a lot of cherry picking. He has the art. He knows how to do it. But I want to say this before we go far. I am sorry, Duke, for us interrupting you. It is because your reasoning and the way you are presenting your facts were irritating. By the way, if you listen to us, we rarely do that. But sometimes when you tickle so much by doing what Themba has actually described, you spend much of the time bashing Baba. And you know we are supporters, just like you'd be a supporter. So you do it with the respect, with a smile. I have struggled to see you smile in the course of our joke. I didn't see it. So from my standpoint, wewe uko kwa chama ya makasiriko, I stand to be corrected, but that's what I want to believe, because you have not even smiled, not even the slightest from the time we began. I looked at your face. Jared has been smiling to us even when we began. My advice is this, Bernard. We will always battle here. We will always present our matters. If we have the right attitude, even the most, the most unexpected quarters will support you. You might be so surprised how things change here. So I want to answer by finishing with my last statement, Bernard, because sometimes I get carried also on some of these things. I'm also a human being. But let me just finalize by saying this. Those who believe in Raila Odinga are people who want to trade with facts. Those who are following the deputy president are people who don't do research. They only listen to his rhetorics and slogans, and they come here to duplicate the same. Because if you want to get the proper meaning of some of these things, unless the deputy president has explained, these guys will never do their research to explain. Bottom up has been very difficult. If you ask them who has friends between the DP and the former prime minister, you see a man comes here and tells you that between Raila Odinga and the deputy president, Raila Odinga does not keep friends. That's laughable. That's quite laughable. And they are not willing to be told. So I want to say this, Bernard, with a lot of respect. Me, I want to spend energy on responding to people who will reason with us, who will want to smile. You make a small, like Jared, I am urging my brother Duke, come with a smile to check a kidogo. When you are corrected, una learn. I learned something. That is the way we want to go. Lakini ukikuja na makasiriko hapa, utashangaa, baba will become the president na utashindwa mahali pa kwenda. That's what I will tell you. Take these things lightly and give us facts. We shall follow. We shall not interrupt you. Thank you.
Okay, Themba, you are the chairman now. Let's hear Alex, then George. Is it George? George Kere. Alex Huko.
I'm there. I'm listening.
Hey, you are listening.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. As Bernard, before you go, I know you have to make some statement before you go. As the rest are coming in, kindly, Jared, try and tell your people like Duke. You don't have to be confrontational to wanasema kura inabembelezwa. So you don't have to be confrontational and try to come up with the unsubstantiated facts. There's no facts and alternative facts. Facts are facts. So there's no need to try and cook some facts just to try and progress your view. The aim and the goal of coming here is to, as we are considering, talking about what is happening, we're also trying to convince, to try and woo the voters. So I will love to listen to you people, but sometimes you make it hard because the moment you start speaking, you speak some falsehood so confidently, and it becomes really hard even for some people to listen to that falsehood. I wonder how you speak about it so confident. So Duke and Jared, help us understand the other side. We would really want to understand. You don't have to disclose everything, and you don't have to be confrontational. Just speak the facts and allow yourself to be interrogated. Because we are trying to make Kenya a country where people interrogate their leaders. This will not end with election. It will keep on going on. So we want to be people who can interrogate. But if you fear interrogation, when you're asked a question, the next thing you're saying, you people, I think that is not helping the debate. So as Bernard is giving his final whatever, let's help each other. Right? Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Themba. And I won't spend much time on that. I would want to go straight to Operation Jaza Lori. We have received 500 shillings from Francis Mwangi and Esther Kitogo, 400 shillings. And so far, the figures stand at, let me get this we have crossed the 100,000 figure. We are at 114,000 so far. So let's keep the contribution going, ili to Jaze Lori. I was not able to get to Wekesa to give me how much he has from his side, but from my desk, that is the much that we have achieved so far. And we are yet to get to the filling of the lorry. Kwa hivyo kila mmoja tafadhali tujitahidi kuhakikisha kwamba tunaendelea na huu mchango. And Themba,
Bernard,
I think
that means we are going on until next week Sunday.
There was that special passionate appeal I think we should do. So
yeah.
So the campaign continues until next Sunday.
Umemaliza? Ausemi kwa heri?
Umemaliza, otherwise naomba kwamba muendelee na debate vizuri. Wacha watoto waende kulala, alafu wazee mdebate vizuri mkichangisha hela.
Bernard.
Hakikisha kwamba lori inajaa, okay?
Bernard.
Yes. Yes,
kabla hujaenda natakana ujue hatutetemeshwa ngwingwi, usituletee hiyo banana.
Hatutetemeshwa wingi. Sawa, wacha kende kujifunza hiyo. Asanteni sana. Tafadhali, let's keep civility in our debate and ensure that we are making Kenya a better place. And the Kenya is only Kenya with every other Kenyan. So every other person is important, and let us listen to their views. But at the end of the day, making Kenya better is what will make life better for Kenyans, not one person coming and as a savior to make lives of Kenyans better. No, if we bake a big cake, everybody will eat. But if we want to eat the remaining cake and say that we have come up with a new model that will help us now come up with a new formula to make cakes that everybody will get, hapo ngoma itapasuka. Thank you very much. See you in the next one.
Asani anakuambia ubebe Duke kalale na yeye lakini
achana na hao Afrika.
Watu kwa comment wako na uchokozi. Alex, it's your time.
Acha niseme moja kabla
ngoja Selina na jambo.
Mimi nina jambo kabla hujaenda. Penat yangu tu ni kusema wakati baba alikuwa Tika, munisamee tu, niliona wakati alikuwa Murang'a alisimamisha wase karibu watatu akionyesha ground wakati walifungwa na Matipa, na wale wase walikuwa kuna wawili walikuwa karibu na tent, na kuna wenye aliwatacha wakiwa pale ndani akisema hawa, na akatacha mpaka majina. Nilikuwa nataka tu kusema ukiona mtu anakumbuka marafiki zake ama wale walifungwa na patu ni marafiki, na kuna mmoja alisimama akatoa ushuhuda. Ya pili, Masharia akasema alijua Raila akiwa mdogo kwa sababu alikuwa anamtuma ampelekee pesa baba yake. So tukiendelea upande ya urafiki, mtu mwenye ako na rafiki ya Saidi, baba ako na 77 years ama sijui ngapi. Ukiona mtu ako ameweka marafiki for more than 40 years, kwa sababu najua kwa uchana yake mpaka sasa, na watu wengine hata urafiki ya 1 month hawana. Moi alitoa Ruto kama ako student 92, na Moi alikufa bila kusalamiana na yeye. Huyo alikuwa anafaa kukua baba yake, lakini hata kwa kaburi alienda bila kumsalamia. Chesire, kuna msee alikuwa anaitwa Ruben Chesire, alikuwa MP ya Eldoret North, mwenye alichukua kutoka kwake, alimchapa kofi akiwa State House. So tukitaka kusema marafiki ya watu na wale watu vile wamefanya, watu wengi watashangaa, kwa sababu mtu Henry Koskei, Franklin Bett, Sally Koskei, Simbeiwa, na kuna wengi ninaweza taja, hakuna hata moja kutoka jamii ya Kalenjin wanakuanga na yeye kama kijana yao ama kiongozi yao. So wakati watu wanakuja kutaka kutuambia kama wanajua zaidi, ni mzuri vile munasema mchunguze, ili tukikuja hapa tusianikane nguo. Marafiki wengi kutoka kila mahali mtatuambia. Leo ako na Mudavadi na Musalia, ametupa ule mtu wa ng'ombe anaitwanga nani ule anakuanga na 26 akiwa na sherehe ya
Kalwale.
Kalwale ana replace Kalwale na Balala. Tell us, who is this good friend?
Malala.
No, yes. Alafu kuna Mandago. Kuna mtu anaitwa Puseki ya Eldoret, alikuwa na msupport wakati ile ingine, ndiye Raila akaenda akasaidia Mandago. Today he cannot see eye to eye with Puseki. So mkitaka kutoa Isaac Ruto ndio walimulete wakisema huyu ni kijana yetu akuwe mbele. He cannot see eye and Isaac Ruto.
Na Sirima also. Sirima.
Tukisema tutasema. So Poland, yes.
I was saying there is Sirima also. Sirima.
Musa Sirma Eldama Ravine.
Yes.
Come on, gentlemen. Come on. Mrs. Sego.
Sawa.
Mrs. Sego, imetosha kidogo.
Thank you. Now, I think the evidence is overwhelming. Wachia hapo tafadhali.
Before you go, Bernard, hiyo vitu naangalia kesho, Sababu kwa jana weekend, so I'll see you tomorrow. The rest, I don't want to know ni kitu gani watu mnaongea huko.
Asante Sam.
So, but not everything comes final after Shmia has said to the friends of Raila, you don't give us a chance to rebuttal. Come on.
Mimi nimeacha kwa mikono ya Temba.
Okay, Temba.
Mkitaka vita zote pelekeni Temba sasa.
Okay, Temba sasa nyinyi mmeshasema marafiki, sisi mmetupatia tuwaambie marafiki.
Tupatie marafiki wa Ruto.
Okay, mimi ni mmoja wao. Sasa mniulize ni wakati gani tumejuana? Unajua shida ya
juana wapi saa ngapi?
Insignificant bwana.
Sasa si wacha niseme. Shida iko hapa ni vile
Jared, give a list of the friends of Ruto. Give a list of the friends.
Patriot. Yeah?
And at least a list of opinion leaders.
Sasa simuongoje kwanza hata yaongee kwanza. Let him talk before you
okay, yes.
Tunasema kama
ladies and gentlemen,
marafiki,
can you please give him a little bit of time to talk?
Kutafuta wasichana huko. Tunataka leaders. Tukisema rafiki ya mtu ni kiongozi, this man is an opinion leader from this community na amesimama na fulani, lakini urafiki yetu ya watu wadogo hiyo wako nayo. So tunataka friends as opinion leaders, ile watu viongozi ndio tujue ameweza kusimamisha marafiki.
Okay, I want to give you good news, or it might be bad news. Okay, I know the reason you don't know most of the friends of William Samoei Ruto, because of course even his father is not known. So he has regular people as friends. I know you expect him to have those established friends, but this is a regular person. This is a chicken seller. So his friends are chicken sellers.
Okay, I'm so
you know,
sorry.
If I tell you Kemboi, you might not know who is Kemboi.
Wacha nikuulize swali. Unataka niseme mbaya.
Jared, you are being cheeky. You are just being cheeky, Jared.
Okay.
Wacha debate ya shule tafadhali. Wacha mambo ya shule.
Everybody, please. Order. Thank you.
Can you people not give him time?
Everybody mute your mic. Mama Selina.
Moja tu. Chicken seller, kulikuwa msee Mkikuyu alikuwa nauza kuku Eldoret. Huyo msee tulimjua akiuza kuku samani yote. Wakati ya 97, wakati ya election, huyo msee alifosiwa kutoka Eldoret, ndiye deputy achukue hiyo kitchen seller mnakuja kutuambia. Mchue ni ya msee alikuwa anaitwa Kimani na alikuwa nakaa Eldoret. Na yeye ndiye alikuwa anauza kuku na anauza mayai. So mkiendelea tutasema maneno ya amutafurahia. Pole.
Okay,
the minister for
okay.
Now let's mute. Let me take over
okay.
Now. Asante Bernard. Wish you a good night. Tuonane tena during the day. Wacha hiyo tuachie hapo. Alex, it was your turn.
Temba, hello.
Wewe wacha tuendelee. Alex tafadhali. Thank you.
Unmute Alex, unmute.
Yeah, nataka kushukuru ndugu yangu Duke, nampa hongera, amejaribu sana lakini ni kama ameshindwa. So Duke, hapa tuko na mchango ya kwenda Marsabit na mimi nakupea challenge. Challenge yangu inaendelea. Jana nilipea mzee Sam akatoa pesa na mimi nikatoa ingine. Tunataka kujaza lori. So Duke, natoa 2,000 na wewe si utoa 4,000 hivi alafu tufikishe 6,000. Tusaidie watu ya Marsabit. Duke.
Are you are you seeing what you are saying now?
Oh yeah, I'm saying.
Do you want to compete more money?
No, we are not competing. We want to help. You know what, you are hustler.
You know, when people help, they help willingly. Wewe unademand watu walipe pesa tu wanataka. Mtu
akipeana. Kuna hata airtime. Hata Ruto aliambia Kang'ata uwezi kuwa governor na 40,000.
Okay.
Kama makasiriko Duke, kama utaki kutoa unawacha tu, sio lazima.
It's okay, Duke. Duke, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. No, it's okay, Duke. It's okay, Duke. Duke, hold on. Hold on, Duke.
Just 1 minute.
Duke, wait. He gave you a challenge. The answer is a no. Alex, can you continue with your submission?
Oh, okay. Jared, wewe unaweza kubali hiyo challenge? Jared, tufanye hiyo challenge.
Alex, I can take you on any challenge you want. But,
thank you.
You
Sasa tufanye challenge watu waongee. Tufanye challenge ya pesa peke yake hivi, tufikishe 10,000, Bernard alale na 10,000.
Ngoja niongee.
Okay, answer.
I'm starting with 2,000 shillings. Alex, I agree. I'm starting with 2,000.
Thank you. Patriot, thank you.
2,000.
Niko na 2,000, Patriot yako na 2,000, Jared tumebaki na 6,000. Tunataka Bernard alale na 10,000. Alafu tuendelee.
Jared, tunaanza challenge. Jared, tuambie pesa ngapi? Jared, let's go that direction. Tunaendelea. Jared, tuambie.
Mama anawapatia 1,000. Sitaki
okay,
hiyo ni tano. Jared wewe sasa. Jared, tuambie.
Sikiza Patriot. Sisi hatusi watu tunaogopa. Nataka kila mtu apeane ile inapakia anapatiana. Sasa mwingine sema nani mwingine?
Wacha story zingine. Jared, tuambie pesa yako. We are moving on. We are 5,000. Yako ni ngapi?
Eric Suarez amesema ameweka
Patriot. Nimesema wacha kila mtu apatiane ile inapaki kuongeza mpaka 10,000 nitapatiana. Sasa give other people chance.
No. Okay, fine. All right.
Eric, hold on. Eric Suarez ameweka 1,000 hapa.
Okay, so we are 4,000.
Sasa Jared imebaki 4,000. Maliza hiyo. Bernard aende kulala.
Okay. Bernard na pesa hiyo ine. Mnatuogopeza nini?
Nakupatia hiyo. Thank you.
Bernard unapata yangu kabla hujaenda kulala.
You check with my account immediately. My accountant should pay you right away, Bernard.
Don't know the name, lakini amesema 5,000. So atakuongezea 5,000 hapo, so itakuwa 15,000. So let's continue, Alex.
Thank you.
Now, on that note, Alex has already started us, and ladies and gentlemen, our target by next week Sunday is 1 million. So, because 1 million, we hope itaweza kujaza lori. So if we can do that, we had requested that we push it for, especially for those who are getting their monies by month and kesho. So we have this week to do that. So hopefully another day we'll be doing this, like Alex is saying. We will be doing this at least to give a target of at least John Okibo amesema 5,000 alishatuma, lakini pia alishatuma. So we will be doing this at least. We take like 30 minutes to just raise at least 50K, then we continue. So every day we do that until Sunday. So thank you, Bernard. Alex, sasa tuendelee.
Okay,
nini hapa? There's a nini here. There you go. There's
Bernard,
that
M-Pesa yenu iko down saizi. Okay?
Yeah, M-Pesa iko down sahi.
Yeah, so as soon as it comes up, I will send, and Bernard will confirm that I had already sent something, because when we help, we don't have to announce. Okay?
Thank
No,
you.
this is we also
Yes.
Jared, we also sent, but we were saying like yesterday, once
No, this is a good thing.
a challenge tunapea 10,000 tunaendelea.
Yeah,
We
Alex,
also
that
say,
actually is something we can do daily. It's a good thing, actually. It's helping.
Thank you.
That I encourage.
Thank you. Me, I have finished mine. Themba, I have finished mine.
Okay, thank you. I think you know that is now, ladies and gentlemen, you have seen
You want us to sorry,
wait, Patriot.
announcing what we have given.
Now wait, Patriot. Or you want to announce what you have given also?
I'm asking, you want it to be public?
No, you can announce. I mean, it's okay. I mean, there's nothing that you can. They say normally there are those people who prefer to give nini in silent kwa kanisa, na wengine wana prefer kwa announce. So it's okay if you can announce it. That's okay for also purposes of you know, account, especially for people like Duke. You just you know, an encouragement to other people, you know. So
yeah,
you want to say
then we
given
no. What I'm saying, Themba, we choose if we are making it public. All of us will want to know what everybody contributed. We go that direction. But if you want to make it private, we make it private.
No. Bernard announces every day. Whatever you have given, we will announce. We will announce.
Hold on,
everybody will be announced.
We are giving a shout out for the cash that we are receiving by the names that are reflecting, or we have those who are requesting to be anonymous. So we can't put a rule that we have to do this and that. But all in all, let everybody do that out of their willingness. That's what the Bible requires, that as many as are willing, do give. So if you don't you don't have to, and nobody should beat you into giving, but let's all be generous, because being generous makes us more beautiful and more
and also Bernard, indicate if you want it to, your name to be announced, we will. I mean, always if you want to be anonymous, that's okay. If you want to be announced, we will announce, but we will account for all the money. Na tutaandika anonymous, tutaandika hapo, lakini kama unataka isemwe sema, I mean, just say kindly announce my name, we will announce that. Now what as I give Alex the opportunity, you have seen the spirit of Kenyans when we come together. In spite of our political differences, a lot can happen, and that is the idea of what we share as humanity. You know, it is Utu. It is not about your political affiliation or where you subscribe. It is about, that is what Mutembei family is about. All of you here, you are a part of Mutembei family. I mean, whether you are UDA, Kenya Kwanza Alliance, Chama cha Mashinani, whichever party you come from, as long as you are here, you are part of Mutembei family. And we can make a great difference as a humanity. And that is what brings us together. So let's ponder about that, think about it, keep sending. No money is too small. They say if you have 999 and you don't have 1 shilling, it is not 1,000. So whichever much you have, it will make a difference. Alex, tafadhali, toa maoni yako.
No, sikuwa hiyo tu ni challenge, ndaongea baadaye. That's it.
Alex alimaliza.
Okay, Jared.
Sawa, naona mnakalia Duke, maybe ninge donate my time to Aden Abdi, who has been requesting because he wants to go to sleep.
Okay, so
please, Aden, you can go.
Jared,
I know these ODM people, sometimes they think they have got to ask me. Please,
relax,
Jared, I give you the chance.
You have donated your time, to
Jared.
Aden Abdi before you go to sleep.
Jared, can you donate money on behalf of Duke? If you're talking about donation, donate money.
Relax, Patriot. Patriot, we don't want to you don't put Duke on the spot. He's already. I know Duke has already donated and is going to donate. He's a good man.
No,
Duke is a good man.
Duke, they
Duke
want to
is
scare you so that they cannot have UDA members here. Please
no,
don't take
no, no, no.
that bait.
Duke is a
Just
good man,
take
and I
it
know
on,
when
head
it
on.
comes to giving. In fact, Duke will give more than even the 2,000 we are talking about. This one is a man of his word. Duke owns companies in Kenya. Duke is someone that is respected in his village. Duke is a man of his word. So Duke, we know you, and nobody should intimidate you. But having said that, Duke, Patriot is right. Aden Abdi, kindly.
Thank you. Thank you. So thank you, Jared, again for actually giving me this chance. I was trying to finalize my remarks, but I was interrupted. But it is the part of the debate, the game of the debate, interruption. As Temba said that going forward, you know, Tembe TV, this is our family. A family that regardless of our political differences, all of us, we are Kenya, and the Kenya is first. This is where, and actually I wish we continue this even after the election, and we should not only concentrate on politics. Now, my final remarks is that, and I was saying this, that according to me, the best candidate in this country, the best president, it's Right Honorable Raila Odinga. But you see, Raila cannot be a president by appointing us who is the best candidate or not. He has to gather, you know, a lot of votes. And getting votes needs a lot of calculations, a lot of planning strategy. So far, that's according to me, and I should not be interrupted because of that. So far, the game plan of Ruto is at least ahead of Right Honorable Raila Odinga. But 7 months to election, we know politics and things changed. And between the two parties, that is UDA coalition, UDA and Azimio, Azimio have a better plan, a better, you know, strategies. We all know that. Even people of the UDA knows that it is the Raila who have a better plan for this country. But as a Kenyans, is that what we want? Honestly speaking, that's not what we want. We want a fake promises, and we want people who associate with the corruption, the corrupt people. That is who, from 2013, Kenyans were voting for Ruto. And regardless of the election, they were stealing. But you know, let's just put that aside because it was not officially from the court confirmed and that the election was rigged. The only time that the election was rigged, court confirmed, was in 2017. So we as the Kenyans, we don't see who have a better policy, a better strategy for this country. So Raila is the best candidate, but unfortunately on a wrong country. Maybe another country, Raila angekuwa president for 3 times. So maybe I'm wrong, and a time will come, and who knows, even 2022, still Baba can, this is the last chance, and maybe Baba can succeed. So about the issue of Jaza Operation Lorry, I support and I encourage, but we should not, you know, make it as a competition. Who can do this or who can do that? Who can pay this much or this much? We should not force our members that I give you challenge or this on that. For me personally, my religion is that this is sadaka. We're helping other needy people. But the best one is the one when you are giving out, your left hand even should not know what you are giving out. That's what we were told. So I've copied the till number here. So I will contribute mine, and it should not be announced. And it's not because of what I want to pay, but it is because of our religion that it says that when you are giving sadaqah, the best one is that one, the one that even your left hand doesn't know what you paid. So with that few remarks, thank you guys for giving me again this chance. So see you next time, God willing, inshallah.
Thank
Good
you,
night.
thank you, Eden, for your contribution. About your last statement, there was a day, what's his name? This lawyer, Ahmed Nasir Abdullahi. He was going to attend a fundraiser of building a mosque in, I think, was it in Garissa or something? He threw a challenge on his Twitter to his friend. His friend is there's his friend who supports Baba a lot. If you know Donald, yeah, Korir.
Yeah, the lawyer guy. I know
Yeah,
that.
he threw a challenge for him that if you give this, I will give this, and then he came and announced it. So I probably think that is he less of a Muslim or something? No, that's just
Temba, don't go that way.
He erred. That was an error.
No. It's good. We need to say that, Aden, you are right. We have given. We don't want just to anybody to know is you give to a cause. But again, as a way to encourage, this is a challenge which comes so that we're making jokes here, but we are challenging each other. So this is not actual giving. If you have given, you don't have to announce. But this is just a challenge. Like if we had to say everybody to come with 1,000, we would know that you're gonna give 1,000. But by what you are giving from your art, you don't have to announce. You can send it directly. This is just a challenge.
Jared, and the challenge basically is thrown from friend to friend. It's not something that we are opening that we challenge everyone. You find I can challenge Patriot because I know Patriot. I can challenge Bernard because I know Bernard. I can challenge Stone PK. It's not something that and that's basically a way of lightening up. But anyway, we get you. Good night. Thank you so much for. Oh, you wanna take a question? Abdi Aden, you wanna take a question?
No,
Are you there?
I think he has hanged. I just wanted to say that there is what is called personal conviction. Personal conviction meaning if what you are giving gets announced and it affects you or affects your faith, then we respect your faith. We will not announce. But there are those who are free to get their names announced. So if you are at liberty, I believe I'm a Bible teacher. The Bible allows you to function based on your personal conviction on scriptural reality. But it's still commendable for your left hand not to see what the right hand is doing. Just make sure that the right hand is doing something. Thank you.
Wait, I've lost the Nini. So
are you?
You have lost? Abdi, you're saying you have lost?
I think his network is gone. Yes, Patriot, what is it?
I think I just wanted to echo what you said, but maybe paraphrasing it. When His Excellency, the Governor of Mombasa, was in Meru, and the Marians were excited to see Azimio la Umoja there, and they seemed to give the impression that they were going to support Baba. Immediately, the governor of Mombasa offered a gift to them, and he announced it. For those who watched it, he said, from today, miraa yote inayokuja Mombasa. He didn't even finish. All the guys went into jubilation. I am saying that from where I sit, even those who profess the religion that our brother belongs to have made some things, public. So it is a matter of personal conviction, not really much to do with the religion. I just wanted to add to that, Themba. I was just putting that, because we have many examples of our brothers who have given their gifts openly. But I think it's a choice of an individual, and we respect that. I thought I should say that. Lastly, if you may allow me, do I wait for my turn, or I will just slot this statement here?
Wait for your turn. Wacha tusikie Jared alikuwa amepeana. Stone PK
Okay,
nasikia unaambiwa uamke, sijui kama umelala. Wanafikiria umelala. Inua mkono ndio watu waone hujalala. Good. Haya, Jared.
Yeah, thanks a lot. It's because I was seeing the guy was asking Bernard. Maybe Bernard didn't see that he wanted to go. So yeah, as we are in the panel, it is good also to take into consideration on various people's beliefs. And in fact, even myself, I also believe that if you remember that you helped me, then you didn't help me. The person who should remember is the person you helped, not you who gave. That's a personal belief. So meaning that if you help, you should not be putting a record that I helped somebody. Let meet somebody and say you helped me one time. But that aside, these are some of the things we will do to our Kenyans. At the end of the day, we are all Kenyans. Whether we are this, I know that you guys, sometimes we put a challenge here. I know that it takes you a long time, even though you saw that Trump won, and the chief chicken Sarah will win, because you are misunderstanding him. What he means, everything is confusing to you guys. You compare Asmio to UDA instead of comparing even ODM to UDA. So I wonder, you guys, how you doing your comparison, But when we will come with a new coalition, then you will know what we are talking about. But coming to the point again, getting back to our 70%, I think we have exhausted that point, and agree that that is just a political connotation to encourage people, so that they would, the people will only vote for you if you cannot go, even if who can I say, my friend Abdidat, Mwalimu Abdidat, whoever, he goes and he says he's going to win. I've seen a couple of guys who did not get even 10,000 votes saying that he's going to win against Raila and Ruto. So we have to encourage our supporters, and the people there are people who will vote because they believe that you're gonna win. But if you go there and say I'm not going to win, then I don't know. But I liked what Themba said, and I want to insist in that point, that by now people already decided, which I really agree that Mount Kenya has already decided that we are going for Ruto. So if you could have followed your fellow ODM, he was asking, why could you not keep what you had in NASA? And now you let it go. We have taken again in Western, we have locked Central. So how are you going to win? I don't know. Raila is an isolated man. Fred, what is it?
Wait, Fred.
My friend.
Wait, Fred. I mean, it's not Jared calling you. It's me to give you a chance. Jared, are you done?
Yes, I'm done.
You ready for questions?
Yes, I'm ready. I take any question.
So we'll have Patriot asking you a question. He raised his hand first, and then we come to Fred. Yes, Patriot.
Jared, I will describe you. Jared, you are so cheeky, and you are doing this deliberately. But it's okay. Let me ask you the question. Jared.
Yes.
Themba, is it, I don't know. I find it difficult if we describe that as a question. Can it be a point of order or something? Because that will limit my, I don't know. I don't know really. I don't really know whether it's a question or a point of order. Because if you say a point of order,
you can ask it as a question. I mean, he will decide if it's something that demands his response or was just bringing him in. So Jared will decide how to treat it.
Okay, thank you. Jared, I want to inform you that this, and let me be very candid because you're very friendly, and let's use this opportunity to actually educate each other on some things here.
Yes.
And I'm doing this with a lot of respect, Jared. The dynamics of the Kenyan politics, those dynamics are quite mysterious to many people, actually, unless you take time to study the signs of times. You will be feeling an earthquake that does not exist. You know what I mean? Like what Salia put the other day. According to them, is an earthquake, and many people were caught flat-footed. Unmute Jared first. Unmute because there's a whatever coming from here. Yeah, thank you. So let me use this opportunity to let you know something. Raila Odinga, and I'm telling you this not because I'm a Baba supporter. I'm actually telling this for the truth. And I want us to keep contact. I know we are not very far from election. I want to speak from my heart. Raila Amolo Odinga is a man you can describe with a simile of a cat that has 9 lives. The lives Raila has lived politically is maybe 5 lives. He has 4 more lives to live. Nobody knew about the handshake. That was a bombshell. If you remember, that was a serious bombshell. Raila, after BBI went the way it went, nobody knew that will be where we are. You know that. I mean, you know it. You can say it, Jared, from your heart. Azimio la Umoja has come in as a surprise to many. I want to tell you this, Jared, as a Baba supporter, and I'm sure you're listening. The way this election will go, my brother, you will be shocked. Why am I saying this? Baba today enjoys the service of the intelligence that he didn't have. I want to tell you that any step that Baba is taking today, Jared, and the UDA, in fact, the deputy president knows this. Any step Baba is taking today is well calculated, well researched, well informed, well targeted, on mission. That you can take it to the bank and watch those spaces. You will see. We knew very well, and we discussed that on this platform, that Musalia Mudavadi will be a running mate of the DP. And my fellow panelists can bear witness. We discussed this year. We talked about this with Bernard, and we talked about the possibility of him going that direction. I want to tell you this, Jared. The tricks of UDA are an amateur thing when you compare that to what we want to do as Azimio. Azimio is a movement. It is carrying everybody. Intelligence has it. If Raila had to go with the ODM, things would not have been the same. We know why we brought the Azimio, and I'm not here to spill the beans. I know why we went for the Azimio. Just watch the space, Jared. But when Baba will be atakapokuwa anaapishwa, I know you'll need a card to come to State House. So you leave your contact. When Baba will be going for the tunamwapisha, I'll give you that invitation. Let me just leave it at that, Jared.
I respect your point of knowledge you are giving. If I was not with Baba in 2007, when we went to sleep and wake up and find that there is no State House gate, and the following years, I could have believed you. There is no doubt that Raila is somebody, and we have never actually since I don't know when the deputy president said my competitor, even when he had not announced, my competitor is Raila Odinga, because he knows who Raila is. So don't think that the 2013, 2017 is not aware. He is also aware. What you guys are forgetting, that Ruto is not also somebody. In fact, if Ruto was to be a normal person, by now, he would not be nowhere with all this resistance from the government and all this. But he has sustained up to this time because is also very calculative. He's telling you any step you take, we are seeing it from 18. Another question?
Fred Kasudi.
Okay, Mr. Gerard. And I hope you are Christian, because the question I'm going to ask you, it's related in spiritual realm or in Christianity life. Huh? I hope you are Christian. Now, mwanamke mpumbavu ni yule hupomoa nyumba yake na mikono yake miwili. Kweli si kweli? Mwanamke ambaye ameachwa na mume wake kwa sababu ya unachisi fulani, je, ako na haki ya kuolewa tena? When I bring it into political arena today, hiyo umesema ya NASA hiyo, hawa walikuwa washachitia unachisi wenyewe. Hawa wameachwa na bwana yao, waliacha bwana yao ambaye aliyekuwa NASA mwenyewe. Je, Mr. Ruto akiwachukua kuwaweka kwa nyumba yake, ashachitia unachisi mwenyewe, wanafaa wakae vile vile bila kutongozwa na bila kuolewa until mume wao afe, ndipo waweze kuwa na ruhusa ya kuolewa. Manake kama mume angali hai, bwana huyo mbwana amemchukua, amemweka kwa nyumba yake, ashachitia unachisi. Nijibu hilo swali, kama likikushinda uniachie tu mimi mwenyewe.
Okay, I don't know how it comes into politically, because it can never match in any political world. If it was, if we were in the Christian world, I could actually respond. But on the political side,
Jared,
yes,
I want to give you a more probably just to put you back into a more political world. Yeah. Now I want you to tell me, when in Kenya, when a president or leadership has been taken by someone who is not supported by the system.
If I recall myself, the 2002 Kibaki, I think the system was old enough, and we didn't get that. Okay, is that does answer your thing? And 2013, some would say Kibaki didn't support anybody who was after Mudavadi, but these other guys came katikati, but I don't know. But I can say 2002.
Okay, I want to submit to you, it's only twice. The first was independence. Okay, mkoloni hakuwa anataka kwenda lakini ilibidi afanye nini? Atoke. Right, that's why the president Jomo Kenyatta akasema hatukupewa uhuru tuliunyakua. You remember that statement? So that was the first time. The next time was what you are saying, 2002. Now, going by those, the history, I know we have been told by people from your side that you don't like history. But allow me to tell you that he who knows where he's coming from, he can predict comfortably where he's going. And at least he can know where he is and where he's going. Now, I want to tie back that in the context of where our politics is happening right now. We need to contextualize. We are not operating in a utopic world. We are operating in a real world where our connectedness as Africans and East Africa and Kenya, there's a backdrop in which our politics is playing it. I want you to tell me one East African country that has had a presidency that has not been supported by the system and has succeeded.
I can also give you an example. This is I don't pack this with any much of this, but this is what I understand. The former president, the late Magufuli, was not a preferred system candidate, but he maneuvered to get in. I know what you're saying. He was with the CCM, but he was not the preferred CCM candidate. Okay. But once he was on
No,
CCM, they had no choice.
Listen. I asked you a question that was very direct. Give me one particular candidate in East Africa who is not supported by the CCM and has made it. You know what happened to Luasa? Luasa thought that he was the preferred. He was the one to take after. By then it was Kikwete. So when he was not taken over against when Magufuli came, he defected from Chama cha Mapinduzi in the pretext that he is very popular. And if you check that particular political season and campaigns, Lowasa's rallies were very much attended. But do you know what Magufuli got then? He beat him by 58 point something, right? Now, I want to tell you the backdrop in which you're operating at. You know, Lowassa thought he was popular, and Lowassa is where Ruto is right now. That because you think that you have already chosen that person, that is a candidate for the system. Now, I'm going to go and look for the people. So what Ruto is doing right now is not unique. It has been done elsewhere in the backdrop of the African country and East Africa. All right. Now, fast forward, I want to bring you to where we are. Ruto and Lowassa are operating at the same kind of mental thinking. That actually Lowassa was like, I think, a very close in an insider in Chama cha Mapinduzi, if you can remember. So by the time he was coming out, he came out with some people from Chama cha Mapinduzi, and he thought he has the people. But what happened? System. Now, I want to submit to you that the only time that a system cannot lose, like the loss of Moi and Uhuru in 2002, was number one, because the environment around that time necessitated the loss. Because number one, Moi was not coming back. I want to submit to you, if Moi was actually coming back in 2002, Kibaki would not have won. Number two, the environment was such that people were already tired with the Moi's 24-year rule. And so when these people, you hear even Ruto saying, nowadays he says that we even went and asked them, is there anything else you can do? He said that you call Nani to prepare his concession speech. So what I'm trying to tell you that even as you guys are planning your things and all and saying that, this is what, understand it in the backdrop of where the politics of Kenya is happening. And that is the fear. I can tell you for a fact right now, the acts of your presidential candidate is showing a person in panic and a person in fear. And finally, just to bring you on, you have said and submitted here that our President William Ruto is going to win. The only way you can beat a system is having a euphoria. Now, I want you to submit to us right now. What euphoric moment is Ruto enjoying right now that you can say this one will sustain him up to 9th of August? If elections was to be held 2 years ago when he came up with Dynasty versus Hustlers, he could have pushed the system to a certain level because there was that sense of, but that backfired. If elections were to be held 1 year ago, when he came with the idea of bottom up and he was trying to build these people, then he could have pushed the limit. Right now, time has moved. Euphoria do not last 2 years. Euphoria does not last 1 year. Euphoria lasts months. When Baba and Nak, when Baba says Baba Tosha, it was 3 months to the election. I mean, Kibaki Tosha. and it came. That's how euphoria last. You don't build euphoria to last for 1 year. So right now, I want to submit to you, other than just telling us, you guys, Azimio, Ruto is going to, the euphoric moment that he was imagining that he has built has waned. And that's why he has had to drop down certain things. For example, anybody coming to join us must drop all their parties and join UDA, because UDA is a national party. That one has hit the block. Another one that has hit the block, he has realized that just saying bottom up is not enough. So what is he doing? He's now stealing what Azimio has been doing. You know what Baba did? His strategists went, sat down, highlighted all the things they want to go with, and in every place he's going, he's actually talking about the specific things that are affecting that place. Bottom up is not everywhere. Not everybody in Kenya is riding a wheelbarrow. Not everybody in Kenya is actually a mama mboga. And not everybody is a boda boda guy. You need to be specific with where you are going. So what has he done? Now, if you want to hear him speaking lately, he has stolen some of the things. Some of his guys are now saying, you guys in Central, these are the things that you're going to look at. Bottom up is no longer selling, right? So I want to submit to you that your guy, other than you guys coming here and telling us, Ruto is the what and what, there is nothing that is holding that will take him to presidency. And he's a man on a panic. I want to submit that to you. You may agree, you may disagree with your points. We'll appreciate.
Thank you for the long lecture. I expected it. One good thing is that I can take it any day, Sunday or Monday. What is happening is that what you are not realizing, we're setting the pace. We read, you follow. Today, I had Baba saying, Pesa mfukoni. And I said, wait, did I hear this one from somewhere? Pesa mfukoni? You see? So we say what is needed, then they find no way to follow. The Asura nation, everybody needs pesa. That's why we are saying, we're going to create jobs. We're going to put money into your pocket. And the people are buying that because when they look at their pocket, they have no money. That's why even Papa today in Kawangwale, he could not talk to those people if he cannot tell them that there will be money in their pocket. Okay? I told you, it is not a person you can underrate. Don't underrate.
Where will you get the money, Jared? Where will you get the money?
Where does money come from?
Who deprived Kenyans? And who deprived Kenyans
WG, hold on. Jared, you see, I didn't tell you that you saw the way I talked. I didn't tell you that you cannot underrate Baba. I gave you clear reasons as to why there is this particular thing. You don't just come and tell me you cannot underrate Ruto. Tell me, okay, find this. And even the point that you have started with that Pesa Mfukoni, go back to Baba's talk from even not this campaign, all his campaigns. He's talked about issues of pesa in the pocket, fighting corruption. Listen, fighting corruption. You don't say Pesa Mfukoni, how? Fight corruption. Your people have not talked about corruption anyway. You don't talk about that nitakuwekea pesa mfukoni. The same DVD said that ukisema bottom up, hapa huku ni bottom, huku ni ndani, unakunywa yote. So
ameelewa ndio maana amejoin. Let me clarify some things here.
You're not telling me that you cannot underrate. Tell me, this is why you cannot underrate Ruto. Yeah.
Okay, let me tell you. First, I think it's my friend Patriot who said that you guys, I don't know if it was from penalty point you saw that Mudavadi is going to be a running mate. I want to clearly tell you this. Mudavadi came in knowing that even as more child knows that a running mate is coming from Central. We don't go back on our promises. We keep our promises. So I want to clarify that Mudavadi comes in knowing that there is no position like a running mate from Mudavadi. But he comes in because he believes on what we're going to
do. Point of correction, Gerard. Yes. I have never seen in a podium or in anywhere in a political rally deputy president promising running mate from Mount Kenya. So you are lying.
Why don't you
That
let him
one you are
finish?
lying.
So
Okay, let him finish.
we have to
Gaturi.
do everything on the podium.
Jared, it's
Yes.
okay. You don't have to answer to that. Just finish
Okay.
your submission so
Okay,
that we move on.
let me go. Okay. I told you I can take all of you, so no problem. What
There's
You
nothing
are
you
wasting
can
our time, Gerard.
You are stumbling on your own statements, Bwana. You are
Jared,
saying
Okay, let me
You know, Gerard,
hold
we are
on,
not
hold
here to
on,
joke around. Eh?
Rabado thing
hold
is what
on,
is
hold on,
killing
Jared.
UDA.
No, we're not
Hold on,
You
joking.
see,
WD.
Let's move to somebody else. It can't
Okay,
take
hold
3
on,
hours to taking us round and round.
Just mute WD. Jared, it's not about taking all of us. That's not the concept. The idea is we would not want you to take all of us. We would want you to expound on whatever points you're making, because there are people listening and there are people following. They would want also to understand, not just about taking us. You know, taking us is very relative. You're not supposed to be combative. Just be submit your points in a way that the questioner and the listeners can also understand. And if you don't know, it's okay. You can also not know. It doesn't mean you have been defeated. Not knowing does not mean you have lost the debate. It just means that you're gonna research more and come and inform us. And if you don't know, like for example, someone submits that we submit that Mudavadi is gonna be the deputy president. I mean, you don't have to defend that one, because even you don't know. You can just say, I submit that he's not gonna be, another person will be, and then you move on to the next. That's okay.
All right. Thank you for clarification. And maybe I used the wrong language that I will take all of you. I say that I'm capable of taking questions from everybody and answering to my capability. But let's put that aside, because we need to give others a chance also to talk. So for us, we are guided by strategy. And the strategy is that I don't know if you guys follow this, that in every meetings which has been happening in State House in this, we had already Mudavadi in the bucket. We had already know. So we were just sending him there just to listen what was happening. How many people do you know we have which are just riding with Baba, but they don't know that they are there waiting for the right time? Even the governors, they are waiting for the right time. What we can say, where this politics will start stepping up, when we're going to do the nomination, when chaos will come, that's when we will know. But for us as a candidate, we know that we're up to the task, and we're going to grow our coalition, which is ready to win in round one. Thank you.
In fact, we put Mudavadi on promotion sale. So that's why buy one get one free.
Relax. Let's just appreciate that that is his position. And on the issue of having spies and all, I mean, it works both ways. So it's not something that you cannot have two things, monopoly of two things. You cannot have monopoly of violence, and you cannot have monopoly of spying. Those are two things you cannot have. So if you read the history of political movements and the way they have happened, you cannot have monopoly of those two. So there's no way you can tell people tutawapiga, tutawanyorosha. That one can never happen. And you cannot have monopoly over spies, counterintelligence and intelligence that is there. So that one is neither here nor there. But it's good you have that as part of you haven't responded to what I said, which is okay. I mean, we'll let it rest for that. That means to me, you have no answer to that, because you're not answering the how. You only say, we are going to beat you in round one, but when you're telling you, I've given you the backdrop of the African politics. I've given you what is happening and what you need to understand. You have commented in neither of those. I've asked you, what is the euphoric moment? What is that thing? What is that killer blow that you think the deputy president has? You've said nothing about that. So I pick that probably it's because you don't know, which is okay, Jared. It's okay not to know.
Yeah.
It's okay. Just
can I respond a second?
No, we are done with Jared. Remember, let's move on, man. Let's move on.
To help me, because you guys are coming. My fellow UDA, help me.
Jared. Thank you, Jared. Okay, now let's move on to someone who has just come right now, and at least we give him time. And that is okay. You'll have your time. You'll respond to whatever it is that you think will be relevant by then. You're still here, so don't worry. Let's allow Geoffrey to also talk. Geoffrey Karibu.
Thank you very much Temba. All the panelists wenye wako huko upande wa UDA na Azimio. Let me start saying this. Nimeona hapa nini ya leo inasema kwamba David President amesema kwamba atapata 70%. Ni vizuri, najua wakati mnacheza ni kama tuseme Premier League.
Hold on, Geoffrey.
All right.
Patriot, I'm very sorry. I know Geoffrey came after you, but umeongea mpaka wacha ongea alafu nitakuja kwako.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, nilikuwa nasema hivi, unajua ni kama tuseme Watford inasema kwamba itawini Premier League kwa sababu wanasema they're gonna get up there. That's the same thing yenye David President anasema. Acha nisema hivi, akisema ati kwamba he will garner 70%, na people are claiming that in Central region iko locked ndani ya UDA. You know, there's one thing we fail to understand. If it's locked in, I've been looking the campaign David President, almost 70% of his campaign iko Central region. Then I ask myself, if it's locked in, why are you gonna spend a lot of your time there instead of going to the other region to get the votes? People they don't understand that. But just getting that narrative kwamba vile kwa sababu he has some member of parliament kutoka Central wenye anamfuata, so it's locked in. No, it's not locked in. That's why it's taking a lot of time going back to Central, salvage his name there. Whenever I see if Baba is going there for one meeting, he's gonna make it 3-4 meetings to go there and counteract Baba narrative there. So he's scared. He really scared. And I don't understand why the UDA people are complaining about the system, about the government. You know, the David President in the government, he using the government vehicles, all the security and everything. So when he starts saying that the government is against him, I don't understand which government is talking about, because he's using all the machinery from the government side. So they are crying. Just, you know, those cry, they have done nothing. You know, we people, when you support Baba, tumetupiwa tear gas, we know how these things are being done. So the time when wakati watakula tear gas, that's when they're gonna know that struggle to make Kenya better, it's more than crying kwa podium. Mahali kuna freedom, when you can say anything you want to say, when you can abuse the president the way you want to abuse, because of the freedom Baba and others fought for. Baba has got something for the Kenyans. Baba anasema we need infrastructure. Na naona wengine wanaanza kusema wanaunga muungano wa UDA kwamba hawakuli barabara. I don't understand what these people are saying. So because they know that in our country to move forward, in order the economy to be good, infrastructure is supposed to be number one for everything. In any country over the world, you go in a country where they are promising, the first thing they promise is infrastructure. They want miundo mzingi ya nchi lazima itengenezwe ikuwe vizuri so that the economy can be good. You know, even if they keep on telling mama mboga na bodaboda kwamba they need to give them money, they're gonna give them the money of mama mboga. Kama barabara iko hiyo mboga, nani ataenda kuichukua mali wako kama kuna barabara? They are promising the bodaboda. Kama hakuna barabara, au bodaboda wataraidi wapi na hiyo nini bodaboda yao? So the thing is, the only person who is in to help our country is Baba, because he's saying the first priority, we need infrastructure so that our country, our economy can move. There's no way we can move our economy forward. There's no way we can get the money to put the pocket to people kama barabara haziko mzuri, infrastructure, hospitali hazijawekewa vitu zenye zinatakana. There's so many things need to be done so that we can make our economy to go up. And the only person who has that is Baba. The other thing, our opponent, Uda side, the deputy president is promising people billions of money that atawaletea pesa, akienda kila mara naambia I'll bring 20 billion here, watu wa bodaboda, sijui 20 billion here, watu wa mama mboga. Then I ask myself, and people are getting excited because what? Wameharibu uchumi, watu wanateseka huko, so when you start kuwadanganya kwamba utawaletea pesa, people gonna be listening to you, gonna be cheering you, because it's just lying to them. Those lies, they have been there. Ilikuwa wakati walikuwa 2013 2017 walikuwa naongea juu ya mambo ya stadium, juu ya laptop, juu ya shule, maternity, free maternity and whatever, but they are not doing that. The economy is collapsing. So when people saying that the deputy president ameona mahali nchi na imeugua anaenda kuidini, I don't understand that. He's in the government ya Jubilee imeangusha nchi yetu, imepeleka economy kwa mtaro. Then unaniambia kwamba anajua mahali economy imeharibika, amejua mahali nchi imeharibika. And I'm surprised. There's one time he said that the country is borrowing, ati wana borrow pesa na ako ndani ya serikali. Then you tell me that that man is fit to go there arekebisha economy yenye imeharibika. From where? I don't think so he's gonna do that. It just ni ile tu ile kudanganya wananchi kwa kawaida, wale anajua wako vulnerable because they know they are so desperate, just making some empty promises to get something, but the real sense is not going through nothing. That's why I'm saying Baba is there to go arekebisha nchi yetu ingekuwa nchi yenye itaendelea kiuchumi. Asanteni sana.
Very thank you so much, Geoffrey. Infrastructure, very important. Patriot, wacha nikuleta sasa kwa sababu naona umetuliza. Karibu. Thanks for your patience.
Asante, Themba. Asante. Thank you so much. Allow me to get serious to the to our today's debate. I think the issue of 70% was well dispensed in my first submission, but I want to go deeper by actually giving the following information, and I think it's important that we all agree. We learn a lot in the course of our discussions, and we build our friendship, and that's the most important thing is. So I want to tell where has he gone to? Our friend ameenda wapi? Themba rafiki yetu huyu, where has he gone to?
Jared amesema ameenda kulala, lakini Duke yuko hapa, so Duke si hapo, umebaki na Sam yeye anakaanga tu hapo, haongei, so watasimama kidete kusaidia Jared, so Duke yuko.
Okay. I was a bit disturbed when I listened to one of the UDA supporters talking about how they think Baba lost so much of his support and traction the time he parted with his core principles of the we call that the to me that was it was a good formation. I mean, let me not. I don't want to bash what NASA was. NASA was a serious formation, and that was it. It had its own course, and it reached the end of the road. But when I listened to one of the supporters, he seemed to submit to the meaning that Baba lost a lot, and he can't win the election. If I got him right, he can't win an election without the NASA principles. So I want to take this opportunity to clarify that is not the right position. That is an imagination, and I have that as my position because of the following reasons. One, the votes of Western, in my view, they are intact, and you can't tell me that the only way Baba would get the votes from Western, it is only through Salim Davadi and Wetangula. No, we have other leaders. When you look at Eugene, the level of Eugene Wamalwa in terms of stature, he has a better traction of respect in respect of Western province, people than Wetangula. Eugene is a CS, Wetangula is a senator. And he's touted as a serious person behind the DAP. So the kind of following that is gravitating around the DAP formation today, as far as Western Bloc is concerned, it's amazing. And the speed at which it's moving, give the credit where it is due, in my view. UDA has come in very fast. The speed has been quite exciting. And I want to tell you, DAP is moving at a speed of brothers UDA. Western Province is going to be predominantly a DAP party. So that replacement, in my view, is better than having Wetangula, who was only, keen to have his senatorial position, and he left majority of the seats go to Jubilee, actually from Bungoma. Bungoma, we lost too much to Jubilee because of a serious disorganization on how NASA was handled. NASA was not properly handled, and Tom PK can bear witness because he was among the aspirants in the last election and the others. The NASA was not well handled, and there's a give and take. So you cannot use NASA as a merit to think that if Baba did not keep NASA up to date, he's not going to make it to status. In fact, to be very factual, Baba with the NASA, that was a baggage that was long overdue. It is good that it went that way. You can't keep friends who tell you that they are your friends, but the most time, the time of need, the 11th hour, when you want to call upon them to come to your end, wanaenda chini ya miti, they start making imagination. Oh, simu ya kutoka Nigeria. Oh, tulifikiri bado tutaambiwa. You don't wait for your core principal to tell you. You simply jump to the battle. So in my view, Baba's decision has been well calculated, and the replacement is what I wanted to let our friends know. The current Mount Kenya following that Baba is enjoying, and of course is increasing. That following is increasing on a daily basis because we are going to concentrate on the mountain. In as far as my information that I have is concerned, Baba is going to do so much to concentrate on that vote that we long for. They have never supported us. We want to make sure that the mountain is going to support us largely this time round, unlike it has happened before. So Western Province, Eugene will take care of that. Coast is already taken care of that, including the people like, Joe, the governor, 001. We have 003, Kilifi. That is our friend who also has a party and he's come back. So I wanted to let our friends know that Baba is a strategist. We have a total replacement. Remember, assuming the facts are facts as far as what was never given to us from the server is concerned, assuming Baba got 45%, 46%, for the sake of argument, I still see Western Province, going with Baba. Eastern Province, we still have a good number of the Ukambani people supporting Baba through the governors who are, of course, Machakos, Kitui, and the other side of part of Ukambani. So the entire three counties of Ukambani are supporting Baba, which, in my view, will fall short of that we wanted from Ukambani if Kalonzo goes, the other way around. But it means that Baba still enjoys a massive support from Ukambani. So something I wanted to let the Uda people know, the support that Baba is enjoying from Mount Kenya today is an additional to the 46% that Baba had. The 46%, assuming we are carrying forward. If you are to ask me, between Uda and the current Azimio la Umoja, who has lost traction in terms of what was there in 2017 and brought forward down to the current arrangement. The person who is inheriting the Jubilee bloc, the Jubilee number of votes, who is the DP now, of course, I think he doesn't have the basket. The basket is a halfway because Mount Kenya, we are dividing it whichever way you say, because Baba got about 3% or 8 thereabout, less than 5%. So if Baba is enjoying anything close to 30% today, that's a serious worry. Now let's talk about the people of Kisii, where I come from. Majority of the Kisiis, a good number, actually voted for Jubilee. Last time there was a serious confusion to the extent that ODM lost all the primary, all the parliamentary seats to the government, you know. But the county government, here I'm talking about the governor and the Senate, that was kept. Now, as we are speaking, here I can speak authoritatively because I wouldn't want somebody to question me on this one. Now I can speak authoritatively. With a handshake between Matiang'i of the government and those of us who are supporting Baba, I'll tell you, we are behind Azimio la Umoja, and I'm not saying this to scare anybody. I'm giving this for information. Anybody who is against the Kisii direction, who will go home, including Osoro. Osoro will not make it. That you can take it probably to an Indian bank because they process checks very fast. That guy will not win. Kisii is Azimio la Umoja. Western is intact. When we talk about Rift Valley, West Pokot is gravitating around Azimio la Umoja, unlike last time when it was predominantly KANU and Jubilee. When we look at Turkana is divided. Trans Nzoia within Atembea, everything there is in a walking style. In fact, kule sasa ndio ile the new slogan tumesema atutetemeshi ingwingwi. That's where the whole thing is happening. So you can't really see pretty when you see Raila having his breakfast. Yani wanasema bed, dinner, bed and breakfast. You know, he's having that, the whole package in Mount Kenya. Where you remember Raila alikimbishwa Thika na stones zilinyesha last time. You know, Raila could not even have a 5-minute rally there. Today Raila anaongea paka anamaliza, stone you bear witness, like jana anaongea paka watu wanamwambia hapana baba usimalize, talk. You know, I was like, are they serious? Like baba ongea before he says, anasema it's them who are telling baba kwamba Ruto ni mwizi. Baba didn't even want to say so. they are the people. This is what we mean by saying things are changing. And I want to assure my brothers who are supporting the UDA, they are doing it rightfully so, because the constitution allows them. Let them do so. And we wouldn't want to reprimand them on that. We will only be discussing. But from where I sit as a Baba supporter, what I'm seeing in the mountain will come in as a surprise. The only thing I want to pray quietly in my heart, they should learn to start appreciating that it will come to their realization that Baba has become the president. And this is the way I will always finish my submission. They should start imagining, if they don't want to accept that Raila Odinga has become the president. I want them to start seeing, you know, one of those functionaries that we have during the Madaraka Day, national party, national celebrations. Unapoambiwa sasa tusimame kwa taadhima, you know, na heshima, tumkaribishe His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya. They need to start having that music in their mind, because if they don't, then I am seeing them getting serious medical challenges. They might go into depression. So I want to submit to them by saying, I understand our brothers, we will accept wao ni watu ya makasiriko. I know, hata sisi tulikuwa na kasirika zamani, lakini sasa mali imefika, it is a process in life. Tusiwachukie sana, lakini tunawaeleza msikuje na makasiriko, because hata sisi tulikuwa hapo. It is time to accept that, my brothers, the party that is with the government, the people who dine and sleep with the government, those who go with sleep in government, your guess is as good as mine when it comes to elections. Thank you so much, Themba. Back to you.
Asante sana, Patriot. Sam?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Themba. Thank you, Patriot. Okay.
Sam, how are you?
I suppose I'm reading something of DP claims 70%.
Sam, I asked you, how are you?
So, Mr. Patriot.
Sam.
Yes, sir.
Are you hearing me?
Yeah. Can you hear
How are
me?
you? How are you?
Fine, thank you, sir.
Okay, sawa, endelea. The last time you disappeared from us unceremoniously, but ni sawa tu, Sam.
No, it's okay. Sometimes unajua mtu ukitaka kuongea haraka haraka. Anyway, thank you. Patriot, it's a good that you have explained in a very good way. Yeah, sure. Perhaps we may take it and say, let us practice to accept the Raila as a president in theory. I mean it in a theory. Your own way. I can accept it the one way you're narrating it. But there's one thing here. People say Musalia will never add anything to UDA. If he's not adding anything to UDA, then why complain? Just leave him the way he is. Because if he is useless to you as a meal, why complain to something which is useless or somebody who is useless? Just leave him the way he is. Either Orikul or Tangula, leave them the way they are. Whether Musali is going to bring it 10 votes to UDA, it's going to make a value. It's going to add a value on that place. The other thing, if I may remember, about 2 or 3 months ago, when Kalonzo Musyoka said, I would be stupid, he said in front of TV, in front of people, the cameras, I would be stupid if I'm going to support Raila again. That was very hard thing. It was a very hard thing, not if even for me or for me. It was very hard thing. You know, instead of Raila or Baba trying to maintain his strongholds, trying to maintain those people who had made him to be the way he is now, as Colosio or what do you call it, the NASA, so that they can, so that to go, so that when he goes to Mount Kenya, he has that the base intact. Could have been the best thing. Could have gone sail in a very jovial way, very straightforward. That one I could have believed it. Second thing, in the coast, Ruto has been visiting coast several times now and then. Quite often, after 1 month or after 2 weeks, he's in the coast. After 1 month, 2 weeks, he's in the coast. He has made, or he has broken down some fragment there, some parts. It can be also a worrying thing to Asumio. In the northeastern, the place we never talk about it. As the politician or those who are in Asumio or those who are in the UDA or those who are in they never talk about them, the northeastern. And that is they can also make a determination or impact to election of this year. Every part of Kenya, any part of Kenya this year is going to make a very big impact. So we should not rely only about the Western Rift Valley, or we call it the Central, or all the time the Central. No, every part of this country is going to make a very big impact to the election. Those are the things that can worry, is going to worry all the presidential aspirant in either way. So if we come to the side of the eastern Mount Kenya, it is also going to be worried, especially to Raila, because we had before 2017, 2013, I think 2013, 2017, he had more somehow strongholds in Meru. But it seems to be slipping out of his hands this time. So let us say, for any presidential aspirant to garner 70% or 50% plus on the first round, they have to work hard. Not only in Kenya, in every part of the Kenya. Because this year, we are going to be shocked. It can happen that Kalonzo Musyoka can penetrate in the middle and emerge the winner. It is going to be very complex. Let us not push aside somebody saying, yeah, Kalonzo is not going to do anything. Oh, no. He can make a very big impact. The 1 million he has and some few votes in the northeastern or eastern, the upper eastern, they can make a very big impact, because most of us will be concentrating on to Ruto and Raila, seemingly because they want whatever they call it, running mate from the central. He can choose one of those people from northeastern, or he can go to western, and we come up with our mathematics will be a little bit out of context. Thank you. Yes. Whoever has a question can ask me.
Okay, thank you, Sam. Now, I want to give you some statistics that can help you as you analyze. In 2007, Raila was with Musalia and he was with Ruto. He got 44%. In 2013, Raila was with Kalonzo and he was with Weta. Mudavadi was running that time. He got 44%. In 2017, before repeat election, Raila was with Kalonzo and Weta and Musalia, and he got around, let's say, 45%. Not so much of an improvement. What do those that statistics and those figures mean to you with what you're saying?
Oh, okay, thank you. It's a good temper to what you have said. There's one thing we are forgetting. That's why I started with it. I started with saying had Raila contain or maintain his strongholds as per 2017. As per 2017, that is Western, Nyanza.
Did you hear what I said?
Yeah, I hear what you said.
Let me repeat for you to appreciate.
I hear it.
No, wait, Sam, so that you can understand. In 2007, Raila was with Musalia and with Ruto. He managed 44%. In 2013, Ruto was not there and Musalia was not there. In 2007, Kalonzo was not with him. Okay? So in 2013, Ruto was not there and Musalia was not there. he acquired new friends. He had Kalonzo and he had Weta. And he got 44%. Okay? In 2017, he didn't have Ruto. He had Kalonzo, he had Weta, and he added Musalia. If indeed what you're saying is true, an addition of Musalia in 2017 should have pushed that figure from 44%. If what you're saying is true, an addition of 2013 addition of Kalonzo and Weta should have pushed that figure to a higher figure. But constantly, he has had 44%, 44%, 44%. In any case, slightly akienda sana ni 45, which was in 2017, which he went ahead the first round. Second round, of course, Uhuru ran against himself and he managed 98.5%. So the question I'm asking you, as you're saying that this person need to, which is this traditional voting mass that you are talking about? That has not been added, was never added in 2013 and was not added even in 2017. He didn't move that much up. That's what I'm trying to ask.
Okay. Thank you so much, because you answered yourself what I was talking about from the beginning. Could this time, 2020, could Raila maintain his own strongholds, Western, Unyansa, and Ukambani, and the coast? I tell you, with the small vote, 10% and 15% of the central, it could sail smoothly about 70% without any problem. As per now, after antagonizing his own friends, his own people, calling them, I don't need your vote, it was a very bad thing. It was a very bad move from Raila. I'm answering you.
You're not getting my point. All you are saying.
I'm getting. That's why I'm
okay,
telling you.
Let me have someone else probably try to explain what I'm trying to tell you.
No,
Let me have.
Can I?
Stone PK or Patriot? Can any one of you try to expound on what I'm trying to bring to Sam? Because Sam, you're not addressing what I'm trying to say. Stone PK.
PK can take that.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you, Temba and panelists. I think Sam is understanding. He's just being elusive, because the way you have explained these statistics is very good. But now he comes in to talk about that Raila has lost his good friends and all that. Probably, I would tell Sam that why you brought these figures, and you even said in 2007 he didn't have this one. 2013, Ruto and the others were not there. In came 2017, Weta and Mudavadi. But in and out of these guys did not give, any significant figure. And it is so consistent, which some, I think, why he's not understanding or is refusing to understand is that these so-called friends were insignificant. Sorry to use that term. They did not add any value nor subtract any value, meaning Baba is his own self. That those people who believe in Baba, it doesn't matter who he brings along.
It's okay.
Okay.
Can I answer it now?
Thank you.
Thank you. Gentlemen, it seems we are obsessed with some.
Some you should have waited for PK to finish.
Patriot, give me a chance, please, sir. Give me a chance. Let me explain it. I try to explain to you guys in a very simplicity. I said, there are some places we are forgetting it. We are so obsessed in Central and Rift Valley and Western, that we are forgetting about the other places. Losing a vote, as you say that Musalia is not bringing anything to Ruto, so why should why should people complain about it? Forget about Musalia and UDA. Put them aside. That one I say put them aside. Let us now concentrate if Baba will want to win, if those people who are strategists for Baba would like to win in a very comfortable way, let them hold their strongholds fast and try any possible way at least to get 20 to 20, between 10 and 15, 20% of central. But if he leaves one side to sleep a little bit, to get out of his own pocket a little bit, and the other one is penetrating somewhere, it's going to be very difficult. It's going to cost. It's going to be, nobody knows. I'm sorry to say so, because I can see something is going in a different way. Let us not celebrate it that Baba is going to win. It's going to be very difficult.
Just 1 minute. Sam, there's something you're saying, and I know I'm trying to bring those figures so that I can appreciate. But you're not, you other than being a prophet of doom, you're not giving us any tangible evidence. Number one, when Mudavadi ran, Baba beat him in his own Western region.
Temba,
Wait, I'm just trying to tell you, because what you're trying to bring out is the influence of.
Okay, I've understood what
Let
you
me
mean.
finish.
Can I talk before you?
Let me finish and then I'll allow you to talk.
Okay, can you give me time before you?
No, wait, Sam.
You people, you don't want to give people a chance to explain.
But I just allowed you to talk.
But Sam, you are explaining what you are not understanding from Temba.
No. It's not about it. Do you think I'm sleeping?
Allow Temba to finish and then you come back, Sam. Allow Temba to talk and then you talk. Now you want to come and interrupt others. Let Temba finish. You'll be allowed to speak again, Sam. That is the way we go, my brother. Let Temba finish and then he comes to you.
Sam, you'll have your time to speak. What I'm trying to say is this. You are giving us an explanation that the way things are going, Baba will lose and stuff like that. But I've given you figures. We talk figures. Numbers have a meaning. What I told you, Baba was not with Mudavadi. I gave you the way they were, and I can repeat that for you. That means, therefore, as Stone PK has rightfully put it, that there's a consistency there. That Baba seems to maintain his traditional voting block with him as he's moving. Whoever comes in, it is not changing from 44%. He drops this person, another one comes in, it still goes to 44% or 45%. This person goes, another one comes, it goes to 45%. So there's certain kind of Baba is building these people as they come. They come in, he builds them, they get up to where he is. He's actually building, they're feeding off of him. It's not the other way around. And if there was Mudavadi's influence, as you're trying to say, his county, which is Vihiga County, could have voted his party, ANC. It didn't vote him as a president. It voted Baba as a president.
Okay.
So what we want to, I agree with you when you say he has lost Akina Mudavadi traditional, but try to crystallize their contribution. That you see, like Weta, he's bringing this. That's what I wanted to say. Not just say, he might be losing. Already there's DAP, which Patriot gave an illustration to the strategy that is going on in Western, an alternative strategy.
Okay.
Baba is already working. Yesterday, if you watched, the problem is sometimes probably we don't listen to news, we don't watch. Yesterday, if you watch the Muranga, was it Muranga, where the Garissa governor came and said that we are in Azimio to stay.
I understand.
Yeah?
Thank you. Give me 1 minute
so kindly try to just not just come and be a prophet of doom. And if you are on the other side, don't advise Azimio that you guys, if Baba is not. Don't be. It's not if you need to advise.
Okay, I'm not going to advise Azimio.
Crystallize your thoughts, please.
Okay, let me talk my own way. I know you people may disagree, I don't give a damn whether you are going to disagree or agree. It makes no difference to me. But I'm telling them on my side, I'm pleased. One thing, do you know that Kalonzo will support? Has anybody has an idea that Kalonzo is going to support Asimio? Does anybody knows? I don't think nobody knows. How many votes are those? Come on, gentlemen.
Is he going to support UDA? Is he going to support UDA? Tell us. Tell us. Give those facts.
Is he not going to support UDA? That's what I know. So, he's not neither going to support UDA nor what do you call Asimio. We have to put that one. Moment.
You asked a question, Sam. We should answer that one. I want to answer that one of Kalonzo. You asked.
Come on.
You can't ask and answer yourself.
You people, you are very complex.
You Sam, you asked a question and you expect us to answer.
I don't want. Let Duke, you can take over.
It's not Duke. We still have somebody who is a moderator. The moderator. Hello, the moderator. Duke. The moderator is Temba. So the last time I checked, we still had a moderator. So no. It's not Temba was given you.
Duke, relax. You know, Sam is not giving you time. Sam has been caught up flat-footed. He's not able to support his assertions, but it's okay. Now, I keep saying here that when you come, yes, Patriot, what is it?
You know what, Temba?
There was something that was
cornered because
you cannot speak throughout. You have said you have left it has gone to Duke. Now you want to interfere.
Just bashing people here with your narrative, which is never goes anywhere. Instead of analyzing, putting the
you listen. If you don't want to listen, then okay.
Patriot. It's okay, mute. Okay, Sam, maliza your thought process and then unasema nini?
Unajua saa zingine kuongea sio mbaya, lazima mtu asikize mtu. Mimi nimesema hivi, votes ambaye ya Wakamba, Eastern, sorry kusema Wakamba, I don't want to talk about people, to put it personalized the community. The Eastern votes, I think maybe 80% will go to Kalonzo, the Wiper aspirant. And these votes, the last election on the side of NASA, it was only about 3% of those votes that went to Jubilee. As per now, we don't know exactly which side of those votes going to go, because I don't know. I may not, and I don't want to talk about whether the contestant for president aspirant Wiper is going to support either. He said one thing. He said he's not going to support. He's not going to work with Raila. That was 2 months ago. Some 3, 4, 5 days ago, he said, I will never work with Ruto. So, which means he has put those people aside. So, it's going to be very difficult. Either Ruto nor Raila, either of them to win easy. So they have to fight. They have to see a way, alternative way, or they have to see how they can penetrate those places that, especially Ruto, because he has never contested as a presidential candidate. It's going to be his first time. So it's a little bit giving the presidential contestants a little bit of headache, because the first debutant is not easy to understand. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Patriot, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, let me quickly say something. And I'll be glad if Sam listened as in interrupted here. We don't like interrupting. Sam, sorry if I did that. I'm sorry to have done that. Allow me now to say something on what you've said. And I like the way Themba you put it. Here we don't shy away from showing who we are supporting. There are followings. There is Oka, there is Azimio, there is Uda, and we respect. It's good for people to come out and clear the air who they are supporting. And I'm happy that Sam has actually alluded to who he supports. That makes it easier for us to understand you. For me, I support Azimio La Umoja, and I think I have some authority to speak as a supporter of Baba on what we are doing. So let me try to answer your concern, Sam. The issue of Western Province, in as far as I'm concerned, the votes that we have now, the popularity that Baba has now, is not less than what he had last time. Baba had about 57% of Western Province when it comes to the support, when we, at the end of the election. That did not mean Jubilee didn't have the followers. It has several MPs. Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta got quite a substantive votes from Western Province, where Trans Nzoia is also part of Rift Valley. Kisii had, in fact, Kisii na Nyamira alipata kura nyingi sana, which today is a different scenario. So, but let me go straight to the issue of Eastern Province. And I'm telling you this now to give you answer, Sam, because I thought it was a question. Azimio La Umoja, how we are balancing the equation of Eastern Bloc, where largely is the community where Kalonzo Musyoka comes from. How we are balancing that question. The kind of percentage that Baba has, in my view, currently, with the governors that I mentioned, and the general goodwill of the people who understand who Baba is, because UDA have numbers there too. The kind of numbers that Baba has, in my view, Baba has about 30% of those votes, courtesy of the governors, and his goodwill as a liberator, as a person who has worked with them. And if you are keen with the news, the way Themba said, you will realize that the followers of Kalonzo have actually given the option. If Kalonzo is not vying, they have said it. There is one person they know they will not support. That is the deputy president. One of the serious officials of Wiper, actually, I think about a week ago, he said very clearly, kama Kalonzo Musyoka hasimami na iwe tunataka kwenda kwa chama ingine, kwanza hatuendi kwa UDA, lakini kama ni kuteleza, I'm quoting him, kama ni kuteleza, tukiteleza kwenda kwa Azimio, hiyo ni sawa, lakini tunataka Kalonzo aende paka kwa debe. That should tell you the undertones. They have an alternative who they support. That aside, Baba has support on the ground, and that support, I want to show you how mathematically, without Kalonzo supporting us, how that mathematics is coming to close to what we got from Ukambani. The percentage that we are getting from Mount Kenya, which we didn't have that time, add to what we have currently from Eastern Bloc without Kalonzo. When you put that together, you will get the mathematics that is close, because I know what we got from Eastern. We got about 1.6. It is 1.6 that we got from there. If we are going to quote Mount Kenya the way we are doing, which is an area that I'm sure we're going to score close to 20 or 30%, we are talking about 1.6 million coming from Mount Kenya, adding with about 400, from Mukambani. I'm mentioning in good faith because they are our friends. We are talking about 2 million. The 2 million is above 1.6 that we got from that community without Mount Kenya. So don't think, in my view, I think I need to let you know, Sam, that between the president and the former prime minister, we have very highly learned people who advise these people. They're not stupid. These are people who sit down. We have statisticians. We have people who've done economics. We have people who have done science with the numbers, and they understand. Where I sit today, where we had a problem is Western. That is where DAP has come in to save the situation. Western, we are happy that we have put Ford Kenya to Square and ANC. But as far as the vote of Ukambani and the Eastern region is concerned, we have been able to get to that number 1.6 by quoting Mount Kenya, where we had nothing. Raila got 3%. So if you are to be keen and really you are interested in that mathematics, you go take your mathematics of the percentage of 20 from Mount Kenya, add to what we are getting down there without Kalonzo, it will surpass 1.6 that we got. Lastly, I want to say this, Sam. We believe Raila Odinga won the election of 2017. That I want you to know that he won the election, and that's why Themba, the percentage you were giving, I wanted to say this. I think there's something we learned from that number. There is consistency of the number, which in my view, it should not be. It is not scientifically supported. The reason, it means you also see a hand that controls those numbers. So what I'm learning from my end is that what I'm trying to say in a nutshell is, Themba, the way we've been saying that there is no party that has ever won an election without the support of the regime. Okay, to be humbler. So those are some of the red flags. Some of the red. How do you call it? I don't know. Those are some of the signs that show that for sure there are footprints which indicate that all elections have something to do with how the party relates with the government of the day. So that mathematics is not correct, that it should be 45, 46, 45, because there's something that is predominant. Whoever you are saying has been losing. So there is a way of giving justification of how he loses that comes from the government. But there's something in this case that is different, Themba, which we have been telling our brothers. This time round, we have no reason. It is not in history in Africa that anybody who has been supported, any person running for the government, for the top position, and he's supported by the regime, none has lost. That's what we are saying. None has lost. And those numbers confirm that there is interference in every election. The way that comes out from a scientific point of view, that constant number that goes to the loser, it tells me, in my view, that there is always a hand of the system, a hand of the government of the day, which UDA should be worried that today they're not in bed with the government of the day. So that's my take. So we shouldn't be the people who are worried. I think the Eastern Bloc has been balanced by Mount Kenya. That's what I wanted to say, Themba. I don't know whether I've gotten close to what Sam was worried about.
Okay, Stone PK, before we bring on someone else.
Yeah. Thank you. Actually, Patriot has.
Thank you, Patriot, kueleza. Thank you so much that you have elaborated in a different way. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Patriot.
Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Sam.
Yeah, I will just add a small spice onto what you have elaborately put in terms of, let me say, Ukambani. I don't mind calling people by tribe because it's in good faith. Call me my tribe. I'll never be personal. Now, something else that is very unique with the Lower Eastern, that is Ukambani. They are quite soft, but very straight hitting. Right now, what they have said, and they know deep inside themselves, they know Kalonzo is not the best of a candidate they can have. But they have voted for him because they are one of their own. They confess. They even say, for all the years he was VP, was all that, they always tell you, go to his area of Siaikulu. In terms of development, Kalonzo scores less than 2/5. That I'm telling you as his neighbor. Talk to any true person from that area to give you Kalonzo's development record. It's very poor. It's the lowest of all the leaders. This is the truth, and it's on record. Now, but they die with him as one of theirs. So right now, when it comes to presidential, they are saying, if worse comes to the worst, and Kalonzo does not join Azimio, he will go it alone. And you guys, you can take that, put it on the note, write it somewhere. You will say Stone PK said it. They have said it. They are holding meetings. They are saying they don't see where Kalonzo is going as a presidential candidate. These are his own people. Even the three governors have said it. And these governors, they command their constituencies. I'm not saying he will not get votes, but can you imagine in your own area where you are not scoring anything above 20%, you just be a spoiler. And these people from that area, they know, but they believe in him joining hands with somebody else. And that somebody else, they are always saying, so long as Raila is alive, they always pair him with, they feel safer when he goes to Raila. And even most of those governors feel the same. So just to make some comfortable, just know that Kalonzo is not safe if he tries to go it alone, because even if he tries to woo votes from other areas, which areas will give Kalonzo more than 15%? Truth be said. So Eastern is not a worry. Then it will balance from what Patriot has said. Imagine gaining something like 20% from Central. That quashes all the Eastern, the lower Eastern votes. Upper Eastern, which is Meru side, together with Daraka, then they are just trying, it's like a beautiful girl who does not want to show that he's already fallen for you. They know very well where they are safe, but you still have remnants of people talking of UDA, but they are lying. The true color of the Merus would be seen by the end of February, beginning March. Okay? But they have also started agreeing that Kiraitu is misleading them. They are saying Muzee is retiring, but he's holding his ego because he has a very big ego. That's why they are disagreeing a little bit with the Munya here and there. And now that will come out very well in February when they will disagree totally. And that again, you can take a note of that and ask me later. Sooner than later, Kiraito and Munya will part ways. And of course, when they part ways, Munya will carry the day. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And maybe just before I bring, because I know Patrick has come and Ziana, you guys are gonna give your submissions in a little while. Right next, I want to say this for those who are coming on the comment section. Asanteni sana. But the world in itself is not fair. The world is not fair, so don't expect fairness. Even the Constitution only gives justice. It doesn't talk about fairness. It talks about justice. As long as justice is done, and if justice was to be done, I mean, if fairness was to be done, then rain will not be raining to those people who have done much sin according to us. But you see, rain rains to everyone, and blessings come to everyone. So fairness is very subjective. It depends on how you look at it. Secondly, we are biased. We are most of us moderators are pro Azimio. We also have moderators, other admins who are pro UDA. They don't come. We don't know why, but it's not our problem. So yes, we are biased. So don't keep bringing it that moderators are biased. Yes, you are right. We are biased, but our biasness is as far as you have your facts. We are going to question you. You're going to put it out here, and we are going to appreciate you. Yes, you are biased. Okay. I'm biased. I'm supporting Azimio because I don't think the deputy president has convinced me that he can be is presidential. In the first place, I don't think he can even stand himself as a deputy president to himself, because you cannot be a deputy president who contradicts your boss for 8 years and you still want to inherit them. That in itself, for me, is a disqualification. Humility is one particular part that describes, and the epitome of a good leader is having the ability to be humble. Secondly, he doesn't have the moral authority to step aside when he disagrees with his boss. He hasn't done that. So for me, those two in the first place. The rest, of course, have been explained. So I don't think he deserves to be a president because he has not shown even the younger generation, on how to be humble. Go to the Bible. David got a very good opportunity to kill Saul. Even after he had been poured, the oil had been poured on his head, that is going to be the king. I think it was Prophet Nathan who had poured I can't remember the prophet well, but he had already been anointed to be king. But he went, and this Saul was looking to kill him. Saul was looking to kill him. He had already been anointed. What did he do when he had the opportunity to kill Saul so that he can be king? He didn't kill him. He waited until this time. Now that's the humility that the deputy president did not have and does not have. Today, yesterday he was lecturing his boss, telling him how he should not even bring certain people to us because he thinks that other people, Raila is not a Kenyan. So you're going to be president to someone you think is not a Kenyan. According to you, he doesn't deserve to be voted for. This is your competitor. Compete, not by lecturing the president on who he should not bring and who he should bring. What if he brought you? What makes you think that you are better Kenyan than others? That's already showing us the kind of a president that he is. Now, you see, Ruto has gone to Nyanza, he has gone to all the places. There's not even one time that Raila said, do not bring Ruto to Nyanza. He's not said anything. He has said, let them compete, kwa sera. Let them meet at the debe. Now, that is what you are calling leadership, appreciating that the Constitution allows anybody to go anywhere to look for votes. So he is giving his president, his leader, he's giving him lectures on how he should not bring so and so. If he was so good, he would have humbled himself. In fact, I can say, if Ruto loses, which he's going to do on 9th, he actually lost it. Because he had an opportunity to humble himself under Uhuru. Once Uhuru finishes his 10 years, he was going to be bequeathed the leadership, because we would be not talking about UD, and we'll be actually talking about Jubilee taking power, while the others are thinking on how to take power from Jubilee. Look at the confusion that the deputy president has brought to us. Claiming that he has built roads with Jubilee, yet he's saying that we want to do it with UDA. Total confusion. And that is what someone wants to tell us, that this is the leader that we want. How sure are you that he'll come in and when he becomes president, he runs away from it for the next 8 years? We don't have anybody there as a president. Therefore, yes, I'm biased. So if you're coming in and trying to tell us, oh, moderators are biased here, yes, we are. You can come in and moderate as UDA. And we have moderators who are leaning towards UDA, but they don't show up. Finally, I want to bring on, I think Ziana came before Harun. Let's listen to Ziana, and then Harun, you will have your time to respond to others as you give your submission. Ziana, kindly, karibu. Najua wewe unapenda kuongea Kiswahili, upendi king'eng'e.
Can I respond to what you have said?
Apunguze Kiswahili mingi.
Duke, you'll have your time to respond in a bit. I just gave my submissions on why I don't agree with your side. Ziana, karibu.
Nashukuru sana Bwana Themba, Stony, Patriot, Harun, Sam na Geoffrey.
Princess, mi naitwa period.
Unajua Kiswahili sio mdomo yako najua, lakini tutaizungumza tu. Themba, nashukuru sana. Leo nimeona kwamba makamu wa rais amesema ya kwamba 70% anaweza uchukua. sioni kama Kenya hii kweli 70% mtu anaweza uchukua kweli. Hiyo ni ndoto, kwa sababu kama inatakikana uwe na 50.1 ndio uwe mshindi. Yeye naye anasema 70. Hiyo ni ndoto kabisa. Na unajua kama mtu anaota unamwachilia, wacha aote ndoto. Atakuja apate mwana si wake kwa sababu yuko katika usingizi. Tukienda magharibi ya Kenya utapata ya kwamba hana hata 70. Hiyo anasema ako na, niseme 10% kama ni zaidi, kama ni mingi sana 10% magharibi. Hiyo kama nafikiria amejikokota mno. Kwa hivyo mi naona ni mchezo anacheza, lakini si mbaya ndoto. Mi nafurahia kwa ndoto yake, lakini tukiangalia vile siasa zinaendelea, mimi naona si mbaya. Tuangalie kama sasa mimi ninampatia Raila akienda upande wa magharibi amemshika nani? Amemshika Wamalwa na akamshika Oparanya. Hiyo tayari kama ni chache mno, nimempatia Raila chache mno, niseme 60. Tukiingia katikati ya Kenya, nimpatie 30% ama 20. Kwa hivyo hii kitu tumechukua mapema, hata tusiwe na wasiwasi. Mi naona tumeichukua mapema, manake Pwani amefunga hiyo, hata mtu asifikirie, ameifunga kabisa kabisa. Nyanza ameufunga. Sasa kama Rift Valley, bonde la Ufa, wanasema ataweza kumshinda hata mwenye ule anatoka bonde la Ufa mwenyewe. Lakini hata kama atapata, nimpatie apate bonde la Ufa, apate 70, manake hawezi pata hata 90. Kwa hivyo mimi kwa hii ni makamu wa rais alikuwa na jaribu kutikisa tu watu wa Azimio, wale wanatikisika, wanasisitika kabisa. Kama Patriot anasema hawatetemeshwangi ngwingwi. Sijui mnaswahilisha siku hizi Kiswahili mnaswahilisha zaidi jamani. Hatutetemeshwa ngwingwi. Muna mambo jamani kwa kuswahilisha Swahili.
Umejaribu kweli. Hatutetemeshwa ngwingwi. Hatutetemeshwa ngwingwi.
Mnaswahilisha Kiswahili mpaka yani hata mimi mwenyewe nashindwa na Kiswahili jamani. lakini nashukuru kama vile Raila anaendelea na kampeni zake. Najua tutashikilia hapo hapo. Makamu wa rais najua sijasema hawezi shinda, lakini hana chake. Nilisikia mwenzangu mwingine alisema hapa eti Kalonzo anaweza shinda. Aseme Kalonzo, hamna wakati Kalonzo anaweza kushinda. Hiyo tuseme ukweli. Anaweza kataza hao watu wasipate 50%, lakini hawezi shinda. Nimesikia Themba akisema Raila huwa anapata 44%, akizidi mno 45%. Kwa hivyo Kalonzo naye anaweza shinda, apite katikati namna gani? Kwa kama wale watapata 45, huyu mwingine apate 40 na niteme 46, sasa nimpe mingi. Kalonzo anaweza shinda namna gani? Sioni mahali Kalonzo anaweza shinda, lakini watu wakienda mara ya pili ampe mwenzake yule atakayependa, lakini kushinda kwake naye tuondoe kwa fikra hiyo, ni ndoto. Ni hayo tu kwa sasa, nitasema mengine baadaye. Nimeshukuru Bwana Themba.
Leo umejaribu, nafikiri nani ameenda Yule jamaa ambaye alikuwa anataka kuuliza swali, kuswalisha swali, yule jamaa wa UDA ametoroka. Alikuwa anataka kupinga wazo langu, lakini ni sawa tu. Sam, uko hapa? Sam, wewe kwanza, wewe Sam, wewe ni mtu wa hapo. Achanga hasira saa zingine.
Sio hasira, unajua kuongea utakana mtu wakati katikati. Wadhani mtu aongea hata kama aongea dakika 2-3. Wakati ni it's good. That's why unaona mimi nikiongea naongea na maliza mwisho nasema okay, imeisha. Unajua
mimi hatujamkata Sam. Ulisikia tumemkata Duke kweli? Alikuwa Duke tulisikia tumemkata kweli?
Okay, sasa muendelee.
Yes, unaona sasa, yani kidogo tu inakuwa tuelewane tu. Haya, Harun, muda ni wako sasa.
Mr. Themba, naomba kuuliza kuna vile mtu anaweza tumia figures za tuko kueleza jambo fulani kisheria, inaruhusiwa? Kama iruhusiwi, then kutoka hapa I give my submission.
Figures za tuko hizo ni zinaitwa wanaitaje kwa lugha ya nini? There's a word in English. Those are hypothetical figures. You can just say they are hypothetical figures which you can use, but of course unconfirmed. But if you want to support your view using them, it's okay. I mean, it's like we use figures ambazo zimefanywa na some stats wanaikanga kwa Star. Some of them we don't know, but at least they give you, they might be true, may not be true. You know so well that voting is not done by statistics. Voting inafanywa na kura. So, but you can use them to support your assertion. Yeah, because it's just being hypothetical. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. Ningependa let me put on my volume. Yeah, ningependa kusema namna hii. Mbona a deputy president, in fact, na the whole of his team wako in a panic mood wakati wanaona President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta ako karibu kupanda kwenda mlimani kwenda kupeana ujumbe. Mbona walipitana na William Samoei Ruto maybe kimawazo? nimeangalia some figures, na hizo figures ni about development ambayo pale mlimani President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta amefanya, na most of those projects in fact mingi nimeona ziko above 90% completion, which means before August 9 elections, most of those projects zitakuwa zimefanya nini, zimeisha, na watu wa Mlima Kenya watapata matokeo yake. And hii kitu ndio in fact inawari the president, cause tukiangalia, ndio maana nimeuliza kuhusu hizo figures. Nimeangalia Kiambu, kuna tarmac roads, kuna tarmac road ambayo inatoka Chuja, Gatundu North, Gatundu South, in fact ina cost over 5.05 billion. Thika level 5 hospital 760 million, Kiambu level 4 hospital 380 million, Gatundu South TTI technical, that is a technical training institute, ina cost 55.48 million. Alafu kuna Nachu TTI ina cost 53 million. Hiyo ni government project ambayo inaendelea kutendeka pale Kiambu. Murang'a County, Kangema, Gacharage Road, 35 kilometers at the cost of 4.11 billion. Murang'a level 5, Kenya shilling 450 million. Murang'a level 4, 380 million. Gatanga Community Water Project, 264 million. Gatanga TTI, 55 million. Nyandarua, Oljorok, Ndundori, C83 Road, 35 kilometers, in a cost 1.9 billion. Engineer level 4, 380. Just to mention a few. Nikuje Nyeri, kuna Mathaiti Road, 50.8 kilometers at a cost of 2.1 billion. Kuna Mukuruini Water Project, 720 million. Othaya Sewage Project in a cost of 400 million. Nikimalizia Kirinyaga, kuna Kerugoya Road ambayo inakimbia mpaka Kaparage, 50 kilometers, inaenda at the cost of 4.1 billion. Kuna Gicharu TTI ina cost of 54 million. So in fact ninapoangalia ninaona kuwa Rais Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta hachawacha watu wake chini. That is what I want to state here categorically. Unajua mimi nimekuwa nikijiuliza, when our viongozi, the likes of Alice Wahome, the likes of Waruguru, wanakuja wanasema kuwa huyu Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta has done nothing to the people of Mount Kenya. Nimekuja kushangaa kuona kuwa in fact kuna so many development project ambazo zinaendelea Mount Kenya but hazijaisha. So watu wa Mount Kenya sasa hivi hawezi wakaona hizo project yani matunda yake kwa sababu hazijaisha, but zikiisha is then watakuja kurealize kuwa enyewe mtoto yao, their son President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta in fact amefanya kazi mzuri sana hapo. Just only Mount Kenya tu peke yake nimeguzia, sijasema kuwa it is Mount Kenya President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta he has put projects, spread projects all over the country. So wakati ninapoona Mr. Stone BK, wakati ninapoona deputy president anacharuka anasema kuwa please ukikuja usituletee mtu ya mambo ya mtu ya kitendawili, I know that fear, because they know deputy president and his team wanajua vizuri the president akikuja a stamp his authority aseme kuwa my people hizi siku zote mimi nimekuwa nikitumia wale viongozi ambao nimepatia nafasi, siwezi kuwa every now and then mimi nakuja Mount Kenya, ilari Kenya, the whole of Kenya inahitaji development. Kisumu wanahitaji development, Rift Valley wanahitaji development, Mombasa wanahitaji development, Northeastern wanahitaji development. So wakati nilipatia my foot soldiers, this is what I've delivered for you. And now hii sasa ndio itafanya nini? Kama William Samoei Ruto yeye mwenyewe anasema kuwa 70% ndio atashinda nayo. My friend, that is a joke. Na yule mwenye anasema kuwa baba Mount Kenya hakuna kura atapata, I'm very sure our president wakati atakapopanda pale mlimani na aambie watu kuwa watu wa Mlima Kenya that hakika my preferred candidate ni huyu, because me I'm a voter. Unajua mimi nashangaa why UDA wanaogopa president, because he's a voter. Sasa hivi wangekuwa anasema kuwa otherwise President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta is just one person, hiyo ni vote moja tu. So ile uoga wako nayo ni kwa vile this president ambaye yuko sasa hivi at all amefanya kazi mzuri kwa watu wa Mlima Kenya, na hiyo sasa inaogopesha sana watu wa UDA. So ndio mimi nataka kuambia kuwa in fact Deputy President alifanya makosa sana kutoshirikiana na President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, and this is going to cost him. Na mimi ndio nilisema kuwa vizuri baba alifanya kitu ya maana ku allow peace if prevail so that the president can deliver zile ahadi zenye alipatia watu wake ambao ni sisi kama Wakenya, so that hata yeye wakati atakapokuwa anaondoka atakuwa anasema kweli, I'm getting out as a proud man, kuwa hakika ina percentage fulani nimesongesha watu wangu a step forward. So about submission of today nitakuja baadaye. Hiyo ni point nilikuwa nataka ni correct, because nimeona William Samoei Ruto anaogopa president sana, mbona asiende mlimani, but nimewaambia kuwa development yenye president amefanya pale mlimani ndio inaogopesha William Samoei Ruto. Back to you Mr. Themba.
Thank you so much Harun. Kuna vitu ambazo umesema hapo nimeona ziko na uzito. Lakini najua Sam labda atasema. Sam, una neno ungependa kusema hapo kwa hiyo kitu Harun amesema?
Mpaka saizi iko, lakini sitaki kuharibia watu kwanza. Let the other people talk. Harun atamjibu kwa pole.
Sema tu Sam.
Sam, wacha zungumze baba.
Sema tu Sam, tutakusikiza.
Harun, kweli endekao Ruto anaogopa rais because yeye ni mdogo yake, mdogo ya rais, so anaweza kuwa anaogopa, lakini haimaanishi kuwa ati anaogopa nani asiende pale. No, you know, hata kama wewe ni anajua there's one thing here, na hata kama ni wewe ukiwa na watoto wako ama ukiwa na ndugu yako mdogo, angependa uende, ndugu yako mdogo angependa uende mali yako na watu wake ambao wanasumbuana naye huko. Anapenda tu uwe mbali, atakusumbua tu ukiwa mbali, sababu ukienda pale pengine utaangalia kitu ambayo haikupendezi wewe, utamweza kumharibia. Anyway, hakuna president anasoacha watu wake hivyo bila kupatia pesa ama bila kusaidia mahali wako. Hii ni lazima, tusidanganyane. So Uhuru kusaidia hivyo watu wake, na watu kusema hapana, hatutaki wewe hapa, wewe nini hapa, hawapendi ama hawangependa kuwa yeye aende pale ili julikane, kumbe mtu anadanganya watu, hakuna kitu watu wanafanya, yeye anafanya, na kumbe watu wanafanywa vitu, lakini yeye wanakataa kuwa anafanywa. So in the reality, hakuna mtu anasoacha watu wake, especially the last minute, wakati anajua anaondoka. He has to refurbish everything that ilikuwa project ilikuwa imelala, lazima utasimamisha ndio aweze kurudi. There's one thing for those who say that nani ataenda Uhuru ataenda kufanyia kampeni Raila, hiyo tuweka kando kidogo. Let us put it aside. Unless kama anataka kuharibia Raila, ikiwa kama Uhuru anataka kuharibia Raila, aende afanyia Raila hii kampeni huko, that would be hii itakuwa na makosa. Ni kama kulasimishia watu kitu ambacho ni so. Hii ya kwenda kufanyia kampeni, atasema hii ni mzee iko hivi, lakini sio kusema ati mimi nataka mchague. That one atakuwa ameruka kiwango kingine, na watu hapa watakataa, sababu wewe lazimishwe kitu ambacho pengine watu hawataka, hata kama watu walikuwa wanataka, lakini kulazimishia ni kama kumaanisha there is something behind it which is wewe mwenyewe unajua, lakini hutaki kusema. So the other thing kusema ati Uhuru ataenda kusema Ruto alifanya hivi, hiyo hatutarajia miaka hii. It was a game, I'm sorry to say, this has been a game of President Uhuru na Ruto ambao wenyewe wanajua wenyewe vile walikuwa wanafanya. So let us not put this thing of Uhuru alikosana nani ama na Ruto manini. Hiyo wanajua wenyewe vile walikuwa wanafanya, ndio kusudi hiyo peace kwa saizi inaendelea kati ya kwa Kenya kwa wakati saizi. So that one, let us put that one aside. So there's one thing nafikiri nimesahau kidogo. Anyway, nikumbuka tena sababu kwa umeongea kitu lakini nilikuwa nitawaeleza. Thank you.
Themba. Themba
Themba ako kwa simu, kama kuna yule anaweza azungumze.
Sawa, wacha
niko hapa Ziana nini wewe?
Temba huko kwa simu.
Nilikuwa naongelesha mtu mwingine. Patriot. Nilikuwa naongelesha tulia. Mulumbu karibu. Jeff leo umeamua uonekane sura. Watu wanakuwa hapa na anakusikiza tu kwa nini wanaona leo Jeff ndio huyu Patriot Jeff ndio huyu. Karibisha Jeff na kikombe cha uji.
Asante.
Jeff unakunywanga erongoli pakete.
Mbona umejifunga hivi? Uko sawa?
Huku kwetu kuna baridi sana, nilikuwa nje. I have just entered in the house. Huku tuko winter, wakati ukitoka nje hivi baridi iko juu sana, lazima ujifunge kidogo.
Bwana umejifunga, si weka hita kwa nini iko warm kidogo.
I have just entered in the house.
Haya, karibu pata kopo la maji tutakuleta hivi uweze kutupatia maoni yako. Mulumbu vipi?
Nimekuona na kusikiza.
mbona hivi wewe unaniona sikuoni? Mbona umejificha leo?
Ndio nimeingia kazini.
Unajua sasa wewe ukifika hapa baada ya Kiswahili changu sasa kinazama, manake tuliambiwa kwamba wewe ndio
tumemiss kukuona Mlumbu sana. Miss kukuona sana.
Ikizama ni vizuri, hapo ndio utapata funzo.
Niliambiwa nisiongee Kiswahili Mlumbu akifika. Sasa mimi leo Kiswahili changu bwana kitakuwa kidogo kina utata kidogo. Lakini karibu.
Hapana, katika ulimwengu wetu watu kujifunza, hakuna vile utajua kitu bila kujifunza.
Inshallah. Basi naomba kidogo mute ni kufanya nini kwa Kiswahili ziada?
Acha nivae miwani yangu kama vile yeye anafanya hivi yeye anavaa.
Buru, naomba uweze kumute kidogo. Asante. Sasa nitampatia Haron nafasi aweze kuchangia kwa sababu hakuwa ametoa nini. Eti nini Sam? Eti mtu ana breathe kama jani.
Yes.
Buru ni mtu wa UDA, wewe unaanza kupiga mtu wa UDA mawe hapa na amekuja kusaidia. Sasa wewe namna gani wewe?
Sema unajua nyati akiwa na nguvu lazima toe pumzi ambayo watu wanakimbia hata mahali huko unakimbia mbali.
Haya basi sawa, karibu sana Sam. Jeff Mburu, karibu Mulumbu. Domi sijui ako vipi, hiyo mtandao wake uko na shida, lakini I hope atapata kuingia. Harun, tafadhali sasa toa hoja zako kabla nimlete Jeff Mburu, Mulumbu na Domi.
Asante sana kwa kunipa nafasi ndiposa nitoe hoja zangu. Ninasema namna hii, Ruto kusema kuwa he will win by a margin of 70%. In fact, hapo mimi nitasema it is false. Reason being, in any election, campaigns always they narrow the lead of any front runner. In fact, since 2017, we know very well the deputy president has been all along, in fact, campaigning until Baba in November last year, when he submitted his presidential bid. So, which means that Baba and William Samoei Ruto, these are the two, in fact, two individuals whom one of them will be the president of the Republic of Kenya. So, ile gap yenye the president, the deputy president, in fact, alikuwa ameacha Raila Amolo Odinga kwa sasa vile campaign ziko ama hii mambo ya Azimio vile baba anaifanya all through, the gap is now is now getting very narrow. Ndio mliona, in fact, even at the end of last year Infotrack poll, we saw UDA, they were having 33%, and then ODM had 32%. You see the gap. In fact, and you know, so if UDA had 3%, ODM had 2%. Now, where does 70% in fact arise from? Ndio tunaona kuwa in fact hii ni kupatia tu watu wa UDA moral kuwa in fact ata win in a huge moral. Yani watu wa UDA anawapatia moral kuwa in fact kama ni kuenda kuregister as voters, waende waregister kwa sababu atashinda kwa kishindo kikubwa sana. Alafu na sisi anatutia uoga yet maybe atuta nini, but ukweli wa maneno ni kuwa campaigns ndio tumeona kuwa they narrow the gap of the front runners, na ile kitu yenye inachangia tena sana, any presidential candidate, he or she has advisors, and these advisors always they lay strategies to counter their opponent. That is why you see most of these gaps are being narrowed. And then there is about the issue of media coverage. Also wanga inachangia kuleta hizo gap ya front runners kwa karibu sana. Then we have got these people, in fact, who give support to presidential candidates. Like now, in Azimio, we have Mount Kenya Foundation, and even us in UDA, we have got these billionaires, the likes of Madam Karanja, Tapita Karanja, the likes of Mudama, the likes of Gashagwa. These are the people, in fact, who are oiling the campaigns of William Samoei Ruto, and also the members, the registered members of UDA, because there is that fee which they do pay as registration. So all these finances, when a presidential candidate put them together, this amount of money helps him or her to campaign. So that is why, in fact, this gap, I put a lot of question marks on it. And then to finish with, also, in fact, media itself, you find that when reporters, they call those big men and women who always surrounds presidential candidate for debate, all those in fact hizo vitu zote uwanga zinachangia, because when they go debate, wewe ni mtu wa Azimio, mimi ni mtu wa William Samoei Ruto. Our agenda, it is maybe Baba Care and what have you. Kama ni mtu wa Azimio, kama ni mtu wa UDA, mambo ya bottom up. So when they go debate, hizi zote uwanga zinachangia ku narrow the gap of any presidential any figures ambazo any likely presidential candidate should garner. So hii 70%, mimi nasema hii ni just only kuignite their supporters, but William Samoei Ruto hawezi akapata this 70%. Thank you. Back to you, Mr. Themba.
Thank you, Harun. Sijui kama kuna maswali. Okay, hakuna question. Naona Jeff Mburu ana smile tu, lakini wacha nimruhusu atoe opinion yake.
Yeah, ukiona Mburu ana smile, hiyo kitu imeingia.
na Jeff ulitoroka hapa kabla tumalize, nafikiri labda ulikuwa unaenda kazi, lakini ulihepa, but it's okay, hayo yalipita. Karibu tena kwa leo, toa maoni yako kwa mada ya leo. Jeff, unmute. You're muted.
Sorry. Thank you so much for this opportunity. And I hope today, Mr. Themba, you're gonna allow me finish my submission. That's just the request I'm making. And
Now,
then
now,
if there
now,
is something you want to say, you can say after I am
Jeff,
done.
Jeff,
It's a request.
you're already having that in the psychology we call a defeatist mental
No.
psychological state.
Why I am saying that is because
Yeah.
I don't want what was happening yesterday.
No,
Even
it's
if
called.
you
Wait, Jeff.
feel yes.
It's called a defeatist mental state or self stigma. You know, when you move into a place with a stigma that people are against me, they are likely to be against you.
No.
You attract what you think.
No. Why I am saying that because it becomes destructive. It causes people
Can
to
you
waste
imagine,
a
Jeff?
lot of time.
Imagine, Jeff. I've just welcomed and I've told you give your submission to today's agenda. You see where you have started.
And I have to request you not to do what you did.
No,
Anyway,
if you
let
do what
us proceed.
wait,
Let
if
us
you do
just
what
proceed.
Roger, if you do what you did yesterday, I will do what I did yesterday.
No.
Let's go on.
You see, however, my point might be uncomfortable, might not even be making sense. Maybe there to some people, it might make sense. So it's always good to let people cough whatever they have. It won't cost anything to listen to somebody.
This is wait, this is not a therapy session. This is a place where we are coming to interact with
yes,
ideas. Go
you
ahead.
should anyway, let
Go
us
ahead.
not dwell on
Jeff.
that.
Yeah.
Why I was smiling is because I wanted just not to ask a question, but maybe to talk on something that the last speaker, Mr. I think, I don't, yes, Haron, the things he was talking, just to add some few things there and maybe some subtract or put them in the maybe in some kind of a perspective. First of all, the deputy president saying that he gonna win with 70%. It is not an offense. Even if he says I am going to win with 100%, it is not an offense. After all is said and done, the Kenyans are going or will go to the ballot, and then we shall see the real picture. So there is no problem. Even if Odinga says he's gonna win with 110, it's a statement. And that's why after they have gone out there, they have tried to convince, because what is happening, politicians, they must look for all the ways to convince their electorates. So I don't see any problem with the deputy president saying he's gonna win with 70%. But why is he saying that? We have to ask ourselves. Ruto was already a strong candidate, minus Musalia Mudavadi, minus Moses Wetangula. And now he has gotten some people who matter in Kenya, people that any serious politician cannot afford to ignore. It's only an unwise person in the Republic of Kenya who does not understand who is Musalia Mudavadi, who does not understand his mental capability. It is Musalia Mudavadi who formed the NASA coalition. He came with the idea of the NASA coalition. He is a wise guy. We are talking of somebody who was a vice president, though for a short period of time. We are talking of somebody who was a deputy prime minister for a period of 5 years. We are talking of somebody who has been a government from a very young age. He has a wide range of knowledge. So Mr. Mudavadi has not just brought votes to William Ruto. He has brought also the wisdom, the knowledge, and experience. You cannot afford to ignore such a person if you are a serious candidate for the position. Bearing in mind that Ruto has also received another person of influence, Moses Wetangula. And Ruto was not expecting this. Even without them, Ruto had a chance of winning because of the campaign he has been undertaking. And I can tell you for sure, I am from Central Kenya. I also have a media like this one. And I have done my analysis. I'll be unfair to say that Raila Odinga is not going to get votes. He will get votes because he is being supported by a good number of people from Central Kenya. But at what percentage? He will get votes, but he is not going to get more votes than William Ruto, because Ruto has already campaigned in Central Kenya for quite a period of time. And not only that, people are looking at Ruto as somebody who has been betrayed by the president. Because the president, remember, had campaigned for 10 years, telling people, you vote for me, you the courageous people. And after this, because of that, if you vote for me, after this, I'm going to reciprocate and I'm going to give you William Ruto my support. And the Central Kenya people had that. So when Uhuru started showing some kind of betrayal and trying to show that he don't want this guy, the Central Kenya people said, no, this is what you told us, that this is the agreement. So many people, even without Ruto campaigning, they sympathize. There is what we call the sympathy votes. And also remember, Ruto has received a lot of intimidation from the police, intimidation from the people in the government institutions, that anybody who is supporting Ruto today has a court case in Nairobi, including Sonko, including the former governor of Kiambu, including almost everybody who tries to support William Ruto. A court file is opened for him by the DCI. People are asking, does it mean that anybody who supports Ruto is a thief? Does it mean that we don't have thieves on the other political divide? So they have not balanced the fight against corruption and all that. So because of that, people are feeling that Ruto has been going through unnecessary fights, and there is what we call the sympathy vote. And Ruto has also campaigned in Central Kenya for such a long time. So Ruto has all the reasons to say that he is going to get 70%. He might not get 70%, but he will be somewhere there. And I would say that Raila Odinga is supposed to worry, having lost the core principles. If I was Raila Odinga, and this is what I can advise him to do, it is good to go back to his historical support. Try to convince Kalonzo Musyoka. Right now, when you see Jimmy Wajigi there, Jimmy Wajigi is a billionaire. He is a billionaire. And he is going to use his money to support Kalonzo Musyoka to ensure that Kalonzo does not support Raila Odinga. Without Kalonzo Musyoka, and this is the question I'm asking myself, without Kalonzo Musyoka, without Mudavadi, without Moses Wetangula, what is this magic or miracle that you people are expecting is going to happen for Raila Odinga to defeat William Ruto, who has gotten all the chance to campaign? That when William Ruto started campaign, the president told everybody else not to campaign because the season of campaign is coming. So everybody else was not campaigning. Raila Odinga was not campaigning. Ruto was on the ground. And that is why I'm telling you, as somebody who has come from Mount Kenya region, and somebody who interacts with some of these politicians, I can tell you for sure, the ground, yes, Raila is going to get some votes, but still Ruto is very strong. So if Raila Odinga is relying on Uhuru Kenyatta to make the difference and make him the president, it's gonna be very hard because people by nature try to rebel against the incumbent. I think the last speaker, Haron, spoke about the things that Uhuru has done for the central people. Yes, Uhuru has done some things, but to what extent? Because if you are a historian, you are given the statement, then you are told to discuss. To what extent has he done those things? Has he done or performed to the expectation of the people? Because most of the projects you have talked about, they are in partnership with the county governments, the hospitals, those dispensaries, those water projects. They are done largely by the county governments, not the national government. The work of the national government is to build these serious roads. It is for electricity, connectivity. The work of the government is to undertake serious projects like the airports, like what we have seen in other areas. So I am not saying he has not done, he has done, but to what extent has he performed to the expectation of the people so that he can tell people, you know, having an incumbent, having a president is very important. That is why people in Mount Kenya are saying, we don't care what we get. Whether we get the deputy, we don't care. Whether we get the president, we don't care what we get. Because we have not seen any fruits. We have not seen any results that you can say because we had the president, we feel favored. So that one might not work very well on the side that he is going to be supporting. Let me just touch on something just a little, then I will end there. Yeah, I have talked some of these things. Yeah, I think I have made some my submission, Mr. Themba, unless there is something else you'd like me to clarify on.
Jeff, thank you so much. Today I'll ask you no questions, and I think I'll allow others to ask you questions.
Yes.
Anybody who has a question for Jeff? Okay, Stone PK.
Thank you, Themba. I'll ask a quick question to Jeff. Of course, what he has presented is what most of us have been hearing, and in fact, some of us who have been a little bit in a lot of this politics since some times back, it reaches a time when as a competitor, you know, you just say, okay, whoever wants to be on my side can be on my side. Whoever doesn't want can, you know, that is, you let it go the way, and then people will count their beans by the end of the day. I am very sympathetic with the Central, because the Central people, anything happening, they are the first ones to complain. They go composing songs of war, they go screaming and all this. So this time around, we are saying if they want to blunder and make mistakes, let them do so, and let them not try to drag other people to, you know, claiming, because whenever they are in trouble, they start mobilizing people, calling them Mount Kenya. Whenever they are enjoying, they start, you know, disintegrating people. So we want to tell them, if their memories are this short, and I don't think Central is thinking like the way Jeff is thinking. Central is a bit careful. Central knows what happened for their 24 years of under the presidency of one Mr. Moi. They, unless I don't know how old Jeff is, but those who are there can never dare make that mistake again. Number two, when we talk of that Moi has, I mean that Raila has lost key people, Kalonzo is nothing when it comes to Ukambani, and I can assure you that unless you are not from Ukambani, Kalonzo does not command votes as people think. That this I had said in my earlier. So Jeff's claim that Raila has lost the key principles, it's neither here nor there. Same thing with Mudavadi. I think Jeff has just come late. We had submitted all this. We had shown figures of how insignificant somebody like Mudavadi is to Raila. He could be significant to Ruto. We don't know. We will see what he will do. Okay. So my big question to Jeff is, you are saying you have been on the ground. I don't know how long ago you are in Central, because most of us have been on media. We are here debating on TV without really, then when you are, without really going on the ground. When you want to find about the ground, you call one or two people, and because of some imagined euphoria, they tell you, oh, me niko UDA. But the best would be to go to the ground, spend a week, talk to people, not people to tell you what you want to hear. Okay? So when he says that the Central will give Ruto 70%, how about the game? How about now that there are those people who feel like they should vote Raila? Is it a lie they are telling? That is my big question. Is it that Central is lying to Raila? And is it true that they feel that nothing has been done for them by the president, that all what is happening there is not being done by the government that they elected? Thank you.
I don't want to say that people are lying to Raila Odinga. Just as I said, he is going to get his votes. And but also remember, I take you back to 2002. Whenever Uhuru Kenyatta went to Central Kenya.
Can I contribute so that I can leave?
So whenever Uhuru Kenyatta went to Central Kenya in 2002, 2003, the stadiums were full. People came out in large number.
Jeff,
yes?
Jeff, hold on. Mulumbu, are you going to work?
Yes, I'm going to work.
Okay, Jeff, can we allow him to
that's fine.
leave so that he goes to work?
That's fine. That's fine.
Mulumbu, go ahead. We are here with Jeff, so I think he is gracious enough to give you that time.
Thank you so much. Thank you, guys. I wish you the best. You're doing is such a wonderful thing. But here we are discussing so that we can know that our country, Kenya, is one Kenya. That behavior of every 5 years we fight for nothing, being arrogant for nothing, and those people are fighting for, they won't help you. It doesn't help us at all. What I'd like to tell Jeff is one thing. I know his supporters of Ruto, and I know he has been given money to come and challenge us here. That's what Ruto is good at, to manipulate and give people money, and then they come here to start giving us what is not necessary. Jeff knows what Ruto is doing is not right. Ruto was in one hand with the Uhuru. Ask yourself, Uhuru is a president. Why did he put him aside? The other question, why is it that Ruto is arrogant to the president of the country? He can't respect him. Why? Just look at those two questions. As a vice president, you have to respect your president and deliver. He decided to go in his own way. And then the president decided what? Also to his own way and kept quiet. Ask yourself, even if you Jeff yourself, you have your vice, therefore he does what he's doing, will you let him do what he's doing? Tarnish your name, and you are the president of the country. First of all, if Uhuru Kenyatta is a very good president, Ruto could be rotting in the jail right now. If Uhuru will just act as a president, he couldn't care about the constitution, and you have seen it to the whole world. He could just put him in the jail, and then that's gone. But because of generosity, and who doesn't want anybody to pour blood in our country, he played cool. You go on what you are doing. So you guys don't come here start enjoying us as if we are new. And this country is for you guys, the young people. Then you come here start lying to us. What you saw, this is not good. The corruption is in the high peak. Everything is in the high peak. And then you come here supporting somebody who has corrupted everything. At the same time, he's campaigning, pouring money everywhere. Is that the leader you want to have? Is that the leader you're supporting? Just support him and you are only paying. You people who are supporting, I know you, some of you have given the money because your pocket are swollen, so you don't care about the other people. You don't care because you have money. You have been a kitu kikubwa, ile nani aliimba, inchi ya kitu kidogo, it has come back. Elect him. Muweke ni president. Na vile iko demagogue, ndio mtajua, vile anawaambianga hamjui. Inakuwa kitu kidogo tu, bora ashike simba ya uongozi ile, aishike mkononi na abadilishe majeshi yote iwe upande wake, aweke watu wake, hata anaweza kodisha machinery kutoka nje kama Museveni, awaweke pale. See what you will do. Mtaona kitu atawafanyia. Ndio mtajua kumbe mlikuwa mnacheza na moto. Na aliwaambia vizuri, ngoja ashike serikali ndio utajua kitu ya kufanya. He's waiting for that. You wait, do it. Tuko hapa tunaangalia. We have been there before. Some of you here ni watoto wetu ambao sisi tumezaa. Ndio rika mko hapa. How you have not seen. You are running after money. You don't look at the country. Do it. We are here to see. Tutaangalia. Wenye watakuwa wanasiaga meno will be some of your brothers and sisters. Wale umekuja hapo unaanza kutudanganya. If it's about 70%, Ruto anasema he knows 70% because he was there with Uhuru wakati walikuwa naibia Raila, wakijua ni 70%, saba haijafunguliwa, Msanda aliuawa. He knows what he talking about because he knows they got 70% which they did not get. Did they get 70%? They got 100. And court ilipona nullified, they got 150. So he knows what he's talking about. Kenya right now, we don't have anybody who can tetea mwananchi wa kawaida. Wote ni corrupt. Kama Mudavadi ni watu walikuwa wanatajia, why to go to somebody who does not even talk about corruption? Why for? Mtu kama nini Wetangula. Why? Because they are going for their stomach. They are not going there for the people. If you are integrity and you are looking for the country and you want the country to develop, lazima uende na msimamo wako katika unataka kusaidia nchi na wananchi wake. Sisi tulikuwepo pale wakati wa Moi, tulikuwepo wakati wa Kenyatta, wakati wa Moi. Ilikuwa kufanya nguo unafinywa. You could not move. Hii democracy tumepata mpaka tunaongea saa hii. Some of you mmezaliwa jana. Nyinyi ndio mnajua democracy. Hata tukiwaambia what is it, hamsema mambo ya zamani, hamtaka kujua. You know to know what is now. You don't want to know what was yesterday that can drive you to now. Ukizaliwa ukienda shule, usote kwa familia yenye iko chini, ukienda shule, unaendanga ukiangalia nyuma mahali nilitoka umaskini, babanga anahangaika, mamanga anahangaika, babanga aliuza shamba nikienda shule. Nikitafuta kazi lazima niwasaidie huko nyumbani shamba ipatikane. You are telling me you don't want to look about that. You are looking for your own future, you don't look back. Huh? Yes, do that. Fanyeni hivyo. Kuleni pesa, sell your country. Then we see where we go. Kukiharibika, hata nyinyi mmekula pesa, hamuna mahali mtaingia. Wakati Moi alikuwa, my brother Kikuyu Central, mlihangaika miaka yote. Watu walipiga mawe, wakafanya nini, wakaandamana, wakina Njoya akapigwa, sijui ile Mathai akavua nguo, everything. You may forget, sasa mnasema Raila ndio unampiga mawe. Wakati hao mlikuwa mnapiga mawe, you are not a mawe people. Na Ruto anasema mtu akitenda yule mtu wa mawe. The time of people, central people were fighting for their right, they are not pigging mawe. Really? I don't know how people you think. Kuleni tu itawashika koo. We are here to see. Kwa hivyo 70 wanasema Ruto anasema 70. He knows it's 70 because one knows what he's gonna do. to get that 70. So kitu naweza waambia ndugu zangu, debate mkiangalia mnasaidia nchi, lakini ukidebate na matumbo zenu, mnakuja hapa kutuangaisha na matumbo zenu kwa sababu mmekula pesa ya Ruto, ameletea mabilioni ya pesa, he bought you, he's buying the country. And you are not exemption from Zimbabwe. You are not exemption from Uganda. You are not exemption from Zambia. You are not. Mtajikuta pale. If you youngers, you cannot educate your people to be the right person who has fought for the country. He has changed the country. He has changed the devolution. He has brought everything. But they still corrupt with these people are stealing money. Instead of putting this person that clear everything, mnaleta ule mwenye simamia corruption namba moja. Ambapo your own brother anasema this not person is not the right, and you cling on because he coming with the money. Eat it. It's gonna eat you again. Thank you so much, guys. God bless you.
Asante Mulumbu.
Demba.
So back to Jeff, uko na swali ama ni comment?
Yes, I would like to comment on what he has just said. First of all, it's very wrong, and I also call it bad manners to attack somebody directly when you are in a debate like this. Saying things that you cannot substantiate, that I am sure Jeff has been given money. And the Jeff you are talking about, you even don't know Jeff. If somebody asks you, do you know Jeff? And now you are saying, I am sure Jeff has been given money by William Ruto. That's very wrong. And you don't do that in a debate. Don't attack people because you don't know them. And also I feel that your support for Raila Odinga is in the blood. And I want to ask even other people, in politics, don't put politics in your heart. I feel even some element of anger and bitterness because of the level of support. I feel a lot of emotions. And that's why you talk and you go outside of what you are supposed to say. It doesn't matter who becomes the president. I don't have to be bitter that I'm supporting Ruto, that I don't care even if I'm rude to other people, even if I abuse other people, even if I try to demean other people simply because I'm supporting somebody. So what I would like you to tell us is that, yes, Kenyans have been fighting in the past. You should ask yourself, why have they been fighting? Why have they been fighting? Don't tell us that we should know the history and where we have come from, why and how people have fought. Ask yourself why they have been fighting. Are these politicians not part of the reason why people were fighting? How comes when Raila Odinga joined Uhuru Kenyatta, people stopped fighting? Could he be one of the factors? So I don't want us to go that route whereby we try to show like somebody is like, now you are telling us we're going to have problems, the Central Kenya people, if we vote William Ruto, as if William Ruto is an animal. You bring the issues of how Musando died. If you bring the issue of Musando dying, but you don't know who killed him. And the issues of murder, they are taken by to the court of law. You are talking things that are beyond you. If you cannot substantiate, if you have no evidence, don't talk about it. Because everything you say should be proved beyond reasonable doubt. Like the matters of death. Those are not just issues to grow on the social media just like that. They have families. We don't have to keep reminding them that their brother died, that their father died. They have children. We don't have to keep on mentioning that issue for political marriage. It is wrong. It is totally wrong. We don't know, but God knows. Who did that? It is the work of the government of Kenya to investigate and tell us who did that. But we cannot put it on somebody who might be innocent simply because I want to gain a political mileage.
Okay, Jeff.
So,
Jeff.
yes, please.
Mulumbu Amenda. So can you?
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
just get back
Let
to
me
the question
let me just. I was just answering somebody.
You have made your point. So get
Okay.
back to ile question Stone PK alikuwa ameuliza.
So what was the question? You can remind me because there are so many. You can remind me. There are so many things that have been spoken.
You also became emotional.
No, I just felt bad. I don't like people attacking others for no good reason. I am not actually. I don't know Ruto. I have never sat with Ruto anywhere. I have never been anywhere near Ruto.
All right.
So
okay. Let's stay focused. Okay, Stone PK, you can summarize your question so that.
What was the question, sir?
Jeff, weka kwa lungs jamani. Weka kwa lungs.
Okay, that's okay. You know, Jeff, you should do what we do, what I do personally. One thing I've come to notice is we are all different, and we all put our points differently, and we all may not have a similar way of expressing ourselves in a certain way. So what I choose to do is I appreciate people with how they express themselves. What I try to focus on more is the point they're trying to make. So when I realize that the point is not necessarily, I'm not getting what they're trying to say, is when I ask questions.
Then, I will be back. Give me a minute. I receive a call, an important call here. Then I'll be back.
No problem, Jeff. Okay. As Jeff comes back, I think we give him that. Domi, kindly, karibu. Unmute alafu uongee Domi. Domi.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you? Karibu.
Hello, mnanipata?
Tunakupata, endelea.
Okay, about because I had a lot of questions with Jeff, let him come back, and I think I'll ask how many questions. But let me start off by talking about this 70% thing. You know, the way politics of Kenya goes, most of these the so-called projections, somebody is talking of thinking somebody is presenting in the name of a projection of what he feels that he's going to get, but it's not really what these guys do is they try to play a mind game. He's talking of 70%. First of all, he knows that he cannot get the 70%. And he's talking of the percent now because he wants to bring a picture like Mudavadi, and probably Mudavadi has come in with 20%, and Wetangula has come in with some 10% to bring to 70%. And okay, he was also relying to you remember there was a opinion polls that was saying, whichever side Mudavadi goes, if he goes to Ruto, probably he's going to get 51%, 52%, such a thing. I was watching another YouTube poll, just some random poll somewhere, which is not it's not on whichever side. It's just a general, and it was giving Raila to 47, Ruto to 46. Musalia was coming to 18. Okay, to 8 or so, something of the sort. Not 8, some 0 point whatever. You know, what I'm saying is, this story of 70% is just trying to bring some mind game so that to create a picture in the mind of people that he has a very big following. One is to get more, so that to show his supporters that we are many. The second thing is so that in case he loses, he will have an excuse to say that his votes were taken away. But that one is neither here nor there. Now, what has been happening is this. For all this time as Ruto has been campaigning, he campaigned and campaigned. He was on the top, okay, probably he was above 50. But when Raila stepped into the campaign, things turned around. And there is no way Ruto is not making anything good for him. Okay, Jeff has told us that Raila is supposed to worry. To me, Ruto is the one who is worried because Raila is eating into his support. Now, trying to tell us that Raila cannot make way into the central, and the central or the mountain have already made up their mind. At least I think also is becoming economical in the truth. Apparently, I've come to realize there is nowhere Raila cannot get votes. Okay, there's nowhere anybody cannot get votes. It is only the person himself, whether he's going to be determined or not. But I think about the issue of those issues that Jeff has brought up, I really feel that I can only speak when he's here, because there is a lot of I think Jeff lives in an imaginary, wants to bring us into a life of an imaginary space. You know, he wants us to believe that we don't have brains and we can't think, because you cannot tell me that fingers cannot be pointed towards those people who killed Musando. Musando was not, it was a political assassinee. It is a fact. It is a fact that he was killed, and he was killed politically. And the fingers are directed to one direction. So, to Sidanganyani, you know, there's another picture that I would like also to bring up. If we as Kenyans think that whoever that becomes president does not matter, we are living in lies. Hiyo sasa tunadanganyana. We are not talking the truth. A president matters a lot, or leadership matters a lot to the country. And it's supposed to be taken with that weight. Leadership is very important. Let us not take serious or important issues just like this, and that is the reason as to why you find that many people many countries are what I may call go to the dogs, because Africans, we don't care about our future. If you can stand here and say whoever that is a president does not matter, then I think you are not supposed to be a Kenyan. That's what I think. Because how can you say leadership does not matter when the same leadership is the one that is bringing all this too many deaths? The same leadership is what is bringing that is leading to corruption. How can we take very important issues just lightly? Please, as we discuss, let us consider that it is not that easy. I'm supposed to be preparing to go to work. Please, I think you'll excuse me. Thanks for that.
Thanks so much, Domi. As I said, you have to go to work, but very important things that you have said there. I think we will observe as we move on, as we debate, and consider some of the things you have said. Hope to see you later today for the debate again. Sarilis, karibu leo, at least tuweze kutoa maoni yako tukusikie. You can unmute and speak.
Habari yenu wazee. Habari Temba, Sam, Domi, Princess Ziana. Hi guys.
Nzuri sana Sarilis, karibu.
Yeah, I'm really happy to. I'm really happy to be in this forum today. I always follow you. I always try to join it, but in vain. But I wanted to join when those other guys were here. Some of the older guys were here, so that we can dig some sense into. Yeah, Domi is here, so I just have
We have some. We have some here, so don't worry.
hands.
We have some. Some.
We have some here. Yeah, we have some. Don't worry. Okay, so
Yeah.
I can go ahead. We have some.
I'm here. I'm listening to you.
Demba, can I, now that Jeff is here, can I say something?
Domi, what is it? Hebu ngoja Sarilis kidogo. What is it, Domi? 1 minute. I'm giving you 1 minute.
Now that Jeff is here, let me say something. Jeff, I think
I have some few points.
You are
Hold on. Sarilis.
But if we can,
I think he's not listening. Domi, you can wait. Just mute so that we can finish. We hear what he's saying.
In the great leaders like what Kibaki did, then I believe Kenya can be. Mnanisikia kweli?
We can't hear you clearly. I don't know what is happening. We can hear you, but at a far distance.
Now mnanisikia?
We can't hear you clearly. I don't know what is happening. We can hear you, but at a far distance.
I don't know.
Domni, mute and Jeff, so that we can hear him.
Domni, mute and Jeff, so that we can hear him.
Oh.
Mnanisikia sasa? Domni, mute and Jeff, so that we can hear him. I'm hearing this echo too. Am I audible now?
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, for us to love our country the way the US is, we have to pick good leaders. And good leaders are good leaders like Kibaki. I want to take us back to that journey. Kibaki was called as stingy too. He never embraced things like the handouts and all the sort. And even I can remember there's one Arambe that I think he refused to literally give out money about. It was something like Arambe. So people like Kibaki, just like Raila, they were termed stingy. But look what Kibaki did to Kenya. So my question is, people have been running around like they are protecting the constitution of Kenya. When Kenya were fighting for the new dispensation of the constitution, the same people who are saying like they are fighting to protect the constitution, are now the same people who are trying to fool most of the Kenyans that they are speaking to protect it.
Now, Sarilis, can you move close to the mic?
I don't have a mic. Maybe.
Yeah. Move closer to the gadgets. Okay, can you speak?
The mic. Yeah, I've moved closer now.
Yeah, speak a little louder because guys can't hear you.
Yeah, when people were fighting for the new constitution. Yeah, speak a little louder because guys can't hear you. When people were fighting for the new constitution, the people who are now saying they are speaking to support it were the people who are against it. They have been corrupted. They have corrupted the minds of so many people that even the BBI was 100% good. But in fact, everything that is introduced in this world, not all of it can be 100% good. We have to have some percentage of it that is good. And their fact should be said to Jeff Mburu. It makes sense. Like Kiambu has a lot of population, and because Wakikuyu they've always been fighting for the presidency because of their numbers, the influence of their numbers does not relate to the representations they have kwa bunge. So if somebody has come up with an idea like, hey, Kiambu has a lot of people, let's give them more constituencies so that that greed for wanting to be the president year in, year out should be eliminated.
Now, Sarilis, do you have another gadget on? Because if you have another gadget on, it brings an echo. That's why I've muted you. If you have another gadget on, if you have something that is on, kindly put it off so that we don't hear an echo. There's an echo from your side. I think it disappeared. So we might not have to concentrate on that. If you're coming on, suddenly switch off the other. If you have YouTube anywhere else, so that don't try to hear yourself from the other gadgets, because it will come in. So you're having an echo as you're talking.
Can I say something on some things he touched on?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Yes. The President Mwai Kibaki did a lot to the nation of Kenya, and I think it's very hard to compare Kibaki with Raila Odinga. The only thing or the similarities that they have is that Kibaki became the president when he was an elderly man, and Raila Odinga is also an elderly man. But in terms of their personalities, they differ just like the distance between the heaven and earth. Kibaki, in psychology, we can term him as an introvert, while Raila Odinga is an extrovert. Kibaki is a quiet guy who talks only what is most important. Raila Odinga is a jovial speaker who also talks a lot of things, sometimes just to make people happy. And he's so outspoken than Kibaki. So in terms of personality, they are different. And when we talk of Kibaki, Kibaki was an economist. His academic achievements, if you go to Makerere University, even today, you will see the record of our former president. He had broken the records in the faculty of economics. He was somebody who was very, very smart. We can term Kibaki as one of the genius people that we had, though very quiet, but upstairs, very, very, very smart. And when you compare that and you ask about the history and the track record of the former prime minister in terms of academics, there are so many question marks. I listened to Miguna, and he disputed, and he even went to the university where Raila Odinga was saying he went in Russia, and the university said, no, we don't have such records. So in terms of academic achievements or professionalism, they differ. Nobody knows very well the path, the educational path of the prime minister. So there is a lot to be desired. Let me just touch on the issue of the BBI, because most of you believe the BBI was a good thing. But I want to differ with you. Why we have been having a problem in the nation of Kenya is because of having a bad constitution. A bad constitution in the sense that the constitution that we gave ourselves from the time of independence had made the president to have absolute power, to be even in a position to control the judiciary. Yes, we as the Central Kenya people, we feel aggrieved that we have more people than the number of constituencies that we have. Yes, we have more people than the resources that we receive. But why are we saying the constitution is good, is not good? It is because, number one, the proponents of the BBI, they decided to put in the BBI their personal interests. So we were saying this, and nobody is saying the BBI holistically is wrong. No, people were saying this. Number one, we have good things in this BBI that can solve the problems of the people. But we don't want the BBI that is going to take us back. One of the problems, and maybe some of you have not gone through the document, I have it here. And if anybody needs it, I can forward it to him. One of the problems of the BBI is that they decide to bring in an ombudsman who is to be appointed by the president. And what is the work of the ombudsman? That is the body that checks the judges, their performance, everything that happens in the judiciary. Automatically, you are telling the president, we are giving you back the power to control the judiciary. Then we said no. In the past, during the Moi and Kenyatta era, the president used to misuse the police department to oppress their opponents, to oppress those that they feel they are not singing to their tune. But in the 2010 constitution, the people of Kenya said, no, we want an independent police. But now here, we wanted to put the police under the executive. And that is why people said, okay, if we must go to the referendum, the way these things are...
Jeff, a point of order.
Yes.
Temba.
Yes, David.
Okay, a point of order.
Yeah. Simon.
Yeah, because it seems I'm the only one who's awake here. I see the others have just black screen, and the way I see, Jeff is just talking. He will just continue talking, and most likely I'm the one who will respond. So I want to start by now so that he doesn't go far.
What is the point of order?
We are giving him time. We will
No, my friend, what is the point of order?
Hold on,
He has already said.
Hold on, Jeff. David, you are right. We are not asleep. We are listening to Jeff. And
no, not you. The other screen.
Then you have your time.
No, it is Sam who is not there. Ziana is here.
Jeff.
Harun is here, and you are here. So we are listening to Jeff.
David. Jeff enjoys this. If you give him time, he will just keep on digging. By the time you start attacking him, he will stay. Then he will pull out. He will tell you that he's going to receive a phone. Then he will go.
And you have already gone. Now, No, let me finish what I was saying. Even if it might not be so comfortable with you.
Jeff.
Now,
Hold on, Jeff. You don't have to keep repeating that even if it might not be comfortable. Listen.
That is an attack.
And
What he's
and
doing
we,
is
we
an
are
attack.
and I'm
Hold
uncomfortable
on.
because what you are
Hold
saying
on,
is
both of you.
very.
Can you mute both of you? All right, Jeff, just mute for a second. Mute for a second, Jeff, because I want to make a point. Then, of course, I'll allow you to finish your train of thought. Jeff, you're not muted.
No, I am not.
Yeah, thank you. Now, you don't have to keep saying that. I know what I'm saying is not uncomfortable. You know, you already, you know that the people, some of us here may not really have the same persuasion. So you don't have to keep repeating that. I know what I'm going to say is not uncomfortable, because that is the essence of a debate. I mean, just say what you're going to say. Someone who will feel uncomfortable with it is going to respond to it. If they feel it's comfortable, because sometimes it may not necessarily be that we are not uncomfortable because it has been said, but sometimes you're just like, okay, fine, you've said what you had to say, and that is it. So just make your point as you're doing it. You're raising some questions which I want to request the other people not to respond to, because those are things that have been, we have debated those ones many times. Like, for example, Raila's academic journey, it's already out there for everyone to see. I mean, those who do not believe in it up to right now, I don't think there's anything we can say here that will make anyone now, that's not a target you want to go to. There are things that you don't necessarily have to engage. And sometimes engagement has to have value. So when you are coming in to start asking Jeff, how do you know Raila is educated up to the? I mean, that is not neither here nor there. So we just leave it to them. Records are there. And if someone chooses not to believe them, it's up to them, right? So it's okay for him to finish his train of thought. Just respond to that which you think will add value if you ask Jeff a question. Other than that, I think I'll give you 1 minute, Jeff, so that you finish your train of thought so that we move on with the debate. David is here, is also waiting to speak. And then also we move on. I think that will help. Will be helpful.
Yes. I actually I didn't say I didn't want to mean that everybody is not comfortable, but I was telling David, although you should be patient enough to let me finish my submission, even if you feel what I'm saying is not very important or is causing you not to be very comfortable. I didn't mean that everybody is not. This is a debate and we don't have to agree. So I was saying the other thing that was wrong in the Constitution is interference with the independence of the police. Why we have made the police to be independent from the executive control is because of the atrocities that before has been made to the citizens of Kenya by the executive, simply because they want to advance their political agenda. If today we see the executive trying to use the police in the wrong way, though they don't have direct control over them, what if we give them absolute power to control the police? It's gonna be disastrous to the people of Kenya. And those are some of the things that people were saying. We don't want to pass this BBI the way it is. There are some things that require to be rectified. And that's why people said, if then we must go to the referendum with this, the whole bill the way it is, we must be given a question for each and every issue that they have raised, so that people can decide if there are 10 points, do you want this, yes or no? Do you want this? What all those points, let people vote for them. So I don't want to proceed more than that. But yes, Themba, you can proceed. That was just my response on the gentleman who had spoken about the BBI being a good document.
Okay, thank you, Jeff, for that. And there's a guy who was coming here. I think he has issues with his connection. The one you are trying to respond to, and he's had issues with his connection.
I want to bring in David Olo. David Olo, it's your time. In your time, you can also, if there's something that you think that Jeff said that you don't agree with, you can use that opportunity also to do justice to whatever point as you make your points. Karibu, David.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Temba, and everyone else. Like you said, I'm not going to respond to some of the things he said because the I see the reason behind. I see the meaning of what you said about what Jeff was saying about the credential, Raila's credential. I'm not going to respond to that because I know the reason why Miguna said that. And if Jeff thinks that he's an intelligent man, I think he should not believe in what Miguna says because he knows why Miguna talks like that. I just want to tell Jeff that Jeff, you are so bitter that I think you want to balkanize your bitterness and wrap it all into, and you want to put all that your bitterness on top of other people who are not even bitter the way you think. I don't think if Central Kenya is very bitter with the president like that. If they are, then I don't think if they would do what they do. Before, I never used to see anybody, any Kikuyu posting Raila, any post about Raila. I've voted for Raila for so long and we've been in this election and I've seen and I know what I'm talking about. But these days, I've seen Kikuyus fighting because of Raila. I've seen them defending Raila even more than Luos. So when you say that Central is bitter, I don't know what, they are mad at the president, I think you're just trying to pull the story on your side. What you are saying is not even factual at all, and that will be proven when the election happens. You see, from right now until August, you have 7 months of arguing, winning arguments, but actually when the rubber will meet the road is when you will know the truth. Because, even the guy you are defending is not sellable. He is not sellable at all because if you are saying that Raila can't be sold by the president in Central, then how did he sell Ruto? Because I think there used to be same hatred between you and those people where Ruto comes from, the same way it is right now. So if they solved that one, I think they can solve this one. So there is no need of you to have a hard stance like that you come here, you talk like, I feel like, I don't know, we can't make a country that way. You are just destroying everything. You see, even we have a right, like where I come from, we have a right not to like Uhuru Kenyatta. But I think there is how we were brought up where we always forgive. We may not forget, but we do forgive and move on. Because if I can tell you of how this government since independence have killed people from where I come from, I can tell you that I cannot listen to anything that Uhuru can tell me. All these presidents, they've killed people in Kibera, they've killed people in Kisumu, they've assassinated Luos who are taking part in some kind of constitutional changes. So we have all the rights. But I don't think if there is anything that Raila has done to the people of the mountain that can make them so much angry that they can't forgive him. It was just a competition, you see. So I don't know how old you are, but when I heard your voice when you were behind the curtain, I thought that you were an old man, but seeing your face, you don't look old. Maybe it's right according to your age for you to feel emotional like that. That one is over. Now, on the topic of the day, I just want to say that
David, hebu ngoja kidogo. Harun.
Yep.
I'm just stepping out for like 10 or 20 minutes. I'll be back. Can you give Moses after David, Moses Ogutu, Jakindube, Engineer Misiani? But before you finish with them, I'll be back here. I want to I'll be back here for us to continue. Ziana, niko hapa, nilichomoka tu dakika kidogo, nakuja usinini. But I'm just here, so I'll still add people, so don't worry. Niko tu hapa.
Hata mi niko hapa hapa tu, siondoki leo.
Don't worry, I'll add people, niko tu hapa. So ni moderation tu.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead, Mr. David. Huh?
Okay, thank you, sir. Now, I just want to say this about the topic of the day, which says that 70% first round win against Raila Odinga, blah, blah, blah. Now, I just want to say that for the time that I've always voted for Raila, on election day, I never sleep. For 3 days, I'm always glued to the screen, and I always follow everything until after the election has been declared. So I want to tell you that for anybody who thinks that Ruto will win just like that, maybe you are always drunk on the day of the election. You always just wake up and you find that the winner was declared when you are sober and you don't know what happened the previous day. I just want to tell them that it's not going to be easy. It's not going to be easy. And this thing, I said it long time ago, even before I said it in 2018. And this is what I said. I said that Ruto will not be president unless Raila dies. Raila will make sure that he doesn't become president. In that one, I'm sure. Because some things have happened that Raila will not allow Ruto to do the things the way he thinks. That is why even Raila destroyed Jubilee. Jubilee was a dragon, and I want to thank Raila for doing that. If Raila could destroy Jubilee, there is nothing that he can't stop. And I'm sure he will stop Ruto. And Raila with Uhuru, that is a tsunami that Ruto is not going. You see, Ruto, now even his own opinion polls that he sponsored is giving him low numbers. So, if the Star gives Ruto 42, be sure that he's maybe 32 or he's 35. If they give Raila 35, know that Raila is 40. Because the Star is sponsored, it is a Kalenjin newspaper. So I just want to tell Ruto and his supporters that be humble. Be humble, and when the music will start playing, I don't know whether you will dance it. That is what I want to say, and I want to finish my submission like that.
Thank you so much, Mr. David. Jeff, 1 minute. Do you have anything to report on David's submission? Unmute, Jeff.
Yeah. Thank you. First of all, what I would like to say is that it is not true. Maybe you are talking like that because you were not in the debate. We had a very good debate. I don't know where the matter of bitterness is coming from.
I always listen to this debate from the time it started until now.
Please let me finish.
David, yeah, thank you.
Let me finish.
Continue.
So the issue of bitterness, I don't know where you are getting it from. And the other thing I would like to tell you, this Uhuru Kenyatta you are thinking that I am bitter about, I have voted for him. And not only that, even now, nobody is saying that the central people hate Uhuru or they have rejected Uhuru. Uhuru still remains a citizen of Kenya, and he remains a Kikuyu. Nothing will change that. And we know how to distinguish issues. I would like to remind you that Uhuru Kenyatta contested against Kibaki, and people were celebrating and we are going to see him. The stadiums were full. But because we know how to distinguish issues and to make decisions that are not so much forced, that is why we decided with the big name of Uhuru, we decided time was not yet ripe for him. Even now, You might think that all these people are doing because they don't want Uhuru or they're sabotaging Uhuru. No, we make decisions consciously, without bitterness, without emotions. We reason with the head. So I don't know where the issue of saying people are bitter with Uhuru. I haven't said that today, or unless somebody tell me that I said people hate Uhuru or they are bitter with Uhuru. I don't know where you got that one from. The issue of people of Central Kenya regretting voting Ruto, and I would like to tell you, yes, nobody has been so good in the politics of Kenya. In as far as these the people at the top are concerned. Somebody like William Ruto, somebody like Raila Odinga or Uhuru Kenyatta, they have not been the best examples. They have done good and bad things. And I don't want us to start articulating one by one, because right now we want the country to continue healing. But if I start saying what has Raila Odinga done, what has Ruto done, we have things to say, we have things to talk. So the other thing is the issue of attacking somebody, or trying to demean somebody, or trying to talk about my age. What does my age have to do with the debate? So that is not a good point. It is not a well thought or a wise way of articulating your points. If you have the points, articulate your points without attacking people's personalities, whether people are old or young. That is discriminative to talk of such things in a debate like this one. So we are not here to win. We are also not here to lose. We are here to reason, to brainstorm, and to inform the people who are listening to us, and to make them understand the political arena more. So the issue of people, there are so many things that I can talk about, but I don't want to go into details. You have talked of Raila Odinga, just the last point. You have talked of Raila Odinga destroying Jubilee. And I can tell you history is repeating itself. The same thing that happened to Kanu. He destroyed Kanu. Did he become the president? He destroyed the NAC government. Did he become the president? Yes, Jubilee has destroyed. But what makes you think that William Ruto, I don't know where you got the point that William Ruto will never become the president of Kenya. And you say you are sure. How sure are you? We have not voted. So saying I'm sure, I don't know how you can say you are sure. 8 people have not voted. So, and also don't rely so much on these polls in Kenya. Polls in Kenya have been manipulated by the politicians. Today, the polls are showing this. Tomorrow, they are showing this. Polls in Kenya, you should know that they don't speak what is happening on the ground. Actually, here on this media, you can tell more what is happening on the ground than what the polls in Kenya are telling us, because it is a matter of who has paid them more. That is what happens in Kenya in most cases. So these polls, they have never been accurate anytime. Tell me when they predicted anything and it happened. The only thing that we can remember was what we call the tyranny of number. That is the only thing we can remember that somebody has ever said, and it happened. So you can proceed.
Thank you so much,
Jeff,
Mr. Jeff.
Aaron, I just want to speak about. I just want to speak about something.
Let it rest a little bit, Baba. Let it rest here.
Oh no! I just want to say something. Then I leave. One thing, even within a minute.
Yes, go ahead before I bring Moses.
Yeah. There's something that I've always heard people say, and I think that this is the right time to address it. People always say that Uhuru failed in 2002 because he was a government project. People forget that Raila was a factor during that time. And if you remember very, very well, Kibaki did not campaign. It is Raila that campaigned for him. And if you remember, the reason why some cases don't support Raila, they always say that Raila did not say Nyachae Tosha. So I want to tell you that Raila was a factor in that election. If Raila could have walked out and supported, or if he could have gone on his way, Moi could have won. So it is wrong to say that Uhuru won. Uhuru was defeated because he was a government project. Uhuru was defeated because Raila was a factor in that election. And I submit my.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chief. You can mute as I bring on Ziana. You have something? Uko na jambo Ziana before nilete Moses?
Mlete Moses, lakini tusiwe tunaweka siasa kwenye roho tafadhali. Tuzungumze tu polepole, taratibu, tutaelewana. Manake hapa sio Raila wala sio Ruto. Sisi ni Wakenya wote na tunataka tu tuelewe siasa na tuelimishwe hapa, manake kuna mengine hatujui. Utakuja na yako ile unajua, na mwenzako atakuja na yake ile anajua, na mwenzako akiwa anasema ni huyu, mwache yeye naye akae na huyo wake, na wewe kaa na wako, support wako kwa mwenendo wake na vile unaona atachukua hii. Siku itakapofika wewe msupport, mpatie yale, watu wataelewa ya kwamba hii ndio sababu mimi nasema fulani atashinda. Tusiwe na hasira kwa siasa tafadhali.
Hakuna mwenye ana
Pole
hasira,
pole.
hakuna mwenye ana hasira. Mi naongea tu mind yangu the way I always talk. Kama unaona nina hasira, then I'm sorry. But this is my nature, this is my personality.
Nimezungumza tu ndugu yangu,
Yeah,
sijasema nini. Nimesema sio wewe wala sijazungumza, sio wewe wala sio Jeff. Nimesema tuzungumze na kila mtu support tu mtu wake kivizuri kisiasa. Ni hivyo tu. Olo, usiwe na temper nyingi sana. Unapanda. Mimi ndo sijazungumza kuhusu wewe.
This is how I always speak. This is me, I'm not like you
Aya, sawa.
who speak
Mpatie
softly
Moses.
like a peacock, okay? I'm
Mpatie
not
Moses
like you.
azungumze.
Asante sana. Ndio mimi nimejua tu Jeff na Devi vile at least wamezungumza, because when David was given an opportunity to speak kuna maybe vile aliguza Jeff na Jeff ameribat, then vile Olo nimempatia nafasi ajarudia Jeff, which means wamefanya nini, wamesikizana, so it is very good. Sisi wote ni madugu. Devi najua vile anaongeanga, mimi nimekaa hapa kwa muda kiasi. Unajua anaweza zungumza namna hii feel maybe akona temba. No, David, that is the way he speak. Mimi namuelewa, so I gonna rest that matter like that. Mr. Moses, kindly take on the floor.
Okay, I just want to brush on what Jeff said about an allegation concerning who killed Musando. At the same time, he's contradicting himself that he read a post of Miguna on Facebook that Raila never went to any school, as he claimed. So I don't know how can he prove that for Miguna, and at the same time he claims that nobody should not talk about Musando. And a point of reminder, remember Raila was once a lecturer in Nairobi University, and you can't just be a lecturer when you never went to any school. Concerning the topic of today, I think it's all about politics. As someone said, Ruto has a right to say it, even he can win with 99%. But that's, for me, that's a sign of panic. He's trying to give hope to his supporters, but on his side, things are not well. According to things are not. Someone who is talking like that tells you that he's not comfortable on how things are going. Because if you look at Raila has solid support in some areas. Let's say, especially Nyanza, And coast, people say that Ruto has invaded coast. There is nothing there. Ruto can't get more than 30% in coast. So coast still remains Raila's stronghold. Western, there's nothing Ruto can do to change the statistics at now. Raila will win with more than 60%. So when Ruto stands somewhere and says that he can win with 70%, that's even 2022 when the win was clear. The Raila team could not manage to win with over 70%. So that's a way of politics. He's trying to give hopes to. He's trying to give hopes to his supporters, and trying to show that he is confident of where he's heading to. So, as I say, that's normal for any politician to give himself hope and to give his supporters hope. When you see, like Jeff has said, that Ruto, that people of Central can't change their mind, and even if Uhuru comes, much can be done. Nothing much can be done. That's not true. You know, politics is all about strategy. Who knows why and when he should be going there, and when he should be going there. So when the right time comes, he will go there, and it depends on how it acts on those people. The graph will change either positively or negatively. But I'm seeing a situation where the graph will drastically change positively, because you don't know what he has. You don't know what he has for his people. You don't know the message he will be giving to his people, and how persuasive he will be. Like, I remember we said sometimes back in one of the, I think Musalia Mudavadi's mother, when he talk about don't think of what. I can't remember exactly what he said, but he used either parable or something like that. So it's just, even if the people like Rigathi Gachagua is insulting him, he's just quiet, but he knows what he's doing. And when the right time comes, there will be a great change. Someone is talking about sympathy votes. When you look at Rigathi, how Rigathi, even when in Kirinyaga, when he was attacking Uhuru, does Jeff think that from that alone can also give an Uhuru a sympathy vote, which is a plus to Raila, because currently Uhuru is with Raila. So sympathy votes come in both ways, not only for Ruto, but it can like Uhuru has never responded to Ruto, or has never insulted Ruto, or has never used his people to insult Ruto, but Ruto has used the same MPs from Mount Kenya to attack Uhuru, who is the president. If it were wise for Ruto, he could not have gotten to that extent of attacking. Currently, he's attacking Uhuru either directly or is using his people to attack Uhuru, and that is also part of sympathy votes. People are all starting to sympathize with Uhuru, and that is a plus to Raila. So we can't tell who will win, but I doubt if Raila can't win with, so even if it were Raila, I'm a supporter of Raila, but he can't win with 70% at the moment. Though he will win, or he might win, but it can't go to 70%. That one is so extreme, and it's very rare, even in Africa, to get someone winning with a 70%. Not even in Africa alone, but all over the world. It's very rare. I can't figure out any country which the president has ever won by 70%, but it's very rare. So what Ruto says is just a sign of giving himself hope and giving his supporters hope. I think that's what I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Moses, for your very, very nice submission. I hope Mr. Chief he has indicated also. I want you to write down about Miguna Miguna's post regarding Raila's education. After I finish with the engineer Misiani, then I'll give you maybe 5 minutes. Then you will be able to highlight. So anything you will be able.
It was Jakindu Bay.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I know. So anything you will be able to report, Mr. Chief, kindly write down because you are our brother from the other side.
I have done
I'll
that.
give you 5 minutes. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so much. Mr. Jakindu Bay Baba. Leo ni 70% ya William Samoei Ruto. Guzia kidogo.
Asanteni. Asante Princess, habari. Jeff, habari. Moses, Andrew, habari zenu.
Tunashukuru, tunakupata kwa njia safi baba.
Asanteni sana. Asanteni sana. Mimi nitagusia hiyo 70% ambazo mimi naona kwa kweli sijaona mtu ambaye ameshinda na 70 isipokuwa Magufuli alishinda na 85, lakini Magufuli alikuwa amefanya kazi ya nguvu sana. Lakini mimi nataka kuomba kwa unyenyekevu, nataka kuomba ndugu yangu Jeff. Nimemsikiliza akisema juu ya Raila na Uhuru na vitu kama hivyo, lakini mimi ninataka kuomba kama Jeff anaweza kutueleza hapa, manake sasa hapa tunazungumza na hao watu wote ni Wakenya wenzetu. Ningelipenda kujua kabisa makosa gani, makosa ipi hizi makosa ambazo Raila amekosea watu wa Central, ambapo hawawezi kumpigia kura, hawawezi kubadilisha nia yao ili wampigie kura. Ningelipenda tujue hata sisi ambao tuko hapa, tujue hizi makosa ni makosa gani. Manake ni vizuri kufundishana, kujua, manake lazima tuwakosoe. Hawa ni watu ambao wanataka kuwa president, kwa viongozi wa nchi. So ni vizuri vile vile tuweze kujua, ndio tusimpigie tu kura. Kama mimi nataka kumpigia kura au nataka kumpigia Ruto kura au Raila, nisimpigie kura na kuna makosa fulani amewakosea watu wa Central, ambayo watu wa Central ni Wakenya wenzangu. Siwezi kubali wafanyiwe makosa na huyo kiongozi ambaye mimi nataka kumchagua. So mimi kabla sijazungumza, ningelipeana dakika zangu kadhaa nisikie haya maneno ambayo sijui kama hiyo itakuwa ni vizuri au niseme tu nimalize alafu
iko mzuri baba. Nitampa dakika zako koze hata mimi nitafurahi sana wakati nitakaposikia what are the mistakes which Raila has committed to the people of Mount Kenya, so that they can they are not comfortable voting to him. So Mr. Chief, kindly baba utamute, then I bring in Mr. Chief. Akiansa hiyo question, I'll bring in Engineer Misiani.
So you people, I hope you don't want me to go into details why the people of Central Kenya have been feeling uncomfortable with Raila Odinga, because that is what I had tried to avoid before. But before I respond to that, I would like to respond to some few points that the former speaker had touched on. I think it was Haron or some, I don't know.
It's Mr. Moses Ogutu.
Or Moses. So Moses touched on some few issues. I just want to go through them. That people are saying there is nothing much will happen if Uhuru Kenyatta decide to go in campaign for Raila Odinga, something will happen, but nothing much will happen. I, being one of the Kikuyus, maybe I understand a little bit on how we make decisions. And the moment you see people of Central deciding that we are going to support so and so, it becomes like a bushfire. And I can tell you for free, maybe you might disagree with me, by Uhuru rejecting William Ruto, he has built him more. For Uhuru not to support Ruto, it has worked on the favor of Ruto than if Uhuru would have supported him. And if you are to ask Uhuru today, even when they were deciding we're gonna sideline this guy, he never thought that Ruto would decide to start and to go on his way and come up with his own party. He even never thought that Ruto within a short time, because a party like UDA has been built within few months.
Yes.
It is not, let me finish, please.
Tafadhali sikiliza.
Let me finish. I am not responding to you. I am coming to your question. I am responding to Moses. Then I'll come to you. I have 5 minutes for Moses. So this is what I was saying. Even Uhuru himself never thought that Ruto had the capability of going his own way and building himself. That is why Uhuru never considered Ruto as a serious threat to what he wanted to do with Raila Odinga. So, Uhuru, let me touch on the issue of Ruto attacking the president. Yes, Ruto has maybe attacked the president indirectly, but also remember, the president has attacked Ruto. For those of you who understand Kikuyu very well, when Uhuru was with the Wakorino people, when he had the meeting, he spoke in Kikuyu. And he said that he called the people who are supporting Ruto, Mekora. That means these thieves that you people elected. And he went ahead to talk so many things in that line. And that thing angered the leaders of Mount Kenya. That is the president. Also remember the word taga-taga. Taga-taga came from the mouth of the president. It was an attack from the president to his deputy. And by that time, Ruto had never uttered any wrong word against the president. But the president told people that the deputy president is tanga-tangaling. And Ruto decided, so that this thing does not escalate, I am going to take this word positively and use it to my advantage. I want you to tell me today, if the kind of betrayal that has happened to Ruto happened to Raila Odinga, I want you to tell me what would have happened. When Kibaki tried to betray Raila Odinga, you saw what happened. If Ruto decided to act the way, if Raila is the one who had campaigned the way Ruto campaigned for Uhuru 2 times, then Uhuru decided to stay as if nothing, as if he did nothing to me. Surely, I know Kenya would be ungovernable. Ruto has tried to control his emotions. Many things, many atrocities have happened against Ruto, but to a greater extent, he has tried. But as a human being, sometimes he reacts, and that is expected. Uhuru has also attacked Ruto openly. So there is no one who we can say this one is better. And this one is even betraying somebody and just kicking somebody out is not good. Let me
Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair, so you mean that 2 wrongs makes right?
No.
The president attacked William Samoei Ruto. Now William Samoei Ruto can attack the president. Is that right?
That tells you this is the nature of our politics. And let me tell you, answer you basing on psychology. In psychology, there is what we call the theory of reciprocity. The theory of reciprocity, there is an aspect in human beings that if, Aaron, today you treat me well, as a human being, I will feel the urge and the desire to reciprocate and treat you well. Just like you can see in the debate. Even if you are a good person, when you are attacked, you are likely to attack. Nobody is very good. The president has been attacking and doing very bad things to William Ruto, arresting those who support him, doing so many things, talking ill against him. So if Ruto says something against the president, you should also know he is also a human being. He is likely to react. Anyway, allow me just to respond to Jackie Dube.
Just 1 minute. I speak to the people of our viewers of Facebook.
Okay.
Yeah, my brothers and my sisters who have been viewing us through Facebook. I know in 1 minute, 8 hours could be able to shut you out. Now I'm gonna say thank you so much for having taken your own time to continue view us, and also your comments. I really appreciate. May God continue to bless you. Have a very good day. Continue, Mr. Chef.
I just want to respond just few things to Jackie Dube. Why people of Central Kenya, those who feel uncomfortable, I know there are those who have felt they are convinced that Raila Odinga has changed. One is, like I said, those who support Raila Odinga, they support him because of his good history. And those who reject him, and that is why you see those who support him, they support him wholeheartedly with their mind, spirit, and soul, everything. That is why they can do anything because of what they believe. He has been in politics for a long time. Those who support him, they support him for the good things that he has done. And those who reject him, they also reject him for the bad things that he has done. If I am to give you a case study, in 2007, the way the politics of 2007 happened, the only person who had the key to peace was Raila Odinga. However much aggrieved he felt, the way he overreacted, it caused more harm to the nation. I was one of the people who were affected in a wrong way, because during that time, my brother used to work at Bita. He used to buy these raw materials for animal feeds. The omena from Bita to bring them to the factories in Central Kenya. And he was doing very well. He had a store and everything there. And when things escalated, he lost everything. Do you know what happened? My brother hanged himself after losing a lot of money, after trying to come up to get back on his feet, and he could not. He was used to getting money. He could not. He has lost everything. I am one of those people who lost a brother. So the way the politics were handled, it was very bad. And people feel by Raila Odinga calling for mass action without explaining to the commoners, the common mwananchi, what does it mean? What does the mass action mean to the common person? That one did not go very well, because the layman thinks the mass action is to go and destroy and kill those that does not support.
Mr. Chef, don't go into deeper. I've seen.
Thank you. I will not go to,
exactly.
to those deeper.
I know.
Thank you.
Even me, I feel Yes, okay, it's
So,
okay. Ziana, you want to say something? Ziana, uko na jambo?
Yeah, nina jambo. Jeff,
yes.
Una machungu, najua una machungu, lakini usije ukasema kwa sababu even 1992 vita hii iliyoanza ilianza Rift Valley. Vita yenyewe ilianza Rift Valley kitambo sana, na sio kwa sasa hivi tu, sio kwa hiyo ambayo siku unasema Mbona unachukulia machungu ya hii tu iliyotendeka na zile zingine zilikuwa zikitendeka nyuma hujui?
Jeff,
let me just finish my submission. Now,
na ukiona inaingia deep sana, you just leave it.
I will not go into details. Anyway, let me just touch on the just lighter things. The other thing that people feel uncomfortable is when we went to the issue of 41 against 1. And it was being said it is 41 against 1, and the former prime minister kept repeating it, and it caused a lot of hatred for Kikuyus against other tribes. People were not very comfortable with such sentiment, and it entered in the hearts of the people. The other thing is the issue of sabotaging the businesses of the Kikuyu people, the equity and other businesses. So many things happen. The Chris Krumbi businesses, those people with huge businesses. In 2017, after the court ruling, they decided to sabotage the businesses. And the sabotage, it really affected the Kikuyu people because, business is in our hearts. And everybody who was touched by what happened with such economic sabotage is such a bad thing that cripples the nation. Some of these things that are the ones that are causing people to feel, this man, the things he has done for us, they are not very good. So
thank you.
I don't want to proceed beyond that. It's fine.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for highlighting. Nimeshukuru sana, but all this in fact mimi hata mbingu inishuhudie yote nitaiwekea kwa IBC, because kama IBC ingekuwa matokeo ingekuwa inatoka vizuri pale mashinani, inakuja kwa Bomas of Kenya, inatangazwa vizuri, mshindi anajulikana, haya mambo yote manze, Mr. Chief, hatungekuwa tunayaona. But let us hope that hii uchaguzi yenye tunaenda kwa sasa, nimepata vizuri mahali shida ilikuwa manze, hii uchaguzi yenye inakuja IBC Chepkati hakikishe kuwa uchaguzi imekuwa huru na wa haki, na yeyote anaweza enda, kama ni kwa sava aangalie, ashuhudie, aone kuwa enyewe Raila amepata kura hizi, fulani amepata kura hizi, na hiyo yote itafanya Kenya, kila mtu mwenye ameshindwa he concede defeat, apatiane yule mwingine mkono. It will be so good. Mr. Jakindu Bey, ongea kidogo baba.
Nimeshukuru sana Jeff kwa maoni yako, lakini mimi nataka kusema kwa unyenyekevu kwamba kwa kweli Jeff, huna sababu ya kusema watu wa Central wanamuhate Raila kwa sababu ya makosa, kwa sababu kusema ukweli kabisa, hakuna kosa ambalo unasema Raila amefanya, kwa sababu kama unasema alifanya kwa kusabotage business kama za kina Kirubi, unataja mtu wa Equity, na hawa watu wa Equity hao matajiri wote ndio juzi wameenda kumwambia Raila agombanie, wanamsupport, na wakati wanamsupport the same people, ninyi wale ambao muna support UDA, mnasema Raila anakuwa supported na hao bwenyenyi. Sasa hao watu ambao mnasema eti aliadhiri business zao ndio wanamsupport. Hao watu ndio tumeona wakimuita from time to time kumsupport. Sasa ni nani ninyi ambao wengine ambao hawana business wana feel ubaya gani na mtu ambaye alikuwa na business ndio amekubali kumsupport Raila? Hizi zinasema, kwa maoni yangu, kwa kweli bwana Jeff, wewe binafsi labda useme kwa maoni yako kwamba wewe binafsi umpendi Raila. Kwa hiyo ni haki yako kumtompenda, lakini kusema maneno kwamba Raila amewakosea watu wa Central, hiyo ni uongo mtupu, kwa sababu ukiangalia zile mema ambazo Raila amefanyia watu wa Central ni nyingi kuliko hizo vitu ambazo unasema. Huyu Raila vitu amefanyia watu wa Central ni nyingi kuliko watu wa Central. Hata hii mkataba ambayo imeleta hii ukatuzi, watu wa Central walikataa, walipiga kura against it. Na sasa inasaidia kila mtu Kenya. Hiyo sio Raila amefanya. Raila alikuwa katika wale watu ambao alikuwa na Matiba, alikuwa na Charles Rubia, alikuwa na Kawige wa Mwere. Walitutoa kwa ugandamizaji wa KANU. Walikuwa KANU, utawala wa Moi ilikuwa inatugandamiza, ilikuwa inaumiza watu. Alifanya hiyo sio uzuri. Hiyo sio uzuri. Na mara ngapi Raila amesimamia kutetea mtu yoyote regardless. Watu kama kina huyu jamaa unamuita Miguna. Kama si Raila, nani angejua Miguna? Wewe ungemjua? Si Raila ndiye alimleta kumfanyia, akampatia hata kazi, akamrudisha nyumbani. Mtu kama huyo, hata wewe kama ungekuwa umempatia kazi alafu anazungumza juu yake, na kwanza hata Raila hana haja na yeye. Raila hajamfuata, ameandika vitu vingi vibaya juu ya Raila, vitu za uongo, lakini Raila hajamfanyia chochote. Raila hata alienda kwa airport kujaribu kumwambia bwana, ingia, wacha hizi fujo, kwa sababu kuna saa zingine fujo tu haifai chochote. Saa zingine lazima, saa zingine unaweka ile ego yako chini, ufanye vitu ambavyo vinafaa hata kama kitu hiyo haifai. Ndio maana unaona saa zingine tunasema kama wewe ni Mkristo unamsamehe mtu. Saa zingine mtu anakukosea unamsamehe. Sio ukimsamehe sio kusema anakushinda. Kumsamehe mtu ni kuleta uwiano, kuleta peace kati yenu. Sio, lakini mtu kama Miguna ni mtu wa fujo, mtu ambaye anapenda kutusi kila mtu. Nani Miguna hatusi? Anatusi Ruto, anatusi rais, anatusi kila mtu. Si ati tu ni Raila peke yake. Huyu jamaa anatusi kila mtu. Ukimwambia kila mtu, alipelekwa kwa debate pale, uliona siku ile ya kudebate kuwa governor. Watu wangapi alitusi kila mtu pale. Huyo ndio mtu mnasema ni kiongozi? Jamani, saa zingine
Can I ask you a question?
Ngoja nimalize. Wakati ulikuwa unazungumza mimi ninyamaza.
No, it is that question of Miguna, something to do with Miguna. Do you support his deportation?
Hizo kusema na support is nani? Mimi kwa maoni yangu, Migune ni mtu ambaye ni mtu wa fujo. Yeye anatakiwa aje Kenya, awache hizo ufuzi. Yeye aje nyumbani. Hakuna mtu anamkataza kuja nyumbani. Yeye aje nyumbani. Ameambiwa aje nyumbani, achukue karatasi, ajaze hizo makaratasi, aje nyumbani. So hizi vitu kuna vitu vingine, unajua katika maisha hii dunia is not fair. Ukiangalia hii dunia si fair, lakini kuna vitu vingine lazima, unaona vitu kama hata ukisema kama mambo ya Raila, kama Raila alikuwa anasema ameshinda, lazima Saa zingine alikuwa anasema ameshinda, lakini anaona bana, hatuwezi kung'ang'ana hata kama hii kushinda ni mwisho wa dunia. Kama wameiba ama nini, basi wache kae, tuendelee Kenya. Hivyo ndivyo inatakiwa. Roho ya watu, wasiwe watu, tuwe watu wa Kenya. Lakini kusema ati Raila watu wa Central wamewakosea, hakuna kitu Raila amewakosea watu wa Central. Hakuna, hata ukitafuta kitu amewakosea hakuna. Mkisema juu ya nani ya Kibaki, Raila alimkampenia single handed, alikuja akakampeni akawaambia, jamani, tukampenie captain yetu ameumia, tuendelee ni kukampeni. Alikampeni mpaka wakashinda. Hata wakati Kibaki alikuwa anapelekwa, walimweka third class, Raila alienda akasema, akatoa pesa yake akasema president wetu hawezi kukaa third class, akamweka. Si wao ndio wanasema wenyewe, Raila ndiye alienda akatoa pesa. Sasa huyo mtu kama huyo bado mnasema ati ni mbaya. Mimi nasema Jeff, wewe umpendi Raila na ni haki yako, kwa sababu si wale watu ambao unasema kwamba haumpendi Raila, hao aliwadhiri business zao, ndio wanamsupport. Saa hii ndio wanakaa na yeye, na hao akikaa nao mnasema Raila anakaa na bwenyenye. Hao mnawatusi, na hao watu bwenyenye ndio walikuwa wamesponsor Ruto na Uhuru. Hao watu walimsupport last year. So tuseme tuacheni mambo sio ya ukweli. Mimi nataka tukiwa hapa tuseme ukweli kama wana Kenya, kwa sababu Kenya ni nchi yetu. Kenya tutajenga na ukweli na urafiki. Sisi wote ni jamii moja, lazima tukae. Zile vitu tunaona hazifai ni lazima turekebishe. Jambo lingine, wewe unafikiria kwamba ni miaka 58 Kenya inaongozwa na Central na Rift Valley. Kwani hizi jamii zingine sio hata immorally? Hamuoni kama hiyo ni kitu mbaya? Sisi wote ni wa Kenya, lazima hata hizi jamii zingine tuwe na president kutoka Mombasa, huko sehemu za pwani, tuwe na president Mjaluo, Mkamba, Mkikuyu. Hivyo ndivyo inafaa. Haiwezi kuwa kwamba kila siku tunachagua. Ndio maana Uhuru ameona hiyo kitu haifai kwa Kenya. Kenya haiwezi kuendesha namna hiyo. Tunataka nchi ambayo watu wote wanasikilizana na watu wote wanajiona kama Wakenya. Tunajitawala kwa kila sehemu. Kila kiongozi lazima atoke kila sehemu zingine, kwa sababu tukiacha tukiolela hivi watu wanaanza kupata chuki. Hiyo haifai. Na tena hamwezi kusema ati kwa sababu Raila anachukiwa na watu wa Central. Kwani amewafanyia nini? Hatutaki kusema Uhuru anachukiwa au Ruto anachukiwa na watu fulani. Hapana, hawa sisi wote ni wa Kenya. Mtu akifanya kosa,
dakika moja umalize message yake, dakika moja.
Mtu akifanya kosa ijulikane amefanya kosa na amekosea wa Kenya. Siwezi kusema amekosea wa Kikuyu, hapana, au amekosea Wajaluo, hapana. Tuseme ukifanya kosa umekosea wa Kenya, kwa sababu kama ni wa Kikuyu ni wa Kenya, kama ni Wajaluo ni wa Kenya, kama ni Wakamba ni wa Kenya. Tukianza kutofautisha kwa kuchukua kikabila hivyo tunajibagua, na hiyo ndio maana tumekuwa na problem ambayo tunayo sahihi kwa kubaguana kikabila. Hatutaki mambo ya ukabila. Tumefanya 58 years, haitupeleki popote. Let's try umoja, tuone kama tujaribu umoja, hata kama for 5 years, tuone kama ina tofauti na ile kubaguana tumekuwa tukibaguana.
Asante.
Hiyo ndio inafaa. Asanteni sana. Hiyo mambo ya 70% nafikiri ni sio ukweli.
Hebu patia biti Princess kwanza.
Asante. Princess, naona kuna mkono hapo. Princess.
Nashukuru sana Jakindu Bey kwa kuzungumza.
Jeff, mute. Jeff, mute kidogo. It's okay.
Mwaka wa 2007 ilikuwa ni chungu kwa kila mtu, na isiwe unaiweka moyoni, kwa sababu hata mimi nikianza kuiweka moyoni alafu nianze kuchukia mtu mwingine haitakuwa mzuri. Unasikiza wewe? Hiyo miaka ya 2007 unataka kusema kuna makabila zingine hawakuchomwa? Tuache kurudia vitu. Hizo vitu zilikuwa za kitambo, na ukiweka moyoni, kwa sababu ndugu yangu, wewe umesema ndugu yako alikuwa anakaa Mbita. Ndugu yangu alikuwa manager huko Kikuyuni na ameoa huko Kikuyuni, lakini alifukuzwa mpaka na mke wake. Vitu vyake vikabaki huko mpaka wa leo hajarudi kuzichukua, na ni vitu amefanyia miaka mingi. Watoto waliletwa nyumbani, sisi hatukukataa, kwa sababu kwetu tuna kabila mbalimbali. Mimi naweza zungumza kwa sababu kwetu kuna kabila mbalimbali. Kwa hivyo mimi nakuomba tu usiwe na machungu kwa sababu ya kwamba uliona ndugu yako ametendewa hivyo. Sasa sote tutaelewana, lakini mimi nafurahia kwetu kwa sababu kwetu mama kabila nyingine, babangu kabila nyingine, ndugu yangu akaenda kaoa kwingine. Kwa hivyo tuko na sura ya Kenya, ndio ninafurahia. Kwa hivyo kama nitachukua nisiwe ninampenda Mkikuyu, ndugu yangu ana Mkikuyu, dadangu ameolewa Kikuyuni, watoto wake ninalea, alikufa pamoja na bwanake. Sasa tusiwe na hiyo chuki. Alafu kile nikuambie, mwaka ile Kibaki alichukua hiyo ilikuwa inasemekana Wakikuyu mko pia nyinyi mmekatika hapo, lakini ikifika kwa kura mnapigia mtu mmoja, lakini mmekatika hapo katikati, kwa sababu kulikuwa na hii iwezi pita, uongozi uwezi pita chania ikaelekea pande hiyo nyingine. Hiyo ndio ilikuwa sababu ya hiyo, lakini ilipita chania ikaelekea pande hiyo nyingine, na akapigiwa kura na akawa sasa akawa rais. Kwa hivyo tusiwe na chuki, na sio Raila aliyesema watu wapigane, wala Raila hakusema watu wachomane, mtu amechoma mtu. Kwa hivyo tukiwa tunakuwa hapa, usiwe na chuki na mtu. Ukiwa na chuki na Raila, wewe sema mimi binafsi Jeff simpendi Raila kwa sababu ya hii na hii na hii, lakini usiseme Wakikuyu wote uingize ndani, haitakuwa ni nzuri.
Asante sana Ziana kwa kubonga namna hii. Wacha nilete engineer Misiani, then Jeff nitakupatia dakika 2 utazungumzia hayo yote yenye Ziana na Jakindu Bay. So engineer Misiani, kindly give your submission, na karibu Mr. Themba.
Hello, good morning, good evening all, wherever you are.
Yes, morning, evening, morning.
Yeah, because I know we are actually from different parts of the globe. That's why I'm just greeting you cumulatively. First of all, thank you. This is my first time actually in this channel. I've been following YouTube channel, actually watching Mtembei TV, even Facebook, and I'm privileged right now to come live. So I've been listening your discussion here and there, but I think majority, a good number of you, a good percentage are debating very well, and I can see there is some good something good out of the debate you are actually doing right now. And on my side, I have actually, because I'm new, I want to talk only two things, and maybe next time, God willing, I'll be engaging you guys more into details. And my first thing I want to talk is about there is our friend here, Jeff, talked about constitution, about PPI, and also I'm going to talk about remembering. I think most of you are in one way or the other engaged in some form of religion, whether Christianity or Muslim, wherever, but you have a certain religion, right? So coming to the constitution in Kenya, before independence, we had this constitution, which was not actually, and I want you to listen a little bit and try to think with me why I'm saying this, and probably you can go and do your research about this and see where we are doing it right or where we lost it, or what we should be doing or what we can do on this. Our constitution, believe it or not, in Kenya, we don't have our own constitution. In short, Africa, we don't have our own constitution. The constitution we have belongs to UK. It's the European constitution. It was written in UK and it was brought to Africa, to Kenya. And we imported, actually, we just accepted something which we don't know where it was written, but there are something we have been doing some amendment here and there a little bit, but most of it does not reflect our culture, our education system, our political, our region, even our medicine, and all this, I can say. So when, as far as I'm concerned, for the constitution part, if possible, even these other countries, developed countries, they do constitutional amendment or changes almost every time, so long as they follow the procedure. So the constitution doesn't mean that there is a specific time should be amended or it should be rectified. It's a process, a continuous process. So if Kenya, we can be able to figure out and see the so-called our constitution, and figure out what is inside, which does not rhyme with our norms, with what we want, does not work with our system, we are allowed and we can be able to amend it or change it. But because of some selfish nature of most of our people who are in power, some of them are just egocentric, self-centered. They don't think beyond that. Some of them, when they see something good is proposed or something bad, they just make it political. And for us, I think, and I can give you, most of you, credits. I can see we are not taking, because we have different support, or we are supporting different politicians. Sometimes we argue or we debate majorly in that there are some things which are affecting us, whether you like it or not, and they have to be talked to, and they have to be addressed in a right manner, because if they are not addressed, they are not going to affect these politicians who are up there. They are affecting us, the general people, the mwananchi down there. Another thing is that the last thing, because I don't want to go deeper into this, I will throw you back to the Bible. I think most of you are Christians or Muslims or wherever religion you are, but you might be able to, or you know about the Bible a little bit. The Bible about the Israelites, I think most of you know. There is, on their journey to the promised land, they used they were being reminded now and then that, remember your God, what he did to you when you were blah blah blah. Remember when you were somewhere, what happened. So remember that God who brought you from the foreign land to the promised land. Remember that God who did this, who parted the sea, and you just reached the other side safely. So what does that mean? Is that as Kenyans, we should always be proud of our country, and the only thing they say, forget where you come from and repeat the same mistake and find yourself into the same mess which happened before. So if something happened, like for instance, most of you have been talking about the 207 post-election violence, that we should forget. Yes, we should forget about the evil characters which happened, but the thing is, it should never get out of our mind, because the moment it gets out of our mind, then the probability of it repeating itself is very high, because we will end up doing the same thing which led to the same problem and situation. So we should always figure out and watch, always when we see something similar to what happened prior, or what happened, or what caused the same problem in the past, we should always remind ourselves and be able to see the way forward on how to exterminate and immediately end or cover that thing from spreading, because that's a very serious thing which we should always remember in the back of our minds in whatever we do and in whatever we utter from our mouth. And I don't want to go into deep on that, and I will just let my guest there, and I will just say thank you for this chance. Thank you so much.
Asante sana Engineer Misiani kwa maono yako mazuri. So before nilete Mr. Chef, Mr. Chef, remute Misiani and Jeff. Engineer Misiani, mute.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you so much. So Mr. Chef, ningekuachia jambo moja. Ningesema pole for what happened to your brother. Na wale wenzetu wote ambao in fact walipatwa na hilo janga, hebu nyoyo zao Mungu aendelee kuzituliza mpaka ile wakati wake. Ndio mimi nasema namna hii uchaguzi yenye tunaenda, ninaomba sana manze Jepkati afanye kazi mzuri, because we don't want in fact hii uchaguzi ikuwe contested to an extent, tena maybe watu wataenda barabarani, mali za watu zipate kuharibika, ama to lose lives. We don't want that. So that is my prayer kuwa, in fact, Chebukati, he has to do what he can, in fact, to ensure that these elections will be free, very viable, and transparent, so that in fact whosoever who will be able to win can say truly he has won in the right way, and whosoever who will lose, he will be able to concede and give whosoever who will win a hand of telling my brother, yeah, in fact, in this game you truly became a victor. So let us team up and ensure that we move our country into the next level. So, Mr. Jeff, I give you 2 minutes. After you finish, Mr. Themba will take over from you. So, if you have anything to speak about about what Jakilbe has raised, Engineer Misiani and Madam Diana, 2 minutes, then Mr. Themba to take over. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Harun. Harun, you are such a good moderator. You are able to to control us very well, just like Themba. First of all, I'll begin by saying it is wrong to put words in somebody's mouth. Just to correct the statements of Princess and Jakidube, I would like you to know that in an election like the one we are having, or in any competition, or even in the normal life, you will never have all the people supporting you. And the fact that I am not supporting Raila Odinga, or the fact that I will not vote for him, does not mean I hate him. So hiyo lugha ambayo nanasikia mkitumia ya ati mtu yeyote ambaye hasapoti Raila Odinga anamchukia, kwangu sioni ikiwa lugha nzuri. Ati wewe unachukia Raila, uko bita na Raila. What are you telling people? We are in a competition. And even in the normal life, nyinyi wote ambao mko hapa, sio watu wote ambao wanawasupport venye mnafanya. No, there is no time you have all the Kenyans supporting one candidate. You will have people who will say no to you because of the reasons that they have. So tafadhali kutumia lugha ya unachukia Raila. Mimi niliwaambia ya kwamba jana, mtu ambaye Raila anataka kuchukua as a running mate is a very close person to me. I know him at a personal level. And because of Peter Kenneth, there is a high chance that my vote will go to Raila Odinga because of how I know Peter Kenneth. And I said, if it is not Peter Kenneth, then I'll continue supporting the one I have been supporting all this time. Because I haven't cast my support of Ruto in a stone that it must be Ruto. Whoever wins, whether Raila or Ruto, they are Kenyans. And that is why, the last speaker, engineer, he has spoken very well. Reconciliatory tone. There is nobody who can feel offense or offended by such a standard and checked submission, because it has no attack against other members or other speakers. So, because I just want to finish. There are some things Jakidube touched on, but I want to say it is very unfortunate that we say some leaders in Kenya have fought. And because of this fighting, to me, the loss to the nation of Kenya is more than gain, because I believe there is nothing precious than a life of a person. So sometimes you can fight and fight beyond the limit. And by so much fighting, how many people have we lost? How many people have we lost through coups? How many people have we lost through all these political violence? How many Kenyans have died? I normally tell people, nobody in Kenya or in any other country should die because anybody wants to retain power or because anybody wants to gain power. So it is unfortunate that the democracy of Kenya, we have found it through bloodshed. Countries like South Korea, they are where they are because their leaders have been careful with the things they talk. The leaders are careful to know that I am not more important than the lives of these people that I want to lead. So the other thing is the issue of Miguna. And that is why I asked you, Jackie Dube, do you support, because I believe you are somebody who understands the matters of law. If you are saying that Miguna would have just accepted to do what the government wanted him to do, to be in Kenya as a visitor, but not as a Kenyan. But this is somebody who was born in Kenya. Remember, I was not in the same camp with Miguna. But what does the law state? Somebody who was born in Kenya cannot lose his citizenship. Not only that, you can imagine how many orders has the government, not the government, but the court of law in Kenya has issued for Miguna travel back to Kenya to be facilitated. But the government of the day has the highest order of disregard to the rule of law that they disobey the orders from the court of law. That is governing the country like a banana republic. It is a kind of despotic way of ruling people. We are not in the kingship kind of a government. We should allow people to live and be governed by the rule of law. So, like I said, it doesn't matter who becomes the president or who does not become the president. They are all Kenyans. We will support them, and I hate no one. For those who know me, I don't do anything with emotions. I try to do things with reasoning. And I know very well there is a possibility as a Kenya nation, we are growing slowly by slowly, and we are heading somewhere. So let me just, I'm almost finishing. Jackie Dube, you said how Raila Odinga campaigned for Kibaki, which is true. Kibaki was even in the hospital. Kibaki was even in the wheelchair. But I ask myself, why was he campaigning for him like that? And then immediately, almost immediately, they differed. And there is nobody in the history of Kenya has fought the government of Kibaki than Raila Odinga. It is because they had an MOU whereby, and this is why Raila was campaigning vigorously. Raila Odinga was to become an executive prime minister, and then we have the ceremonial president, just like they are trying to do right now with the BBI. And when Kibaki disagreed with that, what happened? So Raila was not campaigning for Kibaki. He was campaigning for him to become an executive prime minister. And when he did not get that, we saw what happened to the nation of Kenya. So, and I also wanted, that one I touched about, there is a difference between not supporting somebody and hating somebody. We don't hate Raila. In fact, every time Raila has ever gone to Mount Kenya, we have never seen people, even during Kibaki, Raila has never been attacked in Mount Kenya by people. That is not our nature. Though that he has not received full support, there is no hatred. But if we keep on telling people they hate, they may end up having hatred, which is not the truth. And the last point here is the issue of saying that I should speak the truth. I would like you to understand what you purport as your truth may not necessarily be my truth. What you think is truth to you may be contrary to what I see as truth and lies So you cannot force somebody to see things on your own perspective or lens. And that is why tunasema akili ni nywele na kila mtu ana zake. Wewe uko na maoni yako, niko na yangu. I should respect your views, though I differ with them. You also respect my views, though you differ with them. So we don't have to agree. We disagree to agree. So every Kenyan, as I finish, I don't have much time. Every Kenyan has his constitutional right to become the president. And as I said, no one is good, whether Ruto, Raila, and all the others. They have made mistakes in the past. If we decide we're gonna bury the mistakes of Raila Odinga, we should also bury the mistakes of Ruto, and we say now they are on a level ground. Let them contest on basing on the issues. Then we're gonna choose whom do we want to become our leader. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chief, for your rebuttal. Mr. Themba, I bring you on board to take over. Then you give Mr. Geoffrey an opportunity to speak. Thank you so much, sir.
Okay, thank you. And thank you so much, Jeff, for your submission. Now, one thing that I want to highlight, though, you are well articulated submissions, is a few, like, I think you are not here when we say that Kenya is not operating in a utopia. It's operating in a backdrop. We are operating in a backdrop of a practice of political systems that are also worldwide. You are number one, the cost of democracy. Now, I want to start by first of all indicating that at every time when a society has moved, there are people who have sacrificed in a certain way. The country that you are at, that is the US, for a long time, the civil rights movement, there are so many people who had to lose their lives for even to the point, if you follow that journey up to the point that Obama became the president, there are people who lost their lives in the process. One among them is Martin Luther King Jr. He was shot dead trying to push for the rights. It's not that he was better than all the other people. It is because he stood for a higher calling. And going by your statements about maybe the people who have been there, who have stood and even fought and died, if later societies would have people like you who would blame those people who have stood for that moment and maybe were able to go through certain, were in the trenches, then I think societies, even the democracy that is probably enjoyed in the US, I think we can blame those people who chose to push that path. I think we need to be honest with ourselves even as we educate other people. In every society, there are people. Mandela chose to go to prison for 27 years. Someone would say that he was pursuing his own goal. Why did he have to go to prison for 27 years? He could have chosen to just rest, and not go to prison. If someone could say it was a selfish move for him to go to prison, he was going so that he can be the president. But the cost of democracy, in many cases, there have people who have sacrificed their lives. The country that now we call Kenya, we got our independence. There are people who died. There are people who sacrificed their lives. And if you can read the process by which we came and we got our independence and the way people were being killed in different places, the names that have been mentioned, that is in history. If we go by the argument that Jeff is bringing right now, then we don't need to acknowledge those people who have sacrificed their lives so that we can enjoy the democracy we are enjoying right now. I think it is not proper for us to try and lessen the importance of those people who came before us, who fought for the democratic space that we now fight for. The cost of democracy is high. And there are usually in every society people who choose that path. And some of those have been mentioned. People, Pio Gamampinto, the people that you can talk about. Right now you're talking about Raila.
journey of democracy didn't start with Raila. It started very many years ago. The Mau Mau, you know, the Mau Mau were actually referred to as a terror group by then. It was a proscribed group because the colonialists wanted to maintain power. So it was, they were, if we are going by what Jeff Mburu is talking about, by then there were home guards who were actually supporting the colonialists. And then there were the Mau Mau. So the home guards wanted that sense of peace. We don't want anything. We want people who are peaceful. If we remained with what the home guards wanted because they were going with the colonialists, we wouldn't be having our independence today. Because there were people like Jeff who are busy condemning them. Why are they bringing destabilization? Because Mau Mau was a proscribed group. We need to educate the masses well. There was a reason as to why even those people went to the trenches to fight for the constitution. There was a reason for why they went to the trenches, Sabasaba. There's a reason as to why you had people like Ngugi wa Thiong'o going outside, Koigi wa Mwere. These were people who went out because of the dictatorship of Moi. They were not looking for anything. They were fighting for political space. There's need for us to appreciate that process and that journey. When we listen to people like Jeff Mburu trying to just say that this person has always caused instability. There was stability before independence. The colonialist was there. There were home guards who were trying to prevent that, to keep that stability. Until it was any society, if it is not destabilized, you don't get any kind of movement in that society. Until the blacks in the US rose up. They rose the other day when you're talking about Black Lives Matter. If a particular sense of a society does not stand up, nothing happens in a society. Now, this particular person, Jeff, I love your passion for what you do. But when you try to lessen the import of those people who have stood, whose shoulders we stand on, I think that is not fair. All of us know what has happened. The Constitution, 2010, the journey that it went through, people had to demonstrate. Moi did not want, you know. And then, of course, the journey started. He let it rather easily for the 2010 Constitution. I mean, for us to get where we are, even to allow multi-party democracy. Then it was a journey. I think it is important for you to hold and support the person you want to support, but at least appreciate the historical moments that have defined the key milestones in Kenyan democratic space. The people who have sacrificed, not because they are better than us, but because someone in the society has to rise up. Julius Nyerere rose up in Tanzania, and Kwame Nkrumah in Ghana, and many others. It's not that they were better. These are people who have contributed into the movement of Pan-Africanism. The constitution that now we enjoy right now, 2010, there are people who gave their lives to it. Now, when someone tries to purport that, you know, Raila has always destabilized the country, you are trying to rewrite the history. All of us know what happened in 2007. The same person you are supporting, William Samoei Arap Ruto, is on record to have been the one who has said that there was a problem with elections were stolen. Now that Jeff is running away from it so that he can try to purport that there's something that is happening. You know, Raila is a bad person. It's okay, you don't have to vote for him. You don't have to like him. That's okay. But let's be at least consistent. Don't change history just to suit what you want. I don't think that is fair, because this is information available. It has been documented. You don't have to be an Azimio person, Jacinto Beiwait. You don't have to be an Azimio person to know that is a history that is being taught in schools. You don't have to be even a UDA member. You don't have to be affiliated to any political party. Go to the books of history. You will find that. You will find the journey of Raila fighting for what democratic space that we enjoy right now. Changing of political parties. Ruto has done that. He has moved from one political system to another. Right now, we are studying Ruto. He is the first deputy president in the 2010 constitution, what was his behavior? When time comes, we will talk about that. We will say the constitution gave us, protected the idea of a vice president being appointed by the president. That was what people envisaged when they were putting the deputy president in the 2010 constitution, so that he's protected from being fired and hired anytime the president wants. But we solved one problem and we remained with another. We remained with another problem where when the deputy president feels like I cannot work with the president, what does he do? He goes up, says that I cannot resign, I cannot do anything. We didn't envisage that the president and the deputy will never work together. That was never part of what we envisaged. We hoped that they'll be working together. So right now we have a deputy president who has been there for 8 years campaigning. And Buru, with all his management skills, comes here and says that, you see, the deputy president has been campaigning for 8 years in central Kenya. Can you even have the audacity to say that now the deputy president has been campaigning? The same person you're saying he's supposed to be working. He was elected to work until the end of this term. After 9th, that's when we are supposed to say, okay, fine, this is what he did, this is what he didn't do. So when someone wakes up and says that he's been campaigning for 8 years in central Kenya, what are you telling us? Did you elect him to campaign or you elected him to work? It's okay if that for you is an achievement. To me, that's a failure. To me, I think that is something that, as we study the behavior of a deputy president, that is one of the things we'll say that he failed as a deputy president. And maybe that needs to be looked at in the constitution. Finally, I had reserved myself to talk to Mburu because I realized that there's a kind of a consistent repetition of certain narrative that you want to bring and you want to keep on pushing it every other time you come here. But I respect you for that. And you can keep it because I had chosen that I don't want to go that direction. Because anybody who is by right now questioning 2007, anybody right now questioning 2017 and attributing it to Raila, then you know that what is happening. That is a person who has chosen a certain path. All of us who were in Kenya knew what was happening then, knew what happened. It was very clear. The courts threw away the elections, and for obvious reasons. But for one reason, we decided that this is the direction we want to pick. Finally, you are saying the government of the day has persecuted Miguna. Who is the government of the day? William Ruto is the government of the day. William Ruto is the deputy president. Jubilee is the government of the day. There's nowhere in the constitution where Raila signs anything to bring anybody to Kenya. He doesn't have any immunity. Take it where it is supposed to be. If you think the government has not respected that, the person who should actually take that blame is the deputy president and the president. So when you come here, and this is sometimes my pain, because we wax lyrical when we are trying to bring certain things, and we say, you are a despotic. In fact, you're even lying. You're lying that democracy is not developed like that. Democracy everywhere has had people to sacrifice in every society. South Africa, Ghana, tell me which country, Uganda, Tanzania, every democratic society, there are people who have lost their lives. It has been built by blood, sweat, and pain. So for you to be able to enjoy, you might not know. Go to Kenyan history, people who died for us to get independence. So when you come and say, we don't have to have these people who just like status quo, never change anything in history. I don't know. I want to stop here for now. And I am perturbed, surprised, especially not because of what you're saying, but because of, first of all, I look at you as someone who should be guiding the younger generation, telling them that, hey,
You might support your party, support your candidate, but do not change history. Do not try to twist history. This is what history is saying. But we are not saying you come and support a candidate, but be factual. History is history. You can't change it. Let it be history. Our country did not just appear. You didn't just wake up and then 1963 we had our independence. No. People died. Actually, right now I want to close the show. I think at this point,
let me say one thing.
Jakindu hapana, wacha tuache tu hii maneno. I think
Hapana, nataka kusema kitu. Nataka kusema kitu. Samahani. Nataka kusema kitu kimoja tu.
Jakindu, wacha tufanye hivi. Wacha tufanye hivi kwa sababu I am pained when you hear someone like let's give our 2 minutes everybody tumalize. Jakindu, dakika zako 2 za mwisho. Sasa tutaanza na wewe na ni dakika zako 2 za mwisho ndio twende round. Tumalize, okay. Tufunge.
Demba.
Mimi nataka kusema hivi. Demba, umesema exactly kitu ambayo nilikuwa nataka kusema. Hizo vitu umesema nilikuwa nataka kusema, lakini kuna vitu viwili nataka kusema. Jambo la kwanza kabisa nataka kumwambia Jeff. Sikusema kwamba una hate. Mimi sikusema hivyo eti unachukia mtu. Mimi nilisema kama umpendi Raila, usimpigie kura. Lakini kusema watu wa Central ndio nilikataa. Kusema watu wa Central hawampendi ndio nilikataa hiyo. Kusema hiyo sio ukweli. Sema ukweli, kwa sababu hao watu ambao unasema Raila aliharibu biashara zao ndio wanamsupport sahihi. So nilikuwa nakwambia useme ukweli. Hiyo ndio ukweli ile nilikuwa nataka kusema. Ukweli wa pili nilikuwa nataka kusema ni kwamba unasema kwamba Migune yuko huko. Jambo la kwanza, Migune Raila ndiye alimpatia kazi. Pili, wale watu ambao wako kwa serikali ya sahihi ni Ruto na Uhuru. Ruto amesema nini? Sijasikia hata Ruto akizungumza juu ya Raila, juu ya Migune. Na hiyo kitu watu wanasema ninyi mnataka kuelekeza hiyo juu ya Raila, na Raila si serikali, hayuko kwa serikali. So hizo ndizo vitu nilikuwa nasema. Mtu lazima tuseme ukweli, kwa sababu nchi ni yetu, au wote ni watu wetu. Ndio maana nikasema hivyo. Lakini lazima ujue mahali kuna mabadiliko hayakuji kwa urahisi. Hakuna kitu kinakuja kwa urahisi. Hata mtoto akizaliwa leo analia ndiye anapewa chakula. Mtu yoyote lazima you fight for your space. So kuna hizo space. Kama kungekuwa na hizo fight, atungepata saa hii. Hata kule Amerika huko watu weusi bado wana ovyo tu, kwa sababu wana fight for their rights. Juzi tu si walimuua nani hapa, tuliona yule jamali walimuua kama mtu anamkalia kwa shingo. Imefanya mambo fulani kubadilika. So hauwezi kusema ati sasa watu wakae tu ati ndio. Mimi sipendi kuona mtu akifa, lakini lazima wakati mwingine lazima kuna wengine watajitolea. Waarabu saa zingine wanajitolea by kwenda kuua watu wengine. Anasema mimi naenda kufa na ni uwe au Amerika wanidhara. Hiyo ni vile wanapenda, lakini lazima mimi ninachosema ni lazima tuseme ukweli, tusiseme uongo. Kama mfano mambo ya juu ya Migune. Wale wako kwa serikali, Ruto mwenyewe yuko kwa serikali ambaye wewe unamsupport. Jambo lingine, wewe unasema, hiyo ndio kitu nimesema, tuacheni ukabila tumetumia miaka 58. haitupeleki popote. Wewe umetamka Bwana Jeff kwamba Raila akichagua makamu wake wa rais ambaye unampenda utampigia kura. Yaani lazima achague mtu ambaye ni yule unampenda, la hiyo utampigia Raila kura. Sasa ndio kusema unampigia Raila kura hata kama yeye ni kiongozi ambaye hafai, unampigia kwa sababu amechagua mtu fulani ambaye unampenda. Hiyo sio, mimi sioni kama hiyo ni ukweli ambayo inatakikana. Hiyo ndio maana tunachagua saa zingine viongozi ambao hatufai, kwa sababu hata kama huyo kiongozi unampenda, lazima ujue huyo kiongozi ambaye ni president anafaa. Siwezi tu kumchagua ati kwa sababu amechagua mtu wa kwetu, kwa sababu unasema Peter unamjua kabisa, Kenneth unamjua wa karibu. Sasa akichaguliwa utapiga kura. Sasa anaweza kuchaguliwa na mtu ambaye hafai kuwa kiongozi, ambaye hafai kuwa president. Sasa utampigia tu kwa sababu ni rafiki yako. Hiyo lazima tuache mambo ya kufuata watu kwa sababu amemchagua mtu wa kijiji chetu. Tupigie mtu kura kwa sababu ni mtu anafaa kwa maendeleo ya nchi yetu. Hiyo ndio inatakikana. Tunataka watu viongozi ambao watafanya nchi yetu iendelee, viongozi ambao hawataleta vurugu, viongozi ambao watafanya nchi yetu iwe wa umoja. Na kitu sahihi ambacho Uhuru anataka Kenya iwe na siasa endelevu, kwa Kiingereza political stability. Hiyo ndio italeta manufaa, lakini kuna wengine akisema hivyo, watu wengine hawataki. Asanteni.
Okay, dakika mbili tafadhali, tumalize, tufunge dakika mbili eh? So 2 minutes, kifika 2 minutes na wakata, we now need to go. Jeff Mburu has had, we don't have to keep repeating that. I mean, he's shared his views. Let us just leave that at that. I mean, it's embarrassing for me in the first place if someone is staying anakaa nje ya nchi na ana reason hivyo. So for me, it's first of all, you wouldn't want someone. I mean, Central Kenya kunakaa not only Kikuyus. I have relatives married in Central Kenya. So when someone says, that I come from Central Kenya and Central Kenya, this is how we talk, the imagination that only Kikuyu stay in the whole Kenya. Kikuyu stays in Nyanza. Kikuyu stays in Coast. Kikuyu stays all over the country.
You have no right
so
of trying to lecture me.
I'm not lecturing.
I have my views.
I'm
you
not
should
commenting
respect them.
on you.
You should respect my views.
But you lectured us here.
And I don't have to agree with you.
You lectured us.
I don't have to agree with you. You
but
have
you
to
lectured
respect
us.
my views.
You gave us a lecture.
And you should also give me a chance like others. If you are fair, we are in a debate. I don't have to agree. I don't
and
have
you
to
gave us a lecture, so
support.
I'm giving a response. What's the problem
Why
with that?
are you lecturing me?
You lectured us.
That is not how you respond. You are a moderator. You should know
but
the work of a moderator.
You lectured us.
You need to know the work of a moderator.
Are you looking at lefting now? You can left if you want to left.
No. You might be agitated by what I have said,
stay put
but
and wait.
You have the right to respect everybody equally. Even
just wait, Jeff. Wait, you talked for like I don't know how many minutes. I didn't interject. Thank you. Hata umeenda. Because I know that is what you wanted to do. Now let's just move on. We give our final closing. Central Kenya people stay all over the country. You know, they only don't stay in when someone comes and says, I've never heard someone coming and saying sisi wa Jaluo, oh sisi wa Kisii, sisi wa nini, watu wa Central, sisi. I mean, we need to have some kind of a show of what exposure has done to you. So when you don't show what exposure has done to you, I don't think you're doing a service. It's a disservice rather than a service to what the exposure has done to you. Alex, habari gani? Alex, are you there? Alex.
Alex yuko tu.
Umelala?
Nasikiza.
Toa dakika zako mbili bwana, tuende tukalale.
Mjadala wa leo ilikuwa mzuri, lakini maoni yangu ni ile kuwa hiyo 70% ambayo Ruto anasema, I think Ruto is trying to tell us kuwa hizo servers zinatakana zifunguliwe, tuelewe kuwa what happened last time, kwa sababu I think sometimes people reveal who they are unintentionally. Some of those things that comes from Ruto can actually tell us who he is. So the 70% is not just a walkwash. He might be knowing what entails in those servers. So I think I still demand to my party ODM to make sure that the servers needs to be opened before the elections. Thank you so much.
Okay, dakika mbili Harun.
Nimeshukuru sana, mjadala imekuwa mzuri. So hata mimi in fact I gonna echo Alex sentiment kuwa before tuende kwa hii uchaguzi 2017 servers, wache hii ya pili marudio, ile ya kwanza inastahili Chebukati atufungulie tujue iko namna gani. Thank you so much. Back to you Mr. Tempa.
Sam, dakika mbili.
Sam ako hapo kweli? Sam ni kama alilala, hata sijamsikia akizungumza.
Geoffrey.
Usichokoza wazee. Usichokoza wazee.
Geoffrey, acha nimpatie dakika tatu kwa sababu.
Okay, thank you ndugu Temba kwa nafasi. Nashukuru sana mjadala wa leo. And I really appreciate ndugu zangu wanaoegemea upande wa Azimio kwa kujaribu kurekebisha yale wenzetu wanaleta ambao si ya ukweli, so that wasidanganye watu wengine. You know, it's good. I like these people, even if they say that they don't want to listen to history, but they're trying to use the history, wanaikoroga, wanaanza kuambia watu mambo ya nya yako. Kama, I hope, Chief angekuwa hapa ningemuuliza maswali, lakini ashaenda. Kama ile yenye alikuwa anasema kwamba baba alikoroga serikali ya Mwai Kibaki kwa sababu alikuwa anataka kuwa prime minister in the first term ya Kibaki, ambayo ni uongo kabisa, because he did have such a thing. Kwa hiyo serikali ya kwanza, mambo ya prime minister ilikuja katika serikali ya nusu mkate ambayo ilikuwa kwa kazi kwa sababu ya uchaguzi ambao ulikuwa umeharibika. So hayo ni baadhi ya mambo ambao wanatumia ili to paint baba picha kwamba ni mtu mwenye anafuruga serikali. Lakini wacha niwaambie hivi, sometimes I fail to understand, kwa sababu watu kama wenye nasema hivyo ni watu wenye wako tuseme, kwa mfano nitoe mfano ile historia ya Amerika. Unapata kwamba most of the time wakati kuna kuanga na mambo ya fugufugu yoyote kama Black Lives Matter, watu wenye wanachukulia mambo kama hayo ni Democrats. Kwa hivyo ni kama mtu asimama aseme kwamba Democrats ndio wanaletanga shida ya maandamano katika nchi ya Amerika. Kwa sababu mtu kama huyo mwenye ajui history ama ajui kitu yenye inasababisha watu wanafanya nini, wanakuwa na maandamano kama hayo. So kuona mtu ukianza kupaint baba picha ya kwamba analetanga mfurukano wa Kenya, baba has been there fighting for injustice. That's why, you know, there's no way you can fight, because the only way people can listen in anywhere in the world through maandamano, kwa sababu maandamano yanakubalika katika katiba. So when they start saying that, wanasahau kwamba hawaelewi katiba kabisa. They don't understand about constitution, kwamba mambo ya maandamano yako aligned kwa katiba. Ni haki ya mwanadamu yoyote au mwananchi yoyote wa Kenya kuandamana. Kwa hivyo kitu naweza sema ni hatutachoka kuambia ukweli, na we'll never get tired kuambia juu ya history, where we have come from, because that's the only way tutawaambia ukweli. Ndio ajua kwamba tusipowaambia juu ya history hawataelewa. Na kuna kitu moja niliona nini, brother huyu Chef Mburu alikuwa anasema kwamba the only person kama akiwa makamu wa rais wa baba na ni Peter Kennedy atasupport baba. Kama Peter Kennedy atakuwa ataenda support Ruto. Unajua such a statements, it really shows how tribal minds we have. Because akusema kwamba, nilikuwa nataka nimpate nimuulize kwamba tuelezea, tuambie kwamba are you supporting Peter Kennedy wakati atakuwa running mate wa baba because of from the tribe or track record. But mbaya alienda, kwa sababu those are the discussion nilikuwa nataka nimuulize, lakini wacha tuseme hivi, tuendelee kupigia papa debe na tuambie watu ukweli, because that's the only way, and we continue telling them about history so that they can know that history is what defines us, where we are supposed to go na mahali tumetoka. Asanteni.
Thank you. Ziana?
Nashukuru Bwana Themba kunipatia nafasi tena. Geoffrey, naona tu tumebaki na Alex na Harun. Kwanza tuendelee na hii mambo ya Marsabit. Tuwaokoe wenzetu. Hiyo jambo la Marsabit, tuwaokoe wenzetu.
Yana challenge, nakupa challenge. challenge. Nakupa challenge. 1,000 toa 1,000. Challenge. Kazi iendelee.
Hii 1,000 wewe utaipata kwa Bernard asubuhi.
Sawa. Bernard na mimi pia ndaongeza.
Ukiamka utaipata huko kwa Bernard. Sawa. Mimi nimeshukuru sana. Muendelee hivi. Tuwaelimishe watu. Lakini wacha niwajulishe jambo moja. Nasikia kila wakati hapa watu wanasema ya kwamba Raila ndiye alivunja Jubilee. Raila hakuvunja Jubilee. Mama akaolewa mara ya kwanza, kaja na watoto wake. Akavunja nyumba yake, akasema haya, mume wangu, wacha tuunganishe watoto wako na wangu. Alipounganisha watoto wake na wa mumewe, siku ilipofika, yeye mwenyewe ndiye alienda anaenda kuchagulia mume wake watoto wazuri, wale ambao anataka, wakiwa siku ya kujifungua ni yeye mwenyewe ndio anaenda kujifungua watoto wake, sio wa ule mume wake. Anaenda kujifungua watoto, lakini anasema ni wa mumewe. Lakini baadaye akavunja ndoa yake mwenyewe na kuhama na watoto. Mtafakari hayo. Sasa Jubilee imevunjwa, mke amehama na watoto. Kwa hivyo sasa sisi tungojee kujenga nyumba nyingine. Na ninashukuru sana kwa kuwa mume hana hasira, amesema hama nenda nao, anatafuta watoto wengine awapate, na najua hao watoto wake watakuwa wazuri. Kwa hivyo naomba tu Wakenya tuwe na umoja na undugu na upendo, na ningependa baba aendelee na kitendawili, tuwe tunategua. Ni raha yangu kutegua vitendawili vyake. Kwa hivyo asiache, hata akiitwa mtu wa kitendawili, hiyo ndio mababu walitulea nayo. Nimeshukuru hayo. Wakenya tuwe na umoja na amani na upendo. Piga kura kwa makini, ukiwa unajua ni nani utamchagua. Chagua, kitu cha kwanza angalia MCA, huyo ndio unakutana naye njiani, mnakaa naye. MP, senator, kitambo ufikie governor, itakuwa sasa umepitia hao wote. Kwa hivyo tuchague wale watu unajua watakusaidia na kusaidia Kenya isonge mbele. Ni hayo tu kwa leo, mengine tutachambua kesho, tunazidi na hata tutarudi hapa baada ya, ikiwa ni Raila atauchukua. Kwanza nimesisitiza Raila atauchukua ama Ruto, bado tutakuja kumchambua hapa, hatutakoma. Asanteni. Asante Themba.
Okay, thank you so much. For those who have joined us down there, you can see King Sagwaro, Zobondi, hiyo jina ngumu kweli, David Lero, McKentrick, Shivachi, Wycliffe Machora, King Sagwaro, Dennis Ondiek, Desai, na wale wengine wote. Najua Facebook tulikuwa shatupa for 8 hours, but we really thank you because the conversation has to continue. We say every day that if we don't talk, we will fight. I mean, we get to know some. We might maybe blame Jeff for how he's reasoning, but that tells you that there are people many like him who that is their way of reasoning. There are people who believe if you go to Central Kenya, you're only talking about Kikuyus. You don't believe that Kikuyus also live across the country and other places. They don't believe that it is possible that there are people who sacrificed to get the country where it is. They have sacrificed to make us be who we are. So that is basically who they are. So it's an indication of what we are dealing with. And for me, I think our need to keep talking, it's very important. It's interesting. Someone says that Jeff had said that he doesn't use emotions, but as we were talking, he became emotional and he left. That's what they do. They will come, talk, and then when you start talking, they leave. But we are good. We are all good. I mean, you can always come back and listen to what is going on. And I think if that is the need, then therefore we shouldn't listen to them. Because if you can listen, and then when you want you instead of listening, you create a scenario so that you go, and I think that is something for me personally. When I'm moderating, I will not allow. If you're going to talk, then you have to be here to listen to others too, because they tell us that they want us to give them time to talk. We give them time to talk, they finish. When it is now time for interrogating them, they create a scenario so that they can leave and go.
That has been repeated many times, and therefore for me, I think they can come on when someone else is moderating. When I'm moderating, I think it's a warning shot. If you're not willing to stay on after presenting, don't come, because we don't have to listen to you. We can't listen to other people. But over and above all, I want to appreciate everyone who is coming here. Let me go back to what we are calling Jaza Lori. We have another 1 week to go. Moving on today, moving forward until Sunday, we are trying to raise up to 1 million. Any money you send is good, is enough. I mean, 10 bob. If you, like I said, if you have 999 and you don't have 1 shilling, it will not be 1,000. So any money you send is very important. And for those who have, non-perishable, food stuff like maize, beans, and you need them picked, kindly text those numbers. We will be guided where you'll be able to take it. Thank you so much, and we really appreciate you. Kindly subscribe to Mutembei TV, and share. Let's keep talking as Kenyans, because if we stop talking, we start fighting. We know that if there will be peace in Kenya, I mean, 9th will come and it will go. What you need to do is go out and get your vote. They say if you don't vote, then you're voting for the bad leaders. So kindly go out, get the vote for your leader, the leader that you want to shape your life. Participate in governance in ward level, parliamentary level, county level, and even the national discourse. Thank you so much for coming for Mutembei Forum, and everything that is shared here is not necessarily the view of Mutembei TV or the owner. The people who share here, they take responsibility over what they say. So I want to finish there, and like always, I say I also have my channel, Themba Ondiege TV. Kindly go there, subscribe, hit the notification bell so that wherever we drop a video, you are able to see it. Kindly go there, subscribe for me. Let me put it here so that as you subscribe, remember. And before we go, also, we normally say our prayer, and our prayer is our national anthem, First Stanza in Kiswahili. So tujiandae, wale ambao tuko studio, tujaribu kusaidiana kusema hiyo national anthem kwa Kiswahili. Najua sisi wote tunaifahamu.
Unmute.
Haya. I don't know if this is Geoffrey, kunakuwa na ngoja. Kunakuwa na feedback. Sijui kutoka kwa Geoffrey. Okay. Mnanisikia?
Twakusikia.
Harun, nasikia?
Vizuri
Basi
sana.
ile ya Geoffrey ilikuwa inaleta feedback. Haya, twende. Mungu.
Mungu nguvu yetu.
Unataka kuimba ama kusema?
Wacha tuseme vile tunasema moja moja. Arun, najua wewe unataka tu kuimba.
Twende. Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu. Haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae
pamoja,
na tukae na undugu, amani
na uhuru, haki
iwe
raha tupate na ustawi.
Umetukanganya Themba kabisa.
Hapana, ebu mute kidogo Geoffrey. It is Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu. Haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na ndugu, amani na uhuru. Raha na tupate na ustawi. That is it.
Yeah, sasa ndio umesema Sasa ndio umesema vizuri, lakini ulikuwa unakanganya watu wewe.
Ni Harun si mimi. Haya.
Sawa.
Tuonane kila mmoja
Inshallah.
inshallah. Yeah,
Kesho
let's be later
majaliwa
today.
yake Mwenyezi Mola.
Haya, sawa, bye.